Hello.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hey, shout out to everybody. I was just thinking about this on the way in today because I'm a weirdo who has an hour and 38-minute drive in the mornings. I know we say thanks and stuff after every show, but everybody's just kind of been in the chatty house day one with D'Lo and Casey, and then with us. We appreciate the fuck out of it, man. It's this job sometimes, like getting ready to do a show, I just always have this like little pit, this little anxiety, and then you log in and you see everybody here already tapped in, ready to go. It just makes this job, not this is like a hard thing to do, like physically. It just makes it easier. So Russ Dog, Warren, David, Zabo, Johnny G, everybody who's in here, Katrina, Mrs. Mac, Soren, Miguel, West Sac Kings fan, Scooter. I'm missing people.
Zabo.
Sorry. Adam L.
Brian Johnson.
Brian. Brian Kivett. John Bull.
Johnny G.
Casey
we don't
Tucker,
really care
Will
about
Z,
you.
Obviously.
You and your puns.
Facts. Yeah, nah. Just appreciate it. Okay, here we go. I'm not putting you in program one until we're like ready to go.
It's time.
One time, Kyle.
One time
yesterday.
One time. Somebody clipped it, Kyle.
Did you see? Good. Did you see that we got an email from Jonathan in engineering yesterday that, and this was Sacramento wide. This wasn't just you and me. That it's time to update that we know how to use the dump button.
Yeah.
Like literally right after the show.
I don't touch the buttons though. They're way over there. I can't.
No, that's fine. That'll probably change someday. But yeah, there's just a giant. I wish I could hear. In fact, I can show you if you're on the stream at youtube.com/ESPN1320. What's up? Do you see this button right there? That's it. There we go. That's the dump button. Congratulations. You all know now you're going to sign that. You could sign the piece of paper that I'm about to sign today that says I know how to do that.
That's right.
He's James. I'm Kyle. Jiffy Lube sponsors the show. Salute to everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM. Everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you all. Of course, everybody in the chatty house. Salute to you for hanging out with us today on a Wednesday, January 8th. Got a ton of stuff to get into. The 49ers last night, really excellent timing, by the way, because new year, new me, right? I know that there are people out there who are like, if you wait till January 1 to make a change, then you're a loser. I disagree. Make changes whenever the heck you want. So just went, okay, hey, here's the starting point. I got to take care of my health. Like I've gotten to just to a bad place with my habits, and I'd stopped working out and I'd stopped, eating right, and just like, yeah. And I'm getting to an age where that affects me.
Mm-hmm.
I used to, in your mid 20s, you can eat and drink and go out and do whatever you want, and you're fine. But it's starting to impact me physically.
Yeah, totally.
So I've gotten into a routine where I'm getting a little workout in every night. Nothing insane, but just some cardio, a little core, So shout out to the 49ers because I had done my core stuff and I was getting ready to get on the elliptical.
Okay.
And I was watching the TGL, by the way, that indoor golf league.
Oh,
incredible. Shout out to Bay GC. They're 1-0. Let's go, boys. But I was watching that, and then the Warriors Heat game was going to come on. So I was going to watch that and do my cardio because I hate cardio. It's the worst.
Mm-hmm.
And the 49ers, the news broke that they fired Nick Sorensen, their defensive coordinator, right before I was going to start my cardio. Because if that had happened 3 minutes into the workout, I would have gotten off the elliptical. I would have done the riding, and then I'm probably not getting back on.
Oh, yeah.
So salute to the timing and not doing it at 9 p.m. when I'm like in bed.
Oh, yeah.
So shout out to the 49ers. They have fired Nick Sorensen. Probably the right move, especially since Tim Kawakami reported that there were people in the building that just felt like he wasn't ready for the job.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
Like you always hate to hear that. But you know what? I think we're hearing that more and more. And even like the way that the Patriots fired Mayo.
Mhm.
Like they were very clear. Like we probably put him in a bad situation. He wasn't ready for the job.
Mhm.
And that's what's always tough. It's we talked about it with the Sacramento Kings. It's why, like I did not want Doug Christie to get the job 3 years ago when Luke Walton got
Yeah.
fired. Alvin Gentry was a right decision then,
Mhm.
and this time around, it looks like Doug Christie's the right decision. But now
Very
he has
clearly.
3.5 years of assistant coaching experience. He's
Yep.
got a couple of summers training with people. He's got a summer league roster under his belt. All those things, they matter
Mhm.
when you get to the actual position. You're just
Mhm.
better prepared. And I think that, admitting that you may have made a mistake and saying that somebody we don't even sounds like the Niners don't even want him to leave the building.
Yeah, they want him to stick around.
Yeah.
They just don't want him to be the defensive coordinator anymore.
Yeah.
So that's really eye-opening to me.
Mhm.
Because it means that maybe their discussion with him when they fired him was like a mutual him going, I'm not ready to do this.
Yeah.
Or them saying that and him kind of agreeing, and they're hoping it can be amicable where maybe he sticks around as their special teams coordinator.
Yeah.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic threw that out as a joke a couple weeks ago, and now it looks like that might be the path they're going down.
Well, especially since they fired their special teams coach, which had to go.
Right. And that's just that now you're not firing him. You're basically just moving him to a different coordinator spot, maybe one where he's going to be more comfortable. So here's the deal with this, though. I wasn't necessarily of the mind they were going to fire him. I was leaning toward no, because I think that's a little bit risky. If you're going 2 years in a row now where you're trying to hire a new defensive coordinator and you're getting a new voice in the building and somebody else for the players to get used to, and there's that communication stuff, and is he on the field, is he in the booth, and does the philosophy jibe, et cetera, et cetera. I think you don't make this move with Nick Sorensen. You got to get the next hire right.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot be wrong again, which leads me to believe 2B. Did I say A or 1?
I'm not sure. Either
2B.
2B.
Also, as well, they have somebody in mind and have a good idea that person is going to be available.
You would hope so.
I.e. Robert Saleh. Who is interviewing for the Jacksonville Jaguars head coaching position. He was a linebackers coach there before coming to the 49ers as their defensive coordinator in 2017. He is interviewing with the Jags on next Tuesday.
Okay.
I think I saw was the report. It might have been Thursday. I don't know. I can't read. So my guess is that's plan A for them, but they have a very solid plan B ready to go.
Yeah, that's what you expect, whether it's Jeff Ulbrich or whether it's somebody else like that that knows that they know from inside the building that's been in the building before. It's like, hey, like whatever we're going to do here, we have very set plan of if we don't get this guy, we've got this guy lined up, and maybe you get both of them in some capacity, whatever.
I don't think it's going to be Brandon Staley. It needs to not be Brandon Staley. I don't think they brought in Brandon Staley to have a different viewpoint on defense, because Kyle Shanahan has a very specific way he wants to do things, and they just wanted a different voice in the building, and he's looking to reestablish himself as a viable head coaching candidate or a viable defensive coordinator candidate. So that's why he's in San Francisco. I don't think the Niners want to do philosophically what he wants to do defensively. So I don't think that's a worry.
I think it's interesting he's not even we haven't heard that he's being considered yet at all for that position.
Yeah, they interviewed him for the defensive coordinator position last year.
Okay.
But then hired him as this assistant head coach, defensive specialist, whatever his title is. I don't even know.
Yeah, I sent you the cheese touch meme.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I kind of feel like with Staley. He's got the cheese touch right now, and you got to figure out a way to get the stink of that off you after what happened in with the Chargers, and then what happened this year with the 49ers. It's like you don't want to be that guy that everywhere you go, mass destruction happens. And I'm not blaming him 100% for anything that happened here in San Francisco, but if you're a coach that ends up being in the wrong position at the wrong spot at the wrong time again and again and again, you end up you kind of at some point it might be you. It's probably not you, but it might be you.
Well, he was a really successful defensive coordinator with the Rams in 2020.
Yeah.
But that Rams defense had prime Jalen Ramsey, prime Aaron Donald, And
They were good.
I think Leonard Floyd was on that team.
Yeah.
Michael Brockers might have been there. That was just a really, really talented defense. And then he got his head coaching job at the Chargers, and it was just kind of a mess. So I don't know if Brandon Staley is a bad defensive coordinator or not. I just don't think he's going to be an option for them.
Okay.
Just because of the philosophical differences of what he wants to do versus what the 49ers want to do. But yeah, Jeff Ulbrich would make sense. He was Robert Saleh's defensive coordinator with the Jets. That's kind of the route I think they want to go. Somebody with a proven track record who is going to do what, like, jibes with what they want to do defensively.
Totally. And the talent they have on the roster right now and the talent they need to add to the roster.
Yeah.
You want the mentality right, because we keep hearing that, like, oh, the whole a guy who coaches from the back, a guy who coaches from the front line.
Sure.
Yeah, like in the booth, out of the booth. Like, there's too many things going on here with this. Just go get a really good defensive coordinator that knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And even if it's Robert Saleh, even if it's for a year until he gets another head coaching job,
Sure,
it's probably not a bad idea to like try to get him back and establish the culture that you had before, and then build from there.
Yeah, it's the right idea, because you're gonna he has familiarity with Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. Who else is there? Is that it? Nick Bosa and Fred Warner mainly. I think those.
Is that it?
That
That's all
right.
that's left.
If they bring Dre Greenlaw back, then Dre.
Yeah. Boy, that's tough.
Hufanga was post Saleh. That was 5 years ago. 2020. It was 5 seasons ago.
So, and in that time, they had Ryans, right?
D'Amico Ryans.
And then
Steve Wilkes.
And then, you had Ryans for 2 years, and then Wilkes, and then three defensive coordinators in 3 years is not great.
So, and this is why I think they need to hire somebody with experience, because like Nick Sorensen was in the building. He had been around, but he was a defensive assistant year one, and then like a passing game specialist and Nichols coach in the next 2 years, and then the defensive coordinator. And it was kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And if you bring in Robert Saleh, you are not only bringing in a coach who has familiarity with your star players, who can run a defense, who can be effective, but you're also now putting yourself in a position where, okay, you only have him for 1, maybe 2 more years, because I think he's going to get another crack at being a head coach. I don't think he was doing a bad job at the Jets. I think the Jets were doing a bad job as an organization. So I think he's going to, but what you need to do, because Robert Saleh struggled out of the gate. 2017, 2018, very ugly, but then 2019, he gets some personnel. He's in year 3, and all of a sudden everything takes off, and he's suddenly a head coaching candidate. They don't have that runway anymore. They don't have the space to just be bad for a couple of years and let a defensive coordinator learn on the fly. So if you bring in Saleh, and the reason D'Amico Ryans was so good out of the gate, he struggled a little bit early on, but by the end of his first season was super successful, and obviously awesome in his second season, and got the head coaching gig with the Texans. But he was like being groomed to be the next defensive coordinator. Whether they explicitly said it or not, that was the goal. And they knew when, hey, we know Robert Saleh's leaving, we know that's the next guy.
Well, I mean, when you're the 49ers, you always have to have the next guy, because your team is usually so good that teams are plucking your offensive and defensive coordinators nonstop. And, that's why we see the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree. It just keeps going, because, every year you just keep losing guys. And that's tough. I mean, you have a guy for a year or two. They do great things. They deserve a promotion to go be a head coach somewhere.
Sure.
Like, we don't have that thing where, guys stick around in one spot. Was it Monty Kiffin that was in Tampa Bay for like 17 years or something? That just doesn't happen anymore. So it's tough. It's a tough job to be a head coach in the NFL, and success. Like, people just gut your team anytime you have success. They gut your second guy like half the time. And that's a problem too. So
so bringing Saleh in makes the most sense. Bringing in Jeff Ulbrich makes the most sense. But man, you need to have somebody else in the wings. Because it was clear that wasn't Sorensen. They said he said after, hey, he's not ready. That's all right. Like, he kind of got thrown into the fire a little bit. And it didn't go great. So interested to see how that shapes up. Again, Josina Anderson reporting the 49ers are expected to offer Saleh the job. I don't even know if he'll need to interview. Just offer it.
No, I just like, hey, if you want it, it's yours.
My guess is that phone call was placed a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't try to bring him in midseason when he was let go by the Jets.
They might have.
Where did he go then?
He's an offensive assistant with the Packers.
Oh.
So he gets to just hang out, be a consultant or whatever, gets to go on a playoff run, and then go from there.
Okay.
But trying to change defensive coordinators midseason, that's just hitting a red button that I don't think they necessarily wanted to hit.
No, I get you.
So that's kind of where that's at. And head coach firings coach firings are the thing this time of year. I believe we have 6. Raiders, Jags, Jets, Pats, Saints, and Bears.
Yeah, I think, yeah. It like Black Monday turned into Black Monday, Tuesday. It just like kept extending.
Yeah.
Like, and even Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I mean, it is what it is. It's just like,
yeah, it was Sunday. Yeah, Sunday for the Pats. That was crazy.
Yeah.
I want to get to this Raiders thing because the Antonio Pierce firing happened after our show.
Yep.
And again, this is largely a little bit the same gripe I had with the Mike Brown firing, which is less that they let him go. It's the circumstances. It's just the machinations and the way it was done.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Raiders had Antonio Pierce go out and do media on Monday and have a team meeting where players, according to reports, were excited about kind of the future and the direction the team was heading.
Okay.
And then you just pull the rug out and fire the coach. Look, if you're going to do that, I don't mind firing Antonio Pierce. Yeah. Same thing I said with Mike Brown. I didn't think it was necessarily the right move, but you kind of had to.
Yeah.
A change needed to happen, and that was the most immediate one to do. So you just got to do it. And it turned out right move so far. Won 5 in a row. They look great. And with the Raiders, maybe they come out on fire next year and everything looks great. But for me, like, if you're going to fire him, do it Monday. Do what? You need to know that this is happening.
Yeah.
How is what changed between Sunday? Like the season didn't change on Sunday. They just lost to the Chargers. You knew you were bad. They didn't miss the playoffs because of Sunday's game, and all of a sudden you got a decision to make. You knew by the middle of the year, like, oh, okay, we see how this thing is shaping up.
No, I agree. I would say the biggest difference I would just like fully point at between Antonio Pierce and Mike Brown is that Mike Brown is a seasoned, really, really good head coach who had turned your franchise around versus a guy who was just really a vibes guy. Like you were hoping that Antonio Pierce was able, and he captured the imagination of the team in the second half of the season and screwed him for draft picks. You know, like, hey, let's win some games, like the, win one for the Gipper type thing. And it's like, okay, that's fine. But there has to be substance there. And I think in year 2, like you didn't really give him anything to work with. Like, hey, you got a choice between O'Connell and Gardner Minshew as your quarterbacks. Yikes. Oh, wait, Desmond Ridder got waived. Let's throw him in the mix. You trade your disgruntled wide receiver midway through the season. You didn't re-sign your running back that led the league in rushing the year or 2 before.
Yeah.
Like there were too many things. It's like, hey, if you're going to give Antonio Pierce a job, at least give him some training wheels.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You knew, I said midseason, you knew from the jump what this year was going to be, man.
Yeah, he's out there without a helmet on, riding down a steep hill.
Dude, and that's and like I said, if they believe that moving on from him is the right move, fine. I don't mind that at all. Just do it on Monday.
Yeah.
You knew then. You realistically knew then, but no, they had meetings and all this stuff. Well, the reporting from this morning makes this a little more interesting.
Oh.
Because it was reported last night that Tom Brady got involved.
Oh, great.
New minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Tom Brady got involved. Mark Davis then had a meeting with Antonio Pierce, and Antonio Pierce was let go.
Oh.
Reporting from this morning from NFL Network, Tom Pelissero, that Tom Brady has spoken with Bill Belichick about joining the Las Vegas Raiders as their head coach.
Oh, boy.
Bill Belichick, of course, just signed with the University of North Carolina to be their head football coach and football czar running that program. Bill Belichick has a $10 million buyout with UNC. So basically he or whatever NFL team he goes to would have to pay $10 million to get him out of his contract. If he leaves before June 1, 2025.
That's wild to have an out before June 1, 2025. Like, oh, I'm taking over your college program. Except for maybe I'm not. I want a 6-month window to back out.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Kind of crazy.
That's wild.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that Bill Belichick wants to be the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, where he would have to then work for Tom Brady. Tom Brady would be his boss.
No, Tom Brady's going to sell his stake and come right back and
Stop. No chance. No chance. I mean, not no chance. I don't want to say no. Yeah. I'm not going to say never. Small chance. Slim chance. North of 0, south of 1.
Yeah.
But I just don't like and here's the deal. My guess is Bill Belichick is going to want full control. And my guess is that's why he wasn't given a job. Because like he's Bill freaking Belichick, dude.
Well, the Niners offered him the defensive coordinator job.
Offered him whatever job he wanted.
Whatever job you want outside of head coach.
Shanahan said, whatever you want.
Pick your choice.
Yeah, and he went, no, I'm going to go hang out and be a consultant at the University of Washington where my kid's the defensive coordinator, and we're just going to do that. And I think that's what I think scared teams away is he wanted, because Bill Belichick was the head coach and general manager of the New England Patriots. And I think Bill Belichick wanted to be the head coach and general manager of whatever NFL team he went to. And frankly, that's what you get when you're the head coach of a college team.
Mm-hmm.
You are the decider on all things. So he has that full control. The Raiders did not fire new GM Tom Telesco, which leads me to believe that whatever head coach they bring in has to be like Tom Telesco's choice. Because if you're not doing that, you're doing it wrong regardless if you fire a head coach and not the GM, but that's a separate thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to, whoever they bring in, here's your two options. You can bring in Bill Belichick, but then you gotta jettison Telesco.
Oh yeah.
Or make him president of football ops or whatever
some
title you have to give him.
Position that means nothing.
Sure.
It's fine.
Where Bill Belichick is the GM and has the ultimate say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you keep Telesco as the GM and Bill Belichick is the president of football operations or whatever, who has the final say, whatever it is. Or you say, Belichick, you can be the head coach. You won't have the personnel power you probably want because we have Tom Telesco here. And I don't think he's going to want to do that.
Yeah, if I'm Tom Telesco, I don't want any part of. Just go ahead and pay him and go ahead and show him the door. That's fine, and maybe that's the right decision either way.
If they bring in Belichick,
yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, look, if you're going to go full Belichick, the one concern that I have is what is Belichick, like 73?
He's old.
It's a big job for to have both of those titles coming into a season and knowing, like, what are you doing, a 5-year deal, a 4-year deal, and how long are you locking him up for?
And if you look at the post Tom Brady Patriots, really honestly, if you look at starting in 2019, Brady's final year with the Pats, they were a one and done in the playoffs, and that was not a very good team. And then Tom Brady goes and has a ton of success in Tampa Bay. So I think I would have some, like, obviously you want Bill Belichick the coach. He's brilliant. He is so detail oriented in all three facets. He doesn't have like a scheme necessarily. He's so good at adapting his scheme to an opponent, and they're doing different things every week, and they're getting the most out of players that you've never heard of and all that stuff. But on the other hand, that was not a good roster. The Patriots have since 2019, since Tom Brady's final year, they made the playoffs in 2020 with Mac Jones. Well, Mac Jones is now gone. That roster is bereft of talent. They drafted Drake May. That was post-Belichick. Drake May looks like the real deal. He looks like a player. But there's no talent on that team.
No.
I'm not handing the reins to that guy. Because whatever it is with talent evaluation, he was not particularly good at it later in his career in New England. And I think, frankly, Tom Brady hid a lot of the roster deficiencies, particularly on offense.
Yeah, well, I think Tom Brady hit a lot of the roster deficiencies for years. Like, I don't think that team had great talent. They always were on the cheap. Always. They always manipulated. Like, would trade this guy to go get more draft picks.
Mhm.
Like they were always maneuvering, and like that's some of the brilliance to what they were able to do
Yeah.
for all those years is that they were always kind of piecing it together. They never had top tier wide receivers. They very rarely had top tier running backs.
Mhm.
Like it was always, you build the offensive line, you build the defensive line, and even those guys they cheaped out on quite a few times.
Even Randy Moss, they got it like bargain bin price.
Oh, of course, when he had his blow up seasons.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's the thing that I did a piece a while back for Niners Wire when I was just a wee contributor at Niners Wire when Chris Peterman, friend of the program, was running that site, and I dove into Trent Baalke's failures in the NFL draft, and I wanted to compare him to other teams, and so I went, well, the Patriots are always good. I'll go look at their draft, and then I went and looked at the Patriots draft history under Belichick.
Yeah,
yuck, it is mid at best.
Yeah.
So I get why the Raiders would call him. I get why Tom Brady would say, "Hey, I have an idea." But I would also get if Belichick says, "Yeah, I'll do it. I'll even pay the $10 million buyout, but I need full personnel control. I need to run the whole operation. Also, there's going to be a clause in my contract that says my kid is going to be the heir apparent head coach when I'm done." I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah.
There are different, better ways to build a program.
Oh, no, totally.
I'm putting Tom Telesco, my general manager, in charge of that coaching search. I'm saying, who do you want to work with? Who do you think is the best candidate that you can partner with to take this thing out of the doldrums it's been in since 2002?
Yeah. That, and hey, go get him a quarterback. Go get him a running back. Go get him another wide receiver. I know Brock Bowers is great at tight end. And, you've got some defensive players that that you can build around, but you got a lot of work to do. Either way, if you're going to go get a coach, put a coach in a position to have some sort of success.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it, man. All right.
I don't think they did that last year.
That went on much longer than I thought I was going to.
Talk about, Belichick. It's all right.
Yeah, it's fine. Really, it's just, I can't, the head coaching cycle is fascinating because you have, it's a lot different than it normally is because you have the Jags who have a quarterback. Like Trevor Lawrence, whatever you think of him, he's not terrible. You're not having to draft a quarterback.
No, he's still your franchise guy.
Right. The Patriots apparently have their quarterback.
Drake
May looked good this year. The Bears have their quarterback. Caleb Williams, a player.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 jobs where the best candidates, it's like those are the 3 spots. Anybody want to go to the Jets? The Saints salary cap is a mess.
I don't want the Saints job. I don't want the Jets job. And then I don't want that Raiders job.
Not at all. I think I'd take I think if I'm ranking Jets, Pats, Raiders, I think the Raiders go at the top because I would want nothing to do with the Jets.
But the Jets have a good Jets, defense.
Saints, Raiders.
Yeah. At least the Jets have a defense you can build around.
I guess, but organizationally, I just don't want to be involved.
No, I get that.
Not that the Raiders have been like awesome, but the Jets are just a lot of baggage there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Saints, they're a mess. They are, dude, because they did the thing where they kicked the can down the road with their salary cap, which is fine. You can do that, but eventually, like the bill comes due, right?
Yeah, and if you're not very good,
you can make minimum payments on your credit card, but eventually, that bill's gonna come due.
Yeah, eventually you're gonna realize that you're throwing away hundreds of dollars a month.
Yes,
just in interest.
Yep. Anyways, shout out to the Raiders, man. Fingers crossed for them. All right. We got a bunch of King stuff to get into. I was locked into the Warriors Heat game last night. Had a couple of thoughts on that. The Giants signed Justin Verlander. The A's gave Brent Rooker an extension yesterday. We didn't dive into that. We'll do that. A little baseball coming up here in January. But here's my number one takeaway watching the Warriors last night. I'm really watching the Warriors all season.
Mm-hmm.
They got to trade Steph.
Oh.
It's time.
That's tough.
We'll talk about it. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Now I can curse? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. You can drop all the F-bombs you want.
Paolo Banchero is expected to return to action and one of Orlando's back-to-back home games Thursday versus Minnesota or Friday versus Milwaukee. What's going on, everybody? Hi, Cousin Pete. Scooter doesn't like that Verlander signing at all.
All right. Well, Scooter, then we got beef. We'll talk about it.
I don't know.
No, I have so many thoughts on the Verlander thing.
We do. We penciled stuff down. We wrote it on the paper. Let's see.
I am going to disappear for a second.
Oh, Jesus, Kyle. You should. I'm going to show you this after the show, so you're not just angry. Angry Kyle is never good.
What happened?
JC sent us an email.
Oh, no, I know. I talked to him this morning.
Did you read what they pitched?
We're back. Well, we're mics.
Yeah, mics are hot. No, Johnny G. JC is not Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, here at the Odyssey.
Fire, though.
What's that? Wait, I'm confused. Like Zabo, I assume this is in regards to the Verlander. Verlander's old, yes, but Verlander won the Cy Young 2 years ago. Oh. Cousin Pete, Kyle and I lost in the fantasy football playoffs by 3 points. We did not win. In my other league, I came in second in total points and won 4 games the whole year.
Fantasy football's the worst.
It is like every once in a while, like me and my son, our team, every single week that someone blew up and went crazy, they played against us. So that like Alvin Kamara 4-touchdown week in week 2, yeah, that was against us. Week 1 when Anthony Richardson threw for it had like 27 points and everyone was like,
It's the best week of the year.
yeah, oh my gosh, he's amazing. Yeah. 4-touchdown Saquon Barkley game. Yeah, that was against us. 40 plus points. Yeah, we had a rough one. That's the first time me and my son haven't made the playoffs since he joined me with my team, which is like 6 years ago. And we've won 2 Super Bowls and been to the Super Bowl 4 times in 6 years. Are there any factors before the trade deadline that you have to wait for available to trade? You know,
all right, we're all
gonna,
right. I'm adjusting. Scooter's pissing me off.
Oh.
In a good way. Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, hit us up on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. James Ham's over there. I'm Kyle. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hit up jiffylube.com to find the location nearest you today. All All right, we're gonna move some stuff around. The San Francisco Giants signed Justin Verlander yesterday to a 1-year, $15 million deal. Verlander turns 42 before, I believe, in February.
Yeah, it's like right around the corner.
Yeah, so he's about to turn 42. I saw this general negative reaction on the internet yesterday from many a Giants fans. And then our guy Scooter here in the chat, the homie Scooter, also out on the signing. Not a fan.
Okay.
Here's where I'm at with Justin Verlander going to the San Francisco Giants. Just let's get away from the analysis aspect of this all. It's just cool to have a Hall of Famer on your team.
I agree.
Like, I think sports are fun. That's the goal of all of this.
Mm-hmm.
I know we get into the weeds on numbers, and you get there's the high emotions and the low emotions and the anger that comes with it, and all this other stuff. But at its core, sports are supposed to be fun. You get to watch Justin Verlander pitch for your favorite team. That's a cool thing. Justin Verlander is going to go down as a legend.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Well, I totally agree. And in the last 6 years, he's won 2 Cy Youngs. He missed an entire season, but I mean, in 2000,
he won a Cy Young after missing that entire season.
Yeah, the 22 season, he was 18-4 with a 1.75 ERA and led the league in strikeouts with 218.
Good player.
I mean, I went and dug into the stats a little bit. We're talking about a player who's top 10 all time in strikeouts.
Yep.
And has an opportunity to climb to maybe top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he plays a year or two,
mm-hmm.
he could be top 5 all time in strikeouts.
Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they're like guys that he's conceivably going to pass that you're gonna be like, oh wow, like he is that good.
Yes, and he pitches for your favorite team if you're a Giants fan.
Yeah,
if you're a baseball fan here in Sacramento, A's, Giants, Yankees, Cubs, whoever, he's probably gonna pitch at Sutter Health Park this year.
What's crazy too is it like the A's
That's
went out.
Cool.
They signed Severino, right?
Yeah,
and
Severino,
like good pitcher, but his injuries have been like derailed. It has derailed him, right? And we're talking about a 30, 31-year-old that you're hoping can get right, and you signed him to a 3-year deal, and you're hoping that you didn't just throw money down a well. The Giants didn't throw money down a well. It's very possible that Verlander could be a great third starter for this team. I mean, he did it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So, like, I would at least, it wasn't long term. It's not some crazy deal. Like, why not? Like, if you're looking at your rotation and going, we need someone behind Webb. Okay, there he is.
This is, and Tyler Jennings says the goal is not to win. No, that's the player's job. My goal is to have fun watching sports.
Oh yeah.
I am not gonna win or lose the game.
Nope.
No matter how much I think jinxing and superstitions help or hurt.
There's a lot of people who tweet at me that we are behind by whatever amount of points. I've never been behind once.
I have never ever
on an
lost.
NBA court. They have never let me play. I've never been behind.
There is one time I did lose a 49er game because I did not, my 49ers shirt that I wore for every game in 2013 was not washed.
You're a superstition.
And I didn't wear it. That's my fault. That's on me, boys. I'll wear that one. That's a loss on me. I'm 0-1 in my career. It's okay.
But you never dropped a pass or
not
like
an NFL game.
Didn't tackle somebody.
No, right. Yeah.
You know?
So, but yeah, my goal is not to win or lose. My goal is my hope is that the team wins.
Yes, very entertaining.
But I hope to have a good time.
Yes.
Okay. That's what sports are. They're entertainment. Anyways. Back to the Verlander thing.
Yeah.
1 year, $15 million. And this is, I was talking to Joe Shasky about this last night from our sister station 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Shout out to the Morning Roast. We love this, guys. Shoulder. And I don't think the importance of pitching depth in modern Major League Baseball can be overlooked.
Oh, no.
If you need a recent example of how important it is to have like 12 guys who can go start a game for you or start a stretch of games for you, go look at the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yep.
I know everybody knows about Mookie Betts. Everybody knows about Shohei. Everybody knows about Teoscar Hernandez or whoever. Their IL list, trust me, I did a little bit of covering the Dodgers last year for the Sporting News. I followed this very closely. They had like 10 guys on IL, just starting pitchers. Just guys who would be in the starting rotation. They were calling up dudes from like AA to make spot starts. It is, and they wound up winning a title.
Yep.
It is so vital in Major League Baseball today, especially with the way pitchers are used, with the amount of injuries that pitchers deal with, to just have, even if Justin Verlander goes and makes 12 starts for you, you need those 12 starts because you're getting 12 starts out of a Hall of Famer, top 10 all-time in strikeouts, who's still good. I know his metrics are down and all that. Yeah, he's 42. He's not going to be as good as he was 10 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd still way rather have Justin Verlander making those 12 starts than Rando out of AA.
Oh, yeah. I'm totally on board. Like, I don't like the Giants at all, but I certainly can look at this and go, okay. Like,
let's see the vision.
Like, why not?
It's 1 year.
And just so people, he's got 262 career wins. This is something that we looked at. It is so sad to see what's happened to wins, to victories in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Pitchers don't win games anymore. Like, there are people on the top 10. Okay, so you looked up, but Sonny Gray is the only pitcher under 35 with 100 wins, right?
I don't know if that's the case, but he is the active leader among players under 35 in wins, and he has 111. This is getting away from the Verlander thing, and I want to dive into this, but real quick, let me address one more thing. I do think, and Scooter asks, is this a teaching the young guys type of thing? Yeah, I think having a veteran like Justin Verlander in the locker room is huge.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to have Logan Webb and Ryan Birdsong and Kyle Harrison, and these are going to be the guys who are the future of your organization, the future of your rotation. Yeah, having a year with Justin Verlander won't hurt.
Nope.
Because I don't think so.
We even talked to JP Sears about this.
Yeah.
And he talked about Severino. And
yes.
said,
1,000%.
This dude he's a leader behind the scenes. He's a guy that will sit there and talk to you and help you get through things. And like, he was never, ever a guy that like just came in every fifth day and did his job and then walked away. Like, he was always there for the young guys, always trying to work with everybody. Like, so like, and maybe there's value here.
Yeah. And maybe Verlander's not that guy. I have no idea. I just don't think if they had committed, if this was a 5-year, $200 million deal, okay, yeah, let's talk about if it's a bad signing, which it would have been. But 1 year, $15 million to have Justin Verlander go make some starts for you? Yeah, man. I'm in. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
But I started here real quick. Hang on. Before we dig into the wins thing. The Elk Grove Kid Talk lines 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Our guy Mitch in New Jersey wants to weigh in. What's up, Mitch?
Hey, how you guys do? What's cracking, Kyle, Mr. Ham?
What's going on?
How about?
Wait, hang on, Mitch. Pause. Mitch, I love you. Mitch,
we got more snow on Saturday. It's like
Mitch.
30 degrees out here, but I got to feed my neighbor's dog. I love them.
Hey, Mitch. Mitch.
Yeah.
Who did you say? Kyle and who?
I'm just being joking. James. I was just being facetious.
Okay, got it.
All right, Mr. Matson.
Nice.
All right.
Nice. We called him Sam. There's no Sam here.
Sam, I said Mr. Ham.
Oh, I thought you said
it's
Sam. That's on me. That foul on me. Foul on me. All right, go ahead. Continue, Mitch.
It's not you, it's me. A little stanza there. How about Sale going to the and now that the Raiders won themselves out of the Hunter, Cam, and Sanders sweepstakes. Wide receiver from Arizona, McMillan, Jackson Daw in the second round, and Damian Martinez in third round from Miami, running back. He also played with Oregon State. But the time Ray gets drafted, they're going to be playing for 3-4 colleges.
Right on. Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate the call. Let's get Mitch in there as the head coach of the Raiders. Let's go. McMillan out of Arizona in round 1. Go get Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss in round 2. And then the running back from Miami in round 3. Here we go. The Raiders are back.
Mitch has got us. All right.
Elk Grove Kid Talk on 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Yeah, so I was looking at this last night because I went, is Justin Verlander close to 300 wins? Could we have history in San Francisco? He's close-ish. 262 wins. He needs 38 and he's 42. I don't think he gets there. But not only is he potentially, if he does, I don't think he will, but if he does, I don't think anyone will ever get to 300 wins again.
Okay.
But he's going to be the last person to even get close. Because next on the list in active leaders in wins is Max Scherzer with like 212?
216.
216?
Yep. Clayton
and Max
Kershaw.
Scherzer's 38.
Scherzer's 39, and I think he's already turned 40.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. The next on the list is Clayton Kershaw, who was 36 this last season. He will be 37 before the start of the season, and he's at 212. And then fourth on the list, we drop all the way down to Garrett Cole at 153. Now, he's 33, so he is the one guy with wins, but he's 33 years old. Like 100, he's fourth currently. This always there's going to be this weird discussion that I don't think will ever take place. That I think should. What do you do with pitchers that are in between like the Randy Johnson, Greg Maddux era and the era that we're in now? All these pitchers won like 220, 240, games, and they're not considered Hall of Famers because they didn't get to 300, which is always auto entry. Auto entry in the Hall of Fame is 500 home runs. It's 3,000 hits. It's 300 wins. 300 wins or 3,000 strikeouts. That's auto entry.
Sure.
Right? Unless you did steroids and then you're
then
lost
you're
in
host.
limbo.
Sure.
Right? But
real quick amendment. Unless you did steroids and also the people just didn't like you.
Yeah, that happens.
And that'll be the excuse.
Yeah.
Because if you did steroids and everyone likes you, David Ortiz, you're in. If you did steroids and you were a jerk, Barry Bonds, you're out.
Yeah.
Anyways, go on.
Well, I mean, it's the same with Roger Clemens, and there's a lot of them that are just like out,
Yep.
right? So I just think it's really interesting because, like a guy like Tim Hudson has 222 wins, career wins. He's got more wins than Clayton Kershaw.
That's crazy.
222 wins.
I would have lost that trivia every time.
He only won 20 once, but he was like Maddux, who just like every year was 15 wins for years. Like, what are we going to do about pitchers like this who finish with like 40 more wins than Pedro Martinez? And I don't know the answer because like it used to be some standard that was put out there, 300 wins, but no one is going to get to that anymore. What is the new standard? Dude. Is it going to be 200 or is it going to be 220?
Or is baseball falling down such a rabbit hole of analytics that pitcher wins is no longer a stat anybody cares about?
Oh, that's wild though.
And that's where I think it's going because like seriously, the pitcher win is a sham stat, right?
Yeah.
Because you can go. Nolan Ryan had a year where he went like 6-18 and won the ERA title.
Oh yeah, he struck out a bajillion
with the Astros, I think it was. But I mean, you could go pitch a one hitter for 12 innings, and that one hit is a solo home run in the 12th, and get a loss, right? Like it's just not a good indicator of whether a pitcher was good or not. And we've
even last year, who was the guy that the Dodgers just let go mid-season who was like 8-2 on the season?
James Paxton.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, that was probably a bad idea.
But see, that's the thing. James Paxton wasn't very good.
No, he wasn't very good, but he kept winning.
I guess.
And I guess you roll him out there and you're hoping that you can figure something out. But yeah.
Hey, hang on. I want to detour here. That Nolan Ryan season I was talking about in Houston was 1987.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it.
He was 40 and went 8-16 with a league best 2.76 ERA.
Kyle, he struck out 270 that year. 270. The next year at 41,
keep going.
228. The next year at 42 years old in 1989, he struck out 301. 301 batters. 232 the next year.
All leading the league from age 40 to 43.
Yeah, his strikeout totals 5,714 strikeouts. It's so far above anything else that the only stat you can really compare to, there's two in all of sports that you look at. It's Jerry Rice's receiving yards that are so like 7,000 more than anyone else. And
it's outrageous.
Ricky Henderson's stolen bases.
Yeah, Ricky's stolen bases will never get touched.
No, it's Lou Brock at like 900 and something, and then it's
1,300.
Yeah, Ricky Henderson over 1,300.
Yeah, and guys just don't, and that's where this goes now when you start talking about wins for pitchers and stuff. The reason nobody's going to touch Ricky Henderson's steals record is A, because he had so damn many, but B, that's just not the game anymore.
No.
Even with the bigger bases and the limited pickoff attempts and all that, guys are stealing more than they did 5 years ago. But nothing is going to be, that's not the game anymore. The game isn't, hey, we're going to put Ricky Henderson at the top of the lineup because he's awesome at getting on base. And if he gets a single, it's going to be a triple. Because that's just how it goes. No, it's going to be, we're going to get Ricky Henderson on base, and then the next 3 guys are going to try and hit a 2-run homer. And we don't want to risk him getting thrown out and eliminating that potential for a run. So he's just going to stay on first. So that's why I think we're never going to see a pitcher get even close to 300 wins again. So Garrett Cole, you said, is 33 years old?
Yes.
He would need to average 15 wins a season through his age 43 season to get to 300.
Yeah.
No chance. And that's just, I think that's born out of one. You brought up a really interesting point that the pitchers just come up later now, which I think that's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
B, the injury stuff with pitchers is just costing guys seasons. Like you tear your UCL, you're losing whatever the rest of that season is, the next season, and then you come back the next season and hey, maybe you're never quite the same. And on top of all that, you've got openers now, you've got pitch counts because guys you're trying to mitigate injuries.
Mm-hmm.
You got guys going 4 innings. And not getting a chance to get that win. I just think the way that pitchers are managed now and the way the injury situations are with pitchers, you're just no one's going to get an opportunity to win 300.
No, it's not even going to be close. I mean, we were looking in, like, Brandon Webb is the youngest player on the top 100 in current, like, wins, like career wins.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only player who's 27, and now he's 28, but he was 20 coming into last season or finishing last season. That was 27 or below on the entire list of the top 100, and he has 55 insane. Wins. That's like
he's only 245 crazy. Away.
Yeah,
so he needs to average
20 a year for 12 seasons would give him 240. That would put him at 295.
So 20 a year for 12 seasons, which means he's winning 20 a year until he's almost 40. Yeah.
Every year. He might not win 20 once.
We might never see a 20-game winner again.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like I'm floored when I went to look at those numbers. Like, I knew we probably were never going to have anybody hit 300 again, but the fact that Justin Verlander is probably as close as we'll ever see, and he's still pretty far away.
Oh yeah. He needs 38 wins, and I don't know how you get 38 wins at age 40, almost 42.
Yeah. You gotta go 4 more years at 10 wins a year.
Not going to happen.
At 8 last year.
Yeah. That's tough.
Yeah, man. But I love the signing for the Giants. It's just a good depth to have. Experienced starter. If you get into a playoff situation, you feel really good about rolling Justin Verlander out for a game.
Yeah.
Maybe you convert him to a closer at some point.
Oh.
If that's something he's amenable to. I don't know. I think there are options here with Justin Verlander that for 1 year and $15 million, that is pennies for the Giants.
Yeah.
The Giants print money. I know there's competitive balance tax or whatever there is in Major League Baseball, but the Giants aren't strapped for cash here where this is going to make it so they can't go sign player X.
No,
this is just a quality depth signing for me.
And isn't everything paid off? Like they are just printing money.
Yeah.
Like I think they paid off their park in 7 years or 8 years, something crazy.
Yeah, they're chilling. They have no issues. At least they shouldn't have issues financially. And just one more point. And again, I was talking with Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game about this last night, and he brought up this point on Twitter, and I thought it was great. The Giants had 9 players make 7 or more starts for them last year.
Oh.
This isn't.
Yeah.
That's the name of the game now, man. That's just, and that doesn't. All of those are. I'm sorry. Eric Miller was primarily a reliever and started 10. Jordan Hicks started 20 of his 29 games.
That's wild.
But everyone else is a starter. So this is just this is modern baseball, man.
Like, how many pitchers did you say started?
they had 16 pitchers make starts. 9 of them made 7 or more.
The A's had 10 who made 9 or more starts. 10. Hoagland Harris, Osvaldo Bido,
Sure.
Paul Blackburn before he was traded, Joe Boyle before he was traded,
JP Sears.
JP Sears. Yeah, JP Sears started 32 games.
JP Sears was the big winner the other day for me, by the way.
Yeah, cool dude.
Count me down. Big JP Sears guy.
Yeah, super chill dude. He's again, we're talking about a pitcher we all think of as like a young pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be 29 this year.
Yeah,
like that's just kind of the way it works now. Like it's getting up into the major leagues, and sticking is so difficult. And we're talking about a guy who has, I don't even know if he has 3 years of full service in Major League Baseball. Like
Sears?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know.
I believe he does.
Is it that many years?
22, 23, 24.
Yeah. His service time is 2.081.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, he exceeded his rookie limit in 2022. I see. Okay.
Yeah. So he's arbitration eligible in 2026, but he's not a free agent until 2029. And in 2029, we're talking, another 4 seasons. That's the other issue. Almost 33.
Teams purposely, because of what you're talking about, the service time rules, like manipulate when guys are up and not.
Oh, totally.
It's so rare that it's like, this guy's awesome in AAA. He's 20. Bring him up. It's okay. We're going to bring him up for this many days, but then we got to send him down to make sure that he's not arbitration eligible for this many years. So we have maximum amount of team control where he's not hitting free agency until he's 28.
Yeah. So we were talking to Lawrence Butler wasn't eligible to be rookie of the year last year not because he didn't have the at bats. Like he had the exact number of bats to stay eligible, which is 130. If you have 130 at bats, if you have more than 130 at bats, you're no longer eligible for rookie of the year the next year. Right. So he was under that, but he would have been up with the team more than 50 games.
Yeah.
And even though he didn't play, he was ineligible for rookie of the year last year. And he would have won rookie of the year.
If he didn't win it, he was going to be really close.
Oh yeah.
He was so freaking good in the second half.
Yeah.
Brent Rooker, by the way, got a 5-year, $60 million extension. We didn't talk about that yesterday.
Which happened during
more A's spending
during the overtime while he was sitting courtside. It was announced.
Yeah. And it was, dude, we talked to him.
Yeah.
And we were like, hey, I was like, how do you compartmentalize being involved in trade rumors? Like, you're the guy who gets traded,
especially here in Oakland.
You're right.
Well, now in Sacramento, but the A's.
You're 29. You're coming off a season where you should have been an all-star.
39 home runs.
Right. You're the guy they trade for younger prospects. And he's like, I don't want to go anywhere. And
I'm going to be here.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not
going anywhere. And we're like, oh,
that's how did we not go? Oh, why do you say that? Like, I think I was just taking it as like the standard answer.
Well, that, and I think we were both like sort of off the record with off the record, but we didn't have a mic out recording.
We were chilling.
We were just hanging out with
we were the stop
getting to know them.
There's all the TV stations were there and stuff.
Yeah.
And we were just kind of the stop on the way between TV stations. They'd come and hang out for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah, dude. But what was funny is I didn't think that much of it at the time, but then that extension got announced and I was like, oh, that was it just all kind of.
Yeah, that was the moment and we totally missed it, Kyle.
Brutal. Brutal.
So wait, are you signing an extension?
Yeah, that was it. That was the question. We just didn't ask it. That's all right.
That's all right.
We'll do better next time. Hopefully get Rooker on the show here soon. 5 years, $60 million. Shout out to Brent Rooker. Very well earned. Excellent player, and he will be staying with the A's here in Sacramento and then in Vegas, assuming that deal gets done. All right. Wow, first hour is that. That's it.
That's it
for the first hour.
We did it, Kyle.
We have another whole hour coming up, though. So stick around on ESPN 1320. Stick around on YouTube, Twitch. We're going to be here. We're hanging out. We're taking you up to noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, this is Kyle Madsen from the Insiders, and I've got good news. Underdog is available to play here in California. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all your takes during the NFL playoffs with over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won. That's $2 billion won. Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all of your favorite athletes' performances. Underdog's pick'em game, it's super easy. You pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats like pass attempts, rushing yards, receptions, you know what the stats are. And then you can win up to 1,000 times your money. So if like you think Lamar Jackson's going to keep cooking in the postseason, which I kind of personally do, you'll want to go higher on his 216.5 passing yards in the wild card round against Pittsburgh. If you think Russell Wilson and the Steelers offense is going to continue to struggle, well, then maybe you want to jump on the lower 1.5 passing touchdowns for their matchup with the Ravens. And it's not just the NFL. They've got all your favorite leagues and stars to choose from. I'll have some picks coming up for you a little bit later. I've got a lineup set for tonight, and we'll go over that on the Insiders. I'd love for you to play along with me because Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em. Download the app. That's Underdog. Download the app. Sign up with the promo code KyleM and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KyleM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. We did it.
Let's see. Andrew, the reason I don't bring up Cal Ripken's consecutive game streak in this same way that I bring up Jerry Rice or Ricky Henderson or Nolan Ryan's streak is because Cal Ripken played like 200 more games or 150 more games than Lou Gehrig. And so, yeah, no one is ever going to touch that streak because players don't play the consecutive games that they used to. But he also didn't take like Lou Gehrig's record and like go so much further than the record that no one can ever touch it. So that's why I don't consider it in the same way. Again, go look at Jerry Rice's.
Definitely a record nobody's going to touch, though.
No, it's a record that no one's going to touch because people just don't play games like that anymore. I know, like at one point, Miguel Tejada would led Major League Baseball at like 600 games or 480 games or something.
Guy gets to 200 consecutive games, and it's like, whoa!
Whoa, I can't believe that happened.
Yeah, take a day off, guy.
Yeah. Again, I'm not trying to disparage like Cal Ripken's record. Lou Gehrig's record, 2,130 games. And Ripken played 501 more games. So I guess that's a lot. Like 26-32. Also, Lou Gehrig got ALS and had to retire. Well, Miguel Tejada got up to 1,152 consecutive games played. Of course, he also got caught doing steroid stuff.
Oy.
Steve Garvey. He's, I think, 5th. There's someone in the NPL that played Sacho Kinugasa from 1970 to 1987, played 2,215 consecutive games. We retired with the streak intact.
Hey, Ham, 10 seconds.
F.
All right, the mics are going to be hot. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are rocking with you until noon. Then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's sports leader. He's James. I'm Kyle. Jiffy Lube sponsors the show. The Elk Grove Kia talk line is 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Don, I see ya on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Hang in there for 1 second. James, I want to touch base with you real quick on the Orlando Robinson thing.
Yeah.
The Kings waived him late in yesterday's show, so we did the news, but we didn't get to really dig into the machinations of this. So they had to waive him to ensure that his salary wouldn't be guaranteed for the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And it now opens up a roster spot at the end of the Kings bench. So they now have 14 players under contract. Jay Crowder and Doug McDermott stuck around. So their contracts are both fully guaranteed through the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
They can be waived. They can be let go. The Kings just are going to owe them money.
Yeah. And for what I know, Jay Crowder had already, like, his contract that he signed was an entire season contract. Okay. It was for like $1.6 million or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's a veteran minimum, but veteran minimum for the amount of time left in the season.
A prorated veteran.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Exactly. Right. And then Doug McDermott had a $750,000 guarantee, $750,000. Yeah. When he signed. And so if he wasn't waived by, January 7th, there's a 48-hour window to clear waivers, and players have to clear waivers by January 10th.
Mm-hmm.
And so now, again, Orlando is available for anyone to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings, like, if they had a two-way spot, they could go back to Orlando and see if and offer him a two-way spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Orlando's a player that someone will probably gamble on and say, hey, 15th roster spot, we might take him on. Someone can claim him off waivers, and that's just another thing that can happen. But
do you know? I'm trying to find Orlando Robinson's numbers here real quick. Orlando Robinson this season played 9 games with the Kings. If they signed him to a two-way, would those 9 games count toward the number of games he could play?
No.
Okay, so he would get.
It is a prorated, though. Well, okay, so every two-way player, if you have at a certain point in the season, if you have 15 roster spots taken up, then your 3 two-way players get 50 games each.
Mason Jones, Isaiah Crawford, Isaac Jones.
Yeah, they get 50 games each that they can be up with the main club.
Okay.
If you don't have 15 players at a specific point in the season, the Kings are okay. They had that. Then you get a total, I think, of 90 games or 99 games, right? So either way, like, the Kings are going to run into this problem, but it's each of those spots have 50 games. Not any two-way that you sign has 50 games. Got me? So if the Kings were to, say, elevate Isaac Jones to the main roster, who's already been on, again, he's already played, I think it's 32 or 33 games he's suited up in. And so those count. He's only got like 16 or 17, 18 games left that he can actually play from here on out the rest of the season. So if you were to elevate him to the main roster, his 50 games, his block of 50 games, you can only sign someone to that position that would then only have like 17 or 18 games. Are you with me?
I see. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the slot gets 50 games, not the players.
Yeah, you don't get unlimited amount of 50 player two-way players. You can't just keep signing two-way players, getting to a certain like 20 games in and then waiving them and then signing another two-way player and get another 50 games.
Got it.
It's only 50 per slot.
Okay. Do you think that's, I know there's different things they can do with that roster spot. They can make a trade and it allows them to take 2 back for 1 if they or 3 back for 2, whatever.
Yeah.
It gives them that flexibility. Do you think right now their path is leaning toward Isaac Jones getting converted to a full NBA contract?
Well, if you do that, you're going to do it after we pass the trade deadline.
Right.
So that's what you can do. So basically, whatever they're going to do at the trade deadline, what this does is it just gives
If
you
anything.
flexibility, right? Like what you said, it gives you the ability to trade two of your players out and take back 3 without having to waive a player. That's one avenue that it can help you. It can also help that if you get to the trade deadline and you've already made other moves or whatever has happened, maybe you haven't made a move, but it still does give you the opportunity to go, so, hey, you're, that league minimum player will take on your league minimum player. You give us a second round pick and $1.5 million to cover his salary, and we'll take him off your books so you can drop below the luxury tax. They can do that, like what they've done in previous years, where last year they traded for Robin Lopez. They've traded for Robin Lopez twice at the trade deadline and waived him in the last like 8 years. So there are these different things that you can do with that position. And I think a lot of times fans are like, oh, well, you did all of that just to get some cash and a second round pick or whatever. And to be honest with you, the Kings need second round picks. So if they ended up doing that at the last second, that's not a bad move for the Kings. The other thing that this transaction did is it locked them in at $3.2 million under the luxury tax for this season, and roughly $10 million under the first apron. And so the Kings are hard capped at the first apron, which is $178 million. They cannot, under any circumstance, go over $178 million in salary for this season. So what they could do right now, we talked about this before, where you have the mid-level exception. They still have their mid-level exception. They could absorb a player into just the mid-level, and the other team would get something like a trade exception, right? And they could just absorb their salary as long as they stay below the $178 million first apron.
Yeah.
So, but if they did that, they would go over the luxury tax,
Right.
which then they don't get their luxury tax share.
Right.
So this can work out a lot of different ways. Maybe they use this space, maybe they don't. Maybe they offer up, $27 million in salary for a $34 million player. And so they have $7 million more in salary coming back, and that pushes them over the luxury tax, but keeps them below the apron. There are a lot of ways in which they can manipulate this and use this money in different ways.
Okay. I want to put a pin in that because I want to get out to the Elk Grove Kia talk line. But I have a couple of questions regarding that. The Elk Grove Kia talk line is 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'd love to hear from you. And Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Kyle and Hammer, what's up?
What's up, TC?
What's up, man?
Hey, check it out. So listen, before we go Kings, let's go Niners. Kyle, Ham, I'm all for Robert Saleh coming back, bro, because I think that's a smart move. You get him back in the building, bring the defensive back, and see how they shake out this year with Shanahan. So when you move on from him, you can just put Saleh in his spot, which we should have did from the jump instead of letting him go. We should have promoted Robert Saleh or D'Amico Ryan. Kyle will tell you that, Hammer. He know the truth.
I don't know that, but TC, I'm being dead serious. I deeply respect your commitment to this take.
But hey, Kyle,
what do you got on the Kings?
Also, what I got on the Kings? Hey, Hammer. Hey, am I wrong for switching out? Maybe I don't know, man. Maybe like I don't know, bro, because I don't want to mess with it. I know we need things, but I don't want to mess with it. Like I think the only tweak that we should do is maybe like a land for Valanciunas, right, to throw him and have that edge rebounding, because we know what he can do. He played with Domas. Like, just get another edgy player that can come in, another big man. You get me? Or am I tripping, Ham and Kyle? I don't know. Let me know, please.
Thanks for the call, TC. Appreciate you. So I think that what TC just said is the new number one question about the Kings in the trade market. Because I think what their recent run under Doug Christie has done has not, for me, altered whether they need to make changes to their roster. I think they do, because the goal is not just to be, a good regular season team. You're trying to win playoff series. But I think the urgency changes and the reason for that trade changes. And I think it actually gets more difficult now, because before, when they were 6 games under 500, it was like, well, do you even want to make a trade because you might have to give up assets, and is this team any good and all that other stuff? Well, now it gets difficult because of what TC just said. It's like, I know we need things, but I don't know if I want to mess with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I get and I heard Kenny talking about this, and I totally understand the take of you don't want to go give up Trey Lyles right now. He's the only real size you have behind Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
I know you have Alex Len, but the only person you're comfortable playing 20 plus minutes is Trey Lyles. You want to see what Devin Carter's got. You just don't want to, don't touch it. It's fine. But on the other hand, at some point you got to take the leap, because I think this is a good team. This is obviously a good roster, but I don't think you're going to go win a bunch of playoff series with the roster as it's currently constructed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a really fine line. It's tough. Like I get the Trey Lyles argument, and I get the Devin Carter argument, but like that's kind of, it's going to hurt a little.
Yeah, I totally get the thought. And, there's all kinds of things that like I want to get into when it like unraveling this, because
Mm-hmm.
like, look, you are a team that a week and a half ago wasn't good enough. You're still the same team. You still have the same flaws. And the fact that you've won some games, that you've gritted out some wins, yeah, you had more talent than your record.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can even, keep looking at this weird, the expected win total for the Sacramento Kings, which takes into account games that you're in, little close games and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings' expected win total is, they should be 21-16 per Basketball Reference.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was like a failure here to complete games and to get wins.
Mm-hmm.
The 3-11 in games decided by 5 points or less, right? But my point is, it doesn't matter at the end of the day whether you lost all these games by 5 points or less. Like if you lost, it doesn't matter. A loss is a loss.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get to a point in the season where like you have to just sign off and say, this season's over. We don't have an opportunity to recover.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings have recovered, but they're still the 10th seed in the Western Conference, the 12th seed,
right?
The 11th seed in the Western Conference.
They are right there in the Western Conference.
They're right there. Like we'll talk about like where they're at in the standings.
Sure.
But the problem that I've had is that you don't throw future draft picks at a team that's underperforming. When that team starts to perform again, and all of a sudden you're right there on the edge, and you might be able to go get a player that pushes you over the edge, it's go time. Like if there's a trade out there that makes sense, it's go time right now.
Mm-hmm.
Go help this team get really over them. You want to energize a team, you give him a new head coach that's clearly energized a team, and then you give him the missing link for the rest of your team. We're going to still ask the question, why didn't you do this for Mike Brown?
Right.
But at the same time, this roster is not complete. And if you think your roster is complete, and you think that just because Doug Christie won 5 games in a row as the interim head coach, that everything is fixed, wait until Friday when you play Boston,
mm-hmm.
and they roll out like 6 guys that are 6'6" to 6'9", and they punish you.
Yeah.
And maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe the Kings are able to continue this run,
mm-hmm.
but also look at that 6-game stretch coming up in January on the road.
Mm-hmm.
It's just brutal. And
Yeah.
every game that you're looking at, you're like, man, you need 1 or 2 more pieces. This is not the time to get gun shy. Also,
Mm-hmm.
like I want to bring something up in the chat.
Please.
YouTube.com/ESPN1320.
YouTube.com/ESPN
Yeah. So securing you just keep changing your name.
Securing Monty's firing.
Securing Monty's firing.
That's crazy.
Bobby Marks put out that the Kings are $7 million under the cap. Under the hard cap. I don't understand where he gets that number. I just think he like forgot to add the 7 million to the 10. To the 3.2 million.
That would make sense.
The Kings right now are at $167.5 million in dedicated salary. They're exactly 3.2 million or 3.1 something underneath the luxury tax.
Mm-hmm.
The luxury tax is at like 171.1. The first apron is at 178.1.
Mm-hmm. That's
$7 million. That 7 million plus the 3.2 million puts you at 10.2 million,
mm-hmm.
roughly. Like that's where the Kings are at. They're just a little over $10 million under the first apron.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the money that they have to play with, especially if they still have their mid-level exception,
right,
which allows them to use that money. It also, in trades that are in aggregate, they can take back more money than they send out, but it's got to be within a certain dollar amount
sure,
of the trade.
Sure.
And so there's all of these like little nuances to the cap. But I saw Bobby Marks tweet as well that he said that the Kings have $7 million in cap space. And I disagree with his numbers. Like, that's it. Like, the numbers are what they are.
Mhm.
There's $7 million gap between between the luxury tax and the first apron, and then there's whatever you're underneath the luxury tax. Those two numbers are combined
Mhm.
to say what you're under the cap.
Okay.
Under the first apron. Excuse me.
So I guess I don't even want, because the will they won't they on the luxury tax thing is TBD.
Yes, TBD. We
Like,
don't know.
I don't.
Yeah.
So I don't. There's not any indication either way. They've not been in the luxury tax in the Vivek Ranadive era, but they've also never had a reason to be. So I'm kind of interested to see how that goes. But the whole notion of not doing a trade because you just kind of want to see what you've got is what got them here in the first place, where they're firing Mike Brown. Like, you didn't want to make a trade in the middle of the 22-23 season because you were the freaking 3 seed.
Mhm.
Okay, that's fine. A substantial trade, I should say. And you don't really do anything substantial in the offseason because, hey, you were just the 3 seed and you won 48 games.
Run it back.
Arrow up, run it back. Didn't work out. And then you get DeMar DeRozan and you trade Harrison Barnes, and all of a sudden, okay, you've made a change to your roster, but like, hey, the flaw from 22-23 and 23-24 is still there.
And it probably got worse.
It did get worse. It literally empirically got worse.
Yeah.
To the point that, and again, Scooter, Chatty House MVP today, says, I know he's recently had back issues, but why aren't the Kings using Jay Crowder more? Like, that's a problem. If you're going, Jay Crowder should be playing. Ugh. But at the same time, one of their assets that they can move is Trey Lyles, who has an expiring contract. And this is where I will sit here and I will pound the table all day and say they need to make a trade. They have to acquire taller players, more athletic players. They have to get deeper on the wings, because when Keegan Murray was out, we saw how that went.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, and this was Kenny's point yesterday, and I think it's a very good one. Okay, you trade Trey Lyles. Well, now you're probably getting smaller at that spot.
Yep.
You might have better depth behind Keegan, but now you have nobody behind Domas outside of Alex Len. You have nobody behind Domas that you're cool playing 20, 25 minutes or potentially starting when Domas is out. So I get the hesitation with Trey Lyles specifically, but that shouldn't take Devin Carter off the table. That shouldn't take first round picks off the table. That shouldn't take Kevin Huerter off the table.
No.
All of that stuff needs to be out there. And if you got to pay a little extra with a first round pick, or maybe you want it top 20 protected and you got to make it top 10 protected, then so be it, man. But that's just, this recent stretch has not changed the notion that they need to make a deal. It has honestly enhanced it for me, because now it's like, yo, they don't need to go get Cam Johnson or a Cam Johnson type of player just to get to good. A Cam Johnson player could take this little run they're on and turn this into a legitimate bona fide contender in a Western Conference that's like,
Kyle, the craziness of the Western Conference, like,
yes, it's
honestly,
insane.
It's so wild to look at. The Kings right now, after their 5-game win streak, they're a half game behind both the Warriors and Spurs, who sit at 9 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
A half game. They could not, like, between now and Friday, they could already move up into number 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sitting right above those two teams, the Kings are a game and a half behind the Minnesota Timberwolves at the 8th spot. The Kings, if we look a little further ahead, the Kings are 2.5 games behind the Clippers and Lakers, who are tied for the 6th seed.
Mm-hmm.
And the 4th and 5th seed are the Denver Nuggets and Dallas Mavericks, who are 3 games ahead of the Kings, the 4th and the 5th seed. You get on a tear here, you roll this thing up, and you start winning, 15 out of 18 or something like that through this stretch, you're right in it. Like, you're talking about a 4, 5, 6 seed at worst. Like, if you can continue this roll. Now, are we getting too far ahead of ourselves? Yeah, we are.
Maybe.
But I'd also like to tell people, like, look, if this continues and they pick up another 2, let's say they go 2-3 on the trip, and then they pick up a couple of wins at home, and then they've got this 6-game road trip. Maybe you go 4-2. By the end of that, you're probably the 6th seed, maybe the 7th seed. but you're right there. You're right back in it, and you're fighting not just for a play-in spot.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're back in the playoff conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we might be getting too far ahead of ourselves, but at the same time, like, this is a time to fortify this team. It's the time to say, hey, look, we weren't going to make a trade until you guys prove that you guys are ready for us to make a trade, that you're good enough, that this season isn't just a wash.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're a game under 500. You're fighting right back into it.
Right there.
We're here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now let me help you. Let me give you the bump that's going to put you really in the conversation, because it doesn't matter, how many games, like the feel good stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
You get to a 7-game series against some of these teams, and how are you going to match up against Denver in a 7-game series? And I know you beat Denver here and there, but how are you going to match up against them in a 7-game playoff series when they're rolling out a 6'10", Michael Porter Jr. and a 6'8", 6'9", Aaron Gordon, who just out physicals you at the position, and you're in trouble.
Yeah. And
what are you going to do if Keegan Murray's ankle gets, or if he has some other injury?
Yeah, that's it. Like that's a big part of this too, is you can survive if De'Aaron Fox goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, you're cooking right now. You can survive if De'Aaron Fox is out. You can survive if Malik Monk is out. You can survive if DeMar DeRozan's out. But like Domas, not so much.
Nope.
And Keegan, God forbid. Like, what do you do?
For as much as people are like, man, he's having such a bad season, it's like, he is so indispensable.
Indispensable.
He is your Trent Williams.
Yes.
He is. Yeah. I mean, close to it, man. That's like the
Can we
equivalent.
make it like Dre Greenlaw?
No, he is so much more than that. If you don't have that piece, you have no one behind him. And the reason why you say that if you miss De'Aaron Fox, you're okay, is because you have Malik Monk, who's a very...
We're literally seeing proof positive of it now.
Similar style of player. And yeah, you need them both in order to be a great team.
I agree.
But you can survive with one of them for a short amount of time. You can survive without Malik Monk as long as De'Aaron Fox is still there.
Mm-hmm.
You can survive most of the positions on the court except for power forward and center.
Yep.
And it's not because, well, part of it is because Sabonis is so unique in what he does, and replacing him with anyone else is almost impossible.
That's the Christian McCaffrey. You can't just plug in another running back.
No, you can plug in another running back and he can still rush for 750 yards, but it doesn't matter. You're not going to win.
Yep.
That's because he can't do all the other things that Sabonis does. But when it comes to very specific Keegan Murray, you just don't have anyone who's 6'8" that can play the position and that can hold up long term and defend like he can, and that's a problem.
Yep.
Again, Trey Lyles is a very good player, and that's why I'm not trading. There was a point where I might have traded Trey Lyles for Valanciunas. Trey Lyles has once again shown me how good of a player he is and how much he can mean to a team.
Yep.
I'm not trading Trey Lyles, who can play 25 to 30 minutes as a 4 and a 5, for a guy who's going to play 12 minutes behind Sabonis and Valanciunas.
Yep.
That's really tough to do.
Yeah. Yeah. No doubt. Speaking of the Western Conference, I want to dig into, you mentioned kind of getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. I want to get further ahead of ourselves. We'll do that with the Western Conference next. But I want to talk to you right now about Underdog, their pick'em game. It is super easy. We're going to go higher or lower on at least two players. There are 2 player stats. They've got a ton of stuff going for the NFL playoffs, but it's all the leagues. They got like video games, like e-gaming is on there. Baseball, hockey,
darts,
football, darts, of course, locked into darts. I'm going to go out of the Western Conference, and I'm going with an Eastern Conference exclusive 4-player lineup tonight in my Underdog pick'em. So you can fade these if you want. You can tail me if you want. All you got to do is download the app and sign up with promo code Kyle M and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Bonus cash. Get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M on the Underdog app. All right, so here's where I'm at tonight. That Cleveland OKC game, I wanted a piece of that because I want to lock into that game. Those two, Cleveland and OKC, both on pace for 70 wins.
Wild.
Cleveland currently 73 is their pace. Insane. So I'm going Jared Allen. I'm going higher than half a double-double. I love what OKC does defensively.
Okay.
I think this is the kind of game, though, where Jared Allen can really have an impact scoring, grabbing some rebounds. Isaiah Hartenstein's a really good player, but with no Chet Holmgren, don't love their depth in the front court. So I'm going to go with Jared Allen, higher than half a double-double.
So if he gets a double-double, you win.
Right. Tyrese Halliburton in the Indiana-Chicago game. That's right. I'm dialing in. You can adjust the numbers a little bit. And so I adjusted that up to 24.5 and took the lower. I'll go lower than 24.5 points for Tyrese Halliburton against Chicago. In that same game, Kobe White, I'm going higher than 19.5 points. I don't think Indiana's going to play a ton of defense, and Kobe White is going to have the ball in his hands a lot. I think he goes higher than 19.5. And then Jordan Poole has been cooking. I know the Washington Wizards have not. Jordan Poole has been on one. I'm going higher than 19.5 points against the Philadelphia 76ers. That is my 4-player lineup on Underdog. Again, download the app, sign up with promo code Kyle M, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Clear. We're clear.
What's up? What's going on, everybody? Trying to look up the Keith Smith mention of the salary cap stuff and see if there's a reason why why you can't combine those monies. Oh, it's like 24 hours ago almost, right? Let's see where he retweeted. Nutcracker.
That's it. We all like to stick to the 4 main food groups: candy, candy canes, candy corns,
Unless Keith Smith mentioned it on a pod. I don't know. Also, like, I think Orlando Robinson, like, there were a lot of people who liked Orlando Robinson in Sacramento. You just haven't had this huge need for him. And, you know, if Trey is back and healthy. He tagged me. Okay. I don't see what you tagged me in, though. It's all right. Like bonus, those count towards the apron. 6.7 under the luxury tax, but you have the 8.6 under the first apron. Should it be close to 11 to 12 million? Oh. Huh. The difference is unlikely bonuses count towards the apron, but they don't count towards, well, that's bizarre. Because the Kings have a lot of unlikely bonuses. Likely bonuses usually count towards the salary cap. I'm just reading what Keith Smith said. Likely bonuses count towards the cap. Unlikely bonuses don't. But if they do push you over the second apron, maybe that's a thing. But again, I haven't heard that before. And that would make you completely rethink likely and unlikely bonuses.
Isaiah likely bonuses.
Oh, there you go.
The Ravens guy.
Yeah. How much time do we have?
1 minute. Uno minuto.
Greg Tabers, are there any factors before the trade deadline that the Kings have to wait for available to trade, etc.? No, they can't trade Jay Crowder at all this season because he was signed too late, and you have a 6-month waiting period, I think. And Doug McDermott can't be traded until, I think, January 21st because, again, of the same rule. You have to wait for a specific time. but everyone else on the team can be traded at this point. There isn't a single player that or reason why. And like, look, the Kings have, movable pieces instead of Doug McDermott. If you want to throw in, again, Alex Lenz, $2.1 million against the cap salary, or Colby Jones. They have a bunch of players or Jordan McLaughlin. They all count towards the cap as the same as league minimum players of 2.1 million, even if they make like 3.1, 3.3.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, James is there. I'm Kyle. If you're new to the program, you'll know I'm a Bay Area guy. Grew up a Warriors fan. Don't get to lock into a lot of Warrior games now because I have responsibilities to you all to watch the Kings. And frankly, the Kings are just a better watch right now. But I got to lock in last night. Unfortunately, they got smoked by the Miami Heat,
who just lost a double overtime game the night before to the
right.
Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, if you're trying to do the math in your head, they played a double overtime game, then had the second night of a back-to-back and won by a lot of points. Steph went 8 of 17 from 3. The rest of the Warriors went 6 of 31.
Oh.
And like, here's the deal, bro. This is on purpose. Golden State's entire goal this year was to get under the luxury tax.
Mm-hmm.
That was Joe Lacob said it out loud in a room with air in it and reporters. That was the goal. Get under the luxury tax, which is fine. But they're stuck in this spot, and it's a little bit. It's a different spot than the Kings, right? We talk about the Kings, and we talk about their need to make a trade to like improve and like hit the Jets on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
You have a really freaking good core. Supplement it better. Like that's the impetus behind a trade. Golden State is stuck between their two timelines, and timeline one is a rock, the other one's a hard place. Because what they've done is they kept Steph Curry around, obviously, franchise legend, altered the course of Warriors history. But then they didn't fully commit to just ensuring that, like, all right, no matter what it means in the future, Steph, we're going to do everything we can to commit to making this roster as good as we can for Steph Curry. We saw it last year in the play-in here in Sacramento, just not good enough. Now we're seeing it throughout this year. They're just not good enough, and that's fine. But to me, like we talk with the Kings, you don't want to just start unloading first-round picks because there's a chance this all kind of goes sideways, and you don't want to be left in 2029 with nothing, right? Which I get, totally understand. I'd be a little more willing to do that in Sacramento spot because if you make the right trade and this goes right, you're going to be really freaking good in 2029. So your first round pick is not going to matter. But I get the hesitation. For a team like Golden State, where you have 36-year-old Steph Curry, 35-year-old Draymond Green, those are your two guys. I don't understand that. Okay, you don't want to. They don't want to give up firsts. They don't want to give up those assets because they don't want to be left empty-handed in the post-Curry Draymond era, which is fine. I get that. If you're going to commit to Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Jonathan Kuminga, there's the new core. That's the future. Cool. Let Steph get out of there. Let him go. Set him free, bro. Like what? Or trade everything and say full commit to this, but they won't because those assets aren't going to be worth enough to make them title contenders.
Yeah, man.
That's a terrible spot.
This is a worse spot to be in. It's what happens with
and
dying
they're boring
franchises.
and they stink. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's what happens to a dying like dynasty.
Yeah,
like we've seen it happen before. Like this is how it plays out. You can't disrespect your superstar.
Right.
You can't just jettison him. Most like when you get this deep in your career and you've won this many titles, if you're Steph, you want to retire a Warrior. You don't want to go play somewhere else.
No doubt.
So it becomes like this really difficult thing. Like, how do you continue? People, well, in the past, they don't play till 33, 34, 35, 36 and still are the best player on their team. Like what we're seeing right now with Steph, with KD, with LeBron James,
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, but that's not happened like throughout the course of time. Players usually start to fade in their early 30s,
Right.
and then by this point they're still there, but they're bit players. They're the third best player, whatever. Like what happened with Clay.
Right.
Clay got to a point where you're like, okay, look, we're not going to spend all that much money on a player who isn't up here anymore. You might be here, but you're not here, and I'm not going to give you all that money because we're going to pay the luxury tax.
Sure.
So when I look at the Warriors team, I saw the moves that they made this offseason, and they went out and they got like quality NBA players. Like Buddy Hield, I can make jokes about Buddy Hield because I covered him forever. I know Buddy Hield. But like Buddy Hield is still in your rotation, a 7, 8, 9 player in your rotation. Kyle Anderson, still a 7, 8, 9. Milton, right?
D'Anthony Milton. Yeah.
D'Anthony Milton, still a 7, 8, 9 player in your rotation. Potentially a starter, but not really.
Sure.
Not really on a great team. He's not a starter unless you have great starters everywhere else, right? So when I look at the Warriors, I see 1A.
Yep.
And then
Who's 36 and has knee tendonitis.
Yeah. And then I see a couple of like fives, like fifth best players in Draymond Green and Wiggins. Outside of that, everybody else is a 7, 8, 9. And some of the guys that they're running out there and saying that they're the future of this team are 11, 12, 13s. And it's okay to go out and load up with players like that.
Sure.
If you're the Warriors 5 years ago.
Exactly.
And you're star-studded and those pieces can fit. Buddy Hield can just shoot the ball and you can hide him on defense and you can just shoot the ball and get you some rebounds here and there, exciting score, all that stuff. Kyle Anderson can come in and do his thing. But when they have to play rotational minutes, big rotational minutes, and if they don't perform and you're trying to do this whole 12-man thing, whatever, like that had no opportunity to succeed here. And the fact that you're holding on to Kuminga like he's some sort of like...
Well, I don't even know that they're holding on to him. Or if it's, you're not going to get value back for him.
Well, I would agree. And if people are like, hey, you can get Jimmy Butler, but you won't give up Kuminga, why won't you give up Kuminga? It's like, well, because Jimmy Butler's like 35 and it like complete franchise killer.
Right. Unloading the assets. Well, and this is, I think it was Roman in the chatty house brought this up. And this is the issue with Kevin Durant. It's the issue with Jimmy Butler. Like we talked about this with the Kings and Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler in theory would be like great.
Oh yeah.
Like that's a 6'7" wing who can take over a game, but he's going to play scrappy defense. He just hard nosed. Like I get the idea, but this is the problem with Bradley Beal, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant. If you're going to trade for those guys, you have to offset so much salary that you're going to land them and be in the same spot their previous team was in.
Of course.
Whatever team, the Jimmy Butler thing, and this was they were talking about this on pregame last night, which is why I was texting you about Jimmy Butler. What do you do if you're Miami? What do you do?
The only trades are for players that are just like him, that are $50 million players that aren't worth the value of their contract.
Right. You're just okay. So Bradley Beal and the Suns hate each other. Jimmy Butler and the Heat hate each other. You're just gonna swap.
Yep.
Just to get out from under that dark cloud. You're not doing anything basketball wise.
Well, that and Kyle, I'm like, I'm not taking back an extra year of Bradley Beal to give up Jimmy Butler. I'm not. Like Jimmy Butler
Jimmy's got this year and a player option.
Player option next year.
Bill has 3 more years.
Bill has this year, next year, and then a player option at $55 million or something the year after. Nope.
As we always do on this program with that, we're gonna break the news now. Bill's picking that up.
Yeah, he already picked that up. Yeah, he like hired a plane to skywrite that thing there. Yeah. I mean, like, look, you get into these situations where changing your roster when you build around a player that ages out is so incredibly difficult.
It's really hard.
And I don't know how you avoid it. You know, like you can see again, De'Aaron Fox wants this massive extension, and you know, if the Kings are winning and De'Aaron Fox, like things are working and they built the team, and De'Aaron Fox thinks that they can win a potentially win a championship here in Sacramento, I think De'Aaron Fox, you can still salvage that situation.
I agree.
But the problem is that like De'Aaron Fox is under contract next season as well, and then he's going to have this contract that kicks in. If he makes All NBA, which is what he's hoping for, 35% of the salary cap. So he's going to be making like 55, 60, 65, 70, something like that's the number. And you're looking at him and going, okay, that's his 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 30. You know, you're okay. I'm okay with that contract. Get me to 33, De'Aaron Fox. I think he can hold up. But then these teams keep extending these superstar players at 33. This is why they had the 34 the age 34 rule in place. And so you wouldn't get into this situation with an aging star. They had capped how much they could make. Chris Paul went, well, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to become the president of the Players Association. We're going to get that thing out of there.
Checking the calendar real quick. I'm about to turn 35. Very good.
I'm going to get my monies and that's it. That's like, it's a bummer because watching it play out like this, I'm with you. Like watching the Golden State Warriors, it's kind of sad. And we talked about it early in the season. I kept saying it's smoke and mirrors. And people are like, oh, you just hate the Warriors. Like, no, it's smoke and mirrors. Like, good for Steve Kerr for keeping this thing going as long as he has, as with like the whole first half of the season. But eventually, like Steph Curry said the quiet thing out loud, like, we're mid.
They're mid.
We're mid.
AF.
Not a good situation at all.
No.
And getting out of that situation is so difficult because every Warriors fan is like, oh, go trade for Jimmy Butler. 35-year-old Jimmy Butler. What is that going to do?
Pass. That's just changing stuff just to change stuff.
Yeah.
Which is what we talk about on the show all the time.
And if you're going to trade for 35-year-old Jimmy Butler, you should have just retained 35-year-old Klay Thompson.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like Thelma and Louise is saying, just all of you just get in a car and drive off a cliff together.
Yep. The vibes are up. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Damian Barling.
I'm early. I just missed
No, that's fine. No, we love when you guys pop in. It's a handoff, a pause.
Major.
That's my bad. That's
all
my
right.
bad.
That's all right.
Did you? No. Okay, good. We're just kind of talking about and trade stuff.
Yeah.
The Warriors stinking.
Oof.
The Jimmy Butler situation.
That's a tough loss last night.
I saw that. Oh, come on!
Oh, there it is.
That's a late call. That's a late call. No, so I saw in the chat. I was just kind of checking in, see what I see. Someone said Fox for Zion, and then someone said I would do Fox for Zion. Can we slam the brakes on this?
No, we're not doing that.
He did one 360 windmill dunk that was super cool. But
no,
what are we doing?
One, not that.
Not that.
Two, there is there is an interesting conversation to be had about what do the Pelicans do?
They're another team in a really hard spot.
Like what do you do with Zion at this point? Because like you obviously you're risking trading him. You're risking if you trade him, but you're also risking if you hold on to him. It's a really tough spot that the Pelicans, and I guess David Griffin's going to continue to run that team. Like, it's a really tough spot that they're in. And I think there's something in our show to like, I think that's one of the league's most fascinating questions. What do the Pelicans do with Zion Williamson moving forward? Now, we can have fun, and I think we will, about like, okay, if the summer gets here, who's a hotter commodity, Zion Williamson or De'Aaron Fox? If you're flirting with the trade market,
sure.
But like what the Pelicans do with Zion, I think it's fascinating.
They have a problem at almost every position.
Huge problem.
They have. I mean, again, Misi has been fun, but they have a hole at every single position. Like I really, or a complex situation at every position. Like I would love to have like the Brandon Ingram and who's there? Trey Murphy like situation, but at the same time, not really, because you don't want to pay Ingram. You haven't traded him. His value is now almost nothing because he hurt his ankle, and you're waiting for him to come back and show everybody that he's healthy enough. And then he wants $35-40 million a year, and you don't want to pay that. Like it's just so complex. Every position all around their court is complex.
The thing with Ingram, like at this point, you talk about his value, like, hitting kind of rock bottom, so to speak here. Does that even matter? Because we're talking about his value as a player. His value in terms of a contract hasn't changed. Like, you still have to find a way to collective bargaining agreement, make it work.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that's what the deal is. It's not the deal for the player and the skill set. It's the player for, like, what can I do to match contracts? It's like, I think, and I get it. It's not working. I understand that. But Dennis Schroeder's a good ball player.
No doubt.
You were able to acquire him because you had a contract on a player that got injured. It wasn't about talent. Yeah, it was about making money work.
Mm-hmm.
The value of Ingram's contract is still exactly as the same as it was. I mean, it's prorated, but it's
the
what
financial
it was at
value.
the beginning of the year. Yeah.
No, but the value of him as a player who now has 50 games of 45 games left, like, you're renting him, hoping that maybe he works out. But
you were probably doing that anyway, no?
Well, yeah, but if you would have traded him during the summer, then it's like
then he could have injured his ankle for you.
But you also could have already signed him to an extension. You would have already had more time to work all that stuff out. Now it's like it's a straight up $36 million rental.
Yeah,
and that's not great.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because in order to do that,
unless you have contracts you want to come off of.
But let's just say you're the Kings. In order to get to that, just that $36 million, you got to be within. They can't go above the hard cap, but you got to be within a certain dollar amount, right? You're talking Lyles, you're talking Kevin Huerter, you're talking Devin Harris, and then on top of that, Devin Carter, and then
Devin Harris is a good ball player.
Good player.
You're probably going
to sign him.
Throw in Colby Jones, right? So now that team's going to have to cut multiple players in order to take a 4-for-1. That's the first thing that has to happen, and you've got up to that much. But on top of that, like, can anyone withstand losing like 3 rotational players?
Right. Yeah.
And on top of that, are you going to give up a guy who was just a 13th pick in the draft in order to get a guy that you don't know if you can re-sign in the offseason, or if you're not comfortable paying what you're going to pay him, what he wants in the offseason? And so his value to most teams is like very little.
Yeah.
So
that gets exactly what we were talking about. You can throw Brandon Ingram into the conversation with Brad Beal and Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry and anybody who might get any big money player who might get dealt. Like, you have to give up. So the Kings could acquire Brandon Ingram. If you're plugging Brandon Ingram in without trading anybody, like, yes, love the fit, great idea. But if you're plugging Brandon Ingram into a version of the Kings that doesn't have Trey Lyles, and doesn't have Devin Carter.
So let's take Brandon Ingram out of this, because I don't think that's even remotely appealing. I think we can have this same exact conversation with Cam Johnson.
Okay.
Who is a player I think Kings fans desperately want. And apparently it's a player that the Kings want. And what they're navigating is, what can we afford to give up to where Cam Johnson actually makes us better?
Right.
Because that's the point that you're making. You insert Cam Johnson on this team, boom, we're cooking. But, okay, you insert Cam Johnson on the team that doesn't have Trey Lyles anymore, doesn't have Kevin Huerter, might not have Devin Carter, or might not have pick whatever you have to make it work. Like, now you have to ask yourself different questions.
I agree. And that's the point Kenny was making yesterday. Like, if you're giving up Trey Lyles in the Cam Johnson deal, are you really better?
I think you are. But it depends on what else you're doing. If you're giving up 2 other players with them, that's probably too problematic.
Right.
If you can swing it to where it doesn't include Trey Lyles, then
now you're cooking.
Yeah, but
I would give up
not that difficult.
But Kevin's not expiring, and so Devin Carter.
Yeah,
yes,
because that's the only other way it works, right?
But then you have this complexity. What if De'Aaron Fox asks out, and you're thinking, okay, well, maybe I can use Devin Carter as one of my top 3 rotational guards moving forward.
Yeah, that's tough for sure, because you could absolutely, if you could,
I think
you could acquire anything you might have lost in this fictitious trade with Cam Johnson if you wound up trading De'Aaron Fox.
Well, but you're also worried that like what's the ripple effect? And yeah, it would change the dynamic of what you're looking for in a trade if you have to trade Fox. But also, if you have Devin Carter, it's like, okay, well, maybe you're building around. I'd also make the argument that, hey, Keon Ellis just made me think that I'm okay trading Devin Carter.
I would agree.
Yeah, sure.
And I also
So complex.
This is
it's a lot.
No, it is,
and it's all
here's
hypothetical.
Here's what can't happen though.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, because they very obviously need to make improvements.
Mm-hmm.
What can't happen is nothing. Because
you're
then
right.
You're
then, right.
Because then you're sitting there going,
you're right.
Like, cool, you didn't do anything.
You're right.
At some point, you have to take a leap.
I'm critical of the front office, and you're right. You're 100% right. And this is what general managers figure out. But you can thumb through the Kings roster and their salary book and realize the DeAnthony Melton contract isn't there. If Kevin Huerter was expiring this year, I think there'd be a lot that the conversation could be very, very different.
Way different.
But he's not.
Mm-hmm.
And so who is the contract that a team would go, yeah, I'll take that 17 million, which disappears in June.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that. The Kings literally don't have. They've got one, and no one wants to hear it, but it's Trey.
Mm-hmm.
Trey's the expiring contract.
And that's
so if it becomes, hey, sometimes I wish Monty would just come out. Look, they wanted Devin, Trey, Kevin, and a first for Cam Johnson. Did y'all want me to do that? No. Stop telling me how to do my job.
Yeah.
And I'd clap back. Well, do something.
Yeah,
Just
right.
do
something
that's
else.
Why I even said like Lyles for Valanciunas. Man, you're going to trade a guy who can play 25 to 30 minutes at the 3 and the 4 for a guy who's going to be a backup center and only play 12 minutes and is under contract for 2 more years at $20 million after this year. That's tough.
Yeah.
Really important 12 minutes though.
And that's where
that's a Domas off the floor. I know what you're saying, but that's a really important 12 minutes.
And when you start talking about those expirings, because it's about assets, it's very rarely in these trades.
Yep.
It's not about the player in the basketball. It's about the assets. That's where, to me, I'm in not full F them picks mode, but I'm very close. Like if it means it's got to be unprotected,
I'm with
in
you.
2028. Cool. Get rid of it.
5-game win streak has changed your thinking. It's changed my thinking on that.
Yeah, like cool. Then get rid. If they say, okay, fine, we won't take Trey Lyles, but we need an unprotected first whenever they can do one. Cool,
no,
have it.
F them picks right now.
Yes.
Do what you got to do. Get this done. Build the contender that you need for your best player to be your best player. If he doesn't like it, if he's not happy, fine. Guess what? You're getting multiple first-round picks back in a trade for De'Aaron Fox.
Exactly.
That's true.
That's exactly right. All right. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo?
We're just going to keep having this
more
same
Justin
conversation.
Verlander? Well, Justin Verlander too?
I didn't even. Is that a big deal?
Yeah, kind of.
Is it?
Like Giants on a
like,
Hall
is
of
he
Famer.
still
It's
Justin Verlander? I don't mean to be
not really.
No,
but it's interesting.
I mean, I have a lot of respect for him. I just don't.
It's not prime Justin Verlander.
He won the Cy 2 years ago.
It's not Blake Snow.
Yeah, but was he hurt last year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He got a neck thing.
Yeah, and hey, on the way out the door, we do have some break. Clay.
Get to it quick. We got to go.
Clay Kubiak has been promoted to the offensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers.
Great. I'm going to go write about that. Check it out at NinersWire.com. D-Lo and KC coming up next. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The Insider's back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. See you, Chatty House. Appreciate y'all. Good show today.
Yep, not ready. Just let's just talk it out. I got to switch over. Don't mind anything. Just got to scream at D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC. D-Lo, KC.
Not number 2, number 1.
Hey, we in number 1 spot. We in number 1 spot in sports, huh? Understand where the times, huh? Hey.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number 1 spot. We your number 1 spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number 1 spot.
Hey. Shout out to everybody that knows what day it is. Let's go. You change one thing on your boy's schedule, and I am lost.
Well, it happens. It happens to all of us. Something happened.
Oh, man.
Something happened today, this morning. It was a quick conversation, and it just ruined like 45 minutes. Not ruined. It just adjusted 45 minutes the whole morning.
Yeah, James was like, all right, I'll see you guys at 3. Like, why? I thought it was Thursday.
I thought it was legit Thursday since Monday.
Okay.
I've been thrown off all week.
That's a lot.
No, I've been thrown off all week.
Yeah, this is a mess. Our brother Chris Haynes just reported this is tough, man. Shout out to our brothers and sisters in Los Angeles and Southern California, Malibu, Palisades, all of that. Kawhi Leonard is stepping away from the Los Angeles Clippers to be with his family, who were forced to evacuate due to the Los Angeles area wildfires. It is rough. It is absolutely rough.
It's a scary
out there.
scene down there, man. And like you said, pray for all our people down there. And man, hopefully this thing gets a little bit contained. I was looking at a time last night, and it might still be the same way right now. They were talking about it was 0% contained.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I saw that. I've seen like 100-mile-per-hour winds or something like that, and man, this is just awful, man. Absolutely awful. And there'll obviously be a ripple effect. Come to think about it, in the game Monday night in LA.
Game Monday.
The Rams in the Rams game in
LA.
LA.
Monday night, yeah.
I mean, not that Inglewood is,
yeah,
but still, there's a domino effect to what's going on.
And I mean, we pray. It don't even get to that point, but it's 0% contained, and it keeps moving.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, oh man.
Anyways, don't mean to start the show on such a solemn note. That came in from Chris Haynes just a moment ago. Mark Haynes, very much related, will be with us later on in today's show. Of course, James Ham will be with us today as well. Probably should have reached out to Jake Gaden to see if he was free today.
Come on, man. Hey.
Jake wasn't bothering nobody. That man was just looking at Instagram.
That's it.
But the internet catch everything.
Damn, man.
We got. I'm gonna send Jake the link. Jake, just pull up on us, man.
Hey, man, because I was telling the white, like, as long as he don't get in trouble, which he shouldn't get in trouble. It was a Rihanna.
It was Instagram.
Picture, yeah.
It was clearly Instagram.
Yeah, and it was Rihanna.
It was timely. It's not like Jake was wilding or whatever. Like, it was Rihanna.
It was Rihanna just put that up yesterday. Yeah. He was on Instagram, but that thing is everywhere.
It is.
And as long as he's okay,
yeah.
That's hilarious.
A little bit more on-field awareness next time, but
I'm gonna shoot.
So funny. If he's okay, that is hilarious.
I'm gonna hey Jake. I'm gonna text Jake right now. Hey, you good? I'm gonna send Jake the link and have him. Look. Let's be honest. That's probably what Sean Cunningham's work computer looks like.
Sean Cunningham, I'm sure he got alerts for Rihanna, and that maybe that's all that was. I'm sure that's all it was. Oh man, I saw that. I said, "No, not my boy Jake." They didn't do my boy Jake like that.
Oh man, just a little Rihanna
That's
picture.
all it
and
is.
ain't going
I ain't mad at him.
Nah,
I'm not mad at him. Rihanna, she did her thing with the new Instagram post.
Okay.
I gotta give me some.
We'll leave it.
I gotta give me some.
I think Sean got a shirt that looked like that. Come to think about it, he just might not have
Rihanna
worn
on
it
there?
on TV.
I gotta give me some Fenty stuff. You know they got the Fenty men stuff. I gotta. Get
It's
some.
tricky because I got a couple things.
It looks comfortable.
It's tricky because you have to join the club. That's how you get
like
it.
A monthly.
It is, but it's super easy to cancel. Like they don't make it like difficult, but you have to join the club. Join the club, buy your gear, shut everything down. Join the club again when you're ready to go and buy some more stuff, and then shut it down. Otherwise, they charge you like $60 a month if you forget to cancel. But that stuff I had on at Complex's house, that was fancy.
It was a good look.
Yeah,
it was a good look. Yeah. So I gotta go get me some Fenty.
Okay.
Do you respond?
Maybe it's not as funny as we thought.
Oh no! Oh,
hey,
no!
Hey,
man, I'm supporting my man Jake.
If you
man.
need us to rally for you,
yeah, man, I'm supporting my dog Jake. Man, they better leave my dog alone.
We will.
They better leave my dog alone, man. Look, hey, man, I'm a believer in that situation. That all publicity is good publicity. People ain't been checking. I ain't saying people ain't been checking, but like nationally, they don't know nothing about CBS 13. Now they do. They better leave my dog alone.
It was Instagram. Let my man live.
Yeah, they better leave my dog alone, man.
Hey, I told him, I said, you need us to pull the chatty house together. You say the word.
Yeah.
You say the word.
That's what I'm saying. We ain't having that, man. Let my man Jake do the great work that he does. They ain't got nothing to do with the work that he does. He does great work.
All right. This is a wild NBA season.
It is, considering everybody says it's so boring and ratings are down. I found it pretty entertaining so far.
It is. It's all over the freaking place.
It is.
Like, with the exception of Oklahoma City. By the way, OKC in Cleveland tonight.
Yes, it is.
Come on, man.
Woo.
Yo, we've got a 5-day stretch of sports right now that's crazy. With that game tonight, playoffs tomorrow, playoffs Friday, NFL playoffs Saturday, NFL playoffs Sunday, NFL playoffs Monday, Kings games mixed in there. Oh, man, we in good shape.
Tuesday, I think they play on Tuesday.
Friday and Tuesday?
They play Friday, Saturday, Tuesday.
Friday, Saturday.
No, I'm sorry, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday.
Oh, okay. I was like, who's Saturday? Because I know it's not Brooklyn.
It's the Bulls who are playing good. Bulls playing some good basketball right now. It's popping right now. Unless you're a Warriors fan.
Well,
it's not popping right
now.
It's not popping at all.
That look from Steph said it all.
Hey, they're no good. They're not gonna make it. They're not gonna make it. They're not making no play-in, playoff, nothing. They're not good. And the crazy thing is,
how did it turn so fast?
I don't know. That's the crazy thing. I don't know.
Well, was it that, or did they just play above their mains?
Man, for 15 games,
they did play above their head. Like, we can definitely say they played above their head, but I didn't expect the fall off to be this. I thought the fall off was,
this.
From where they're at. All right, they're not that good. That's cool, but they'd fall off to, 5 games over 500 or something like that. They're at 500 and sinking. They got to go on the road. They play Detroit, I think, tomorrow. Detroit about to beat the brakes off them. They got like a 4-game road trip they got to take.
Saw Paolo about to come back here. I think they said Thursday or Friday.
That's good because
he's questionable tomorrow, but he's gonna be upgraded. Yeah, I think tomorrow.
What's tomorrow? We established tomorrow's Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, legit. I think the way we came to work last week is just throwing off.
Oh yeah,
completely.
all bad. Yeah, all bad.
But yeah, he was.
So we got some things, and they've been able to. Orlando's been able to
maintain.
Yeah, good for them. Good for them.
Yeah. So, I was watching that Warriors game last night. Shout out to YouTube TV, man, because this is my first experience in the NBA season with the multi-view. So that's always a good look. So I had that going with the other games, and it's one of those things where like Steph is still Steph, right? Steph will be cooking. He'll hit 3 or 4 threes in a row, and he'll hit a 3. And they're like, oh, Steph Curry, he's got 20 and a half. The lead cut to 11.
Hey, it's not. We laugh because we live that.
We know all about it.
Mark Jones in the lead is down to 19.
What about the Buddy Hield heat checks off of Steph shots?
Did you see that clip? Steph was cooking, and Buddy had a heat check off Steph cooking.
Anybody check in on Jim Park last night? I don't even follow that guy. I gotta go see what he was talking about last night because I'm sure it was just
I think he had a couple of new Buddy tweets unless they were just old ones that resurfaced again.
How you get a secondhand heat check? You ain't even make the buckets. How you hot?
Is that the equivalent to like secondhand smoke?
Oh man, he called Steve Kerr a scumbag last night.
Wow.
Twice.
Wow.
He called Steve Kerr a scumbag twice.
That is uncalled for. That's uncalled for.
Have you ever seen a team start a season 12-3 and then proceed to go 6-15 without losing any major player? Only Steve Kerr is capable of the greatest meltdown in NBA history. And he doesn't have a single solution. He never has.
It's funny. He said, I'm not going to call him a scumbag or anything, but I was trying to formulate a thought on Steve Kerr. We could talk about it when we come back.
Scumbag. Man.
Jim Parker, wild boy. That's a wild boy.
Now,
right
he is wild. However, I'm reading some of his tweets, and once you get through his silliness,
what kind of conversation we need to have? Because
there's a lot of things Kings fans were saying about Mike.
I'm seeing conversation.
I'm seeing words like disempowers. I'm seeing like clearly hates Trace Jackson Davis. That's not how.
Well, there's
Keon Ellis's name.
There's one clear one that I don't know what the hell's going on.
We'll
talk about it when we get
back. We'll talk about it. We'll take a look around the rest of the league as well. And with the Sacramento Kings having a couple of days off, we'll ask you what constitutes a turnaround for the Sacramento Kings. Have they made it? Are they making it? Have we even approached it? We'll talk about all of that. It's D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know one thing. You know why this show is as good as it is. I was listening to something this morning, and it wasn't the ops, so you ain't got to go that way. But I was listening to something this morning, and the going away during commercial breaks is just awful.
Mm-hmm.
That is awful.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching a show, and I was actually had it on while I was TMI. I was in the shower, so I couldn't just change it, right? And they had
you have a TV in your shower?
No, the phone was in the shower.
You got audio speakers.
The shower, the phone was in the bathroom. I do have.
Go ahead, Jesse.
So he's got audio speakers. You know how it works. Yeah, Bluetooth.
Yeah. Right.
No, I
It's
don't.
fine. Just go on with your story, bro.
Well,
It's fine. Yeah.
I do have a Bluetooth.
Exactly.
I do have a Bluetooth, but
well, it's a huge shower. He probably has a whole system in there.
That'd be dope. Somebody need to make that happen. But yeah, they went to commercial. Oh, that was crazy. Oh. They went to commercial.
Hey, real quick. Are Trey's teeth fake?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, they look.
Those
like,
are fake, right?
They look like veneers.
Okay.
Now he's always had nice teeth, so
That is super nice. Like they have no shape to them.
yeah, they look like veneers.
Okay, sorry.
They
Go ahead.
definitely look like veneers. But no, so they went to commercial. I just started playing this, this commercial ass music, and I said, as a consumer, I would turn this thing so fast. Not saying like I would turn it and never come back. I'm just saying like that's how you lose people, right? Like, oh, we went to commercial and let me see what else is on. Let me go to Jeff T podcast while I'm here on YouTube, and I could be gone.
Mm-hmm.
I could just be gone.
Right. Yep.
And the fact that I guess the people don't dedicate themselves to wanting to do that. I was just thinking that's a killer. That is a killer, bro.
I think people are scared to do it.
But it's like 98% of radio shows in the country.
Yeah, it's like
we're the only ones. We're the only ones that stay on through the commercials.
They scared to, because it's 12. Like you're on.
Mm-hmm.
No smoke breaks. No running out. I mean, we try to stagger when we leave the station, but yeah, it's hard. Or leave the room. It's tough. And most people can't do it.
But I was like, this sucks. I wish I could turn. I was like, well, I wish I could turn it off.
Trey looked like a villain in Snowfall with the.
I finished season 4 yesterday.
Wow. By the way, we should do Extreme Home Makeover, but for radio stations. We'll just go station to station, fixing
Pimp your
places.
station.
Exactly. There we go. We'll get Exhibit out here.
Is Trey's mom white or his dad?
His mom has to be. I've seen his dad. His dad black. His dad like
He got it. Trey got his mama's hair because this heck is straight.
He barely got here.
Well,
on the top of his head.
Well, we're not one to talk. We have Devin Carter on our team.
Well, yeah. Oh man. All right, man. Damn.
Hey, he out there living.
Shout
He out there living.
So the thing that gets in the way of Devin Carter is he has to play basketball. If he was just a regular, wear a hat, got the hair flowing out of the hat, fresh.
Yeah.
But damn.
Oh man, he if he had like one of the wide brim fedoras with all that hair, he'd be cold.
Yeah.
But he's got to play basketball.
Got to play basketball. Maybe he could do a headband. On the new headbands that go. Maybe he could do that.
Maybe if he did what about the old De'Aaron Ninja headband?
Possibly. Yeah, possibly. They tried to.
Didn't they? But they outlawed him and then unoutlawed him, right?
Yeah. So maybe he could do that. But that's also just me. That's the one thing I'm conscious of is my head, right? My hair or lack thereof. So
is it Derek White levels yet?
Devin?
Yeah.
Oh, it's well past. Well past. Derek's was just different. Because Derek's like my forehead just hitting Derek White levels. Like it just keeps it's like for people like me and Derek White, all of our hair just keeps moving back like all at once. Devin he's just losing hair. He's got like a Mean Gene Okerlund thing happening.
He does, and it's crazy too because it's thinning here, and he's got a lot of hair everywhere else. Right. It's just thinning.
Combing over.
But like I said, that's also just me, right? Like that's my insecurities and subconsciousness. Like I don't like that. He may not even care. Yeah, Stephen A. don't care. He doesn't. You know what I mean? Like that's just
hell. There was a while. What was James Brown was he was starting the Beijing like in the middle of his head.
Oh, speaking of Beijing, you see Ryan Hollins?
Yeah, Ryan, come on.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, yeah, look that up. Yeah, that was
bad. The killer was it was just a bad job. Like that was the thing. It wasn't even necessarily.
Well, it looks like he used the whole bottle of Beijing too to cover that.
Yeah, it was just a bad job. Like he didn't go get that. He tried to do it himself. You got to have somebody apply that.
I was talking to my barber this morning, like, because he is so nice. It's just when he hits that, like you get that thing on me, like no. You just little dap. He treated it like it was hairspray. Like
he added like another foot to his hairline.
And it was like it wasn't lined up. It was just like, on his head.
He was like, all right, coat 1.
Yeah, bring it back to high school.
Coat 2.
He did a
that's
job.
tough. That's tough.
You gotta let somebody apply that. Somebody that knows.
Bro, and get the card, man. Bro, Ryan, clip this and send it to Ryan. You get the card. Then you get the straight edge. You hit the straight edge along the line, just nice. Just make sure everything is smooth and keep it moving. This is awful. This is
terrible.
Jake did nothing wrong. That's grounds to be fired. That's grounds to fire Ryan Hollins because of that look right there. That's awful.
Come on. And look, maybe he was in a pinch, and that's the one thing that I
clearly at time.
That's the thing that I don't understand. I just don't understand. I know James was talking about it yesterday because they were talking about Doug Christie wearing a hat in the post games, and I think James said he asked Doug or talked to him, whatever, and he was like, "Yeah, it's just been so busy. I hadn't had a time to shave, and he likes hats anyway or whatever, but just just hadn't had time to shave." And I'm sorry, I guess I'm just too vain. I will always have time to shave.
The funny thing about that was because I heard that DC, you coached the whole game without the hat. You look terrific. What you mean?
Yeah,
maybe the lighting is different. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
And mind you, like I said, I'm somebody that's the insecure to me. So I understand when to make sure it's fresh. But trust, they talk about, man, he gets to sleep. You don't get to sleep till late or whatever. I will take the 15 minutes. That 15 minutes of sleep, I won't sleep well if the head ain't shaved right. So I will stay up 15 extra minutes, and I will shave every other day. Please believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'll admit I'm too vain. I guess I'm too vain about it. That's just not what I'm going to shave too. I'll be watching the NBA. You guys are in the NBA. You ain't doing nothing for at least some part of the day. You could get the barber out there. Man, line up that beard. Why the beard looking crazy? But that's just me. Once again, I'm a little too vain, I guess.
I feel like Ryan Hollins might have got bad advice because I looked at it as you have hair. There's no need for all of that.
Well, you know who would do that? And he does a good job of it. I don't compliment this guy often, but he does a good job of it. Is Ray Lewis used to do that. Ray Lewis had hair, but every time on Monday Night Countdown or whatever, and that Beijing was there, but it was precise. It was perfect. It in that situation, kind of like yourself, it just enhances what you have. It doesn't make up for it necessarily. It just makes it sharper. It enhances what you have. And Ray Lewis used to do a great job.
That's what Jalen used to do. It just would be too dark, or not to it'd be too much to where it didn't look like hair anymore. It looked like paint.
Right.
That's where we're talking about. It's gotta be
right.
It's gotta be the little touches. They used to use before the sprays. The barbers would put those hair fibers on. They stopped using the hair fiber because it's like a powder. And like you remember when we did the food drive?
Yeah.
If I had the fibers in, I would have left. It would have been all bad.
Ran off.
All bad. It would have been terrible. But the spray, the spray you could wash out, but I had to Katie, hey, my hair okay? No, it's fine. I would have told you. You're fine. It was like, are you is this a show bit? Like, is it okay? It's like, no, it's fine. Okay, let's go. And but them fibers used to, boy, you got them things where it leaking, rolling down your face.
Had you leaking? Yeah, I ain't had hair so long. I don't even know the tricks of the trade.
No,
ain't even had a Beijing when
and your beard is so tight, you don't even have to because Rick messes around. Rick Ross, he gets cute because he has all those beard products and he tries to show the close up, and it's like Rick.
And sometimes you see it.
Like Rick, like
yo, what we doing?
Like it's right there. Like your skin. What are you doing?
What are we doing? So yeah, I just use a straight edge on the beard. That's about it, man. That's about it. I don't do the products and all that other stuff. But I'm not against it. I don't want to do it myself.
Imagine Devin Carter checking into the game in Boston with just long flowing hair out of the top of his head. He just went out there, got them.
Be able to handle that though.
Like, I bet he could.
Yeah, I bet he could. He could handle that. I mean, you see, like,
I mean, I don't really know how that stuff works, but yeah, I bet he could.
They take a follicle here and then apply it back in the front.
So so for those listening, you just took.
I'm sorry.
You just took a follicle from the back of your head,
or like in the middle. Top? I think it's like.
How do you put a follicle back?
That's what they do. I don't
like
know. You plant it. I guess plant it and.
Put some seeds on your head.
In case he's on the right track, yeah.
They said that's what
like a chia pet.
Bron did it.
Bron did do it.
And he's got the little if you ever see he has follicles in the middle of the back of his head that are gone. That's where they took it from. Put it up to the front.
but they put it on his hairline,
Mhm.
right? Like up, like because it was going back here on the sides, like where mine is, but he put them up there because it's fuller now, or not fuller. It's more shape.
Yeah,
up the front.
It's an expensive thing. I thought about like if it was cheaper, like I'd mess around,
bro. If you came in, that'd be the greatest show bit ever. If you came in with hair,
if I make enough money in life, y'all might mess around and see me with a regular fade.
We could do D'Lo and KC from Turkey while you get your hair transplant. That's where it happens.
I'm not above it. It's just not worth it for how much that stuff be costing. It's like $30,000 or something like that.
It could be worth it. It's worth it for some, I'm sure. Is it permanent?
You got it. I think so. I don't know. I've never really looked into it, but once I saw the price, I stopped looking into it. But yeah, not mess around and see me with a. I'll be looking like I'll be looking like Leon in Snowfall with. Come in here.
We'll talk to sales. See if we can sell this.
There.
Hey, we want a hair transplant for Kenny.
Like we've got companies like Set Point Wellness advertising like weight loss and abs. Like there's gotta be hair transplants somewhere.
Can you imagine last show of the year and Kenny has hair?
Oh, fire! We'd have more people watching that show than the day Mike Brown got fired. We just have a curtain up on Kenny's seat and we just unveil it right before the show ends.
I just come in.
Flicking your hair like just whipping your hair like Beyonce. What was that? What was it? Willow? What was the record? Whip your hair?
Oh yeah, whip my hair back and forth.
Yeah,
whip my hair back and forth.
Did you ever hear Will Smith tell the story of how that song?
No.
When she shaved her head?
No.
He said that song had just gotten hot, and I don't remember where Will said they were. I feel like I don't know. I remember if it was at home or what it was. And he said one day, it's Willow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Willow came down, and Whip Your Hair is one of the top records,
Yeah.
And she had shaved her head.
What are you doing?
Oh man,
that's what I want to say. Was that his reaction?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. We can get you a hair transplant in Turkey for about 1,800 to 25. Mexico's about $2,000 to $4,000. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go?
Look, Mexico's closer. We can send you to Mexico.
We've never been to Europe though.
Look, we've never been to Europe.
Yeah, the whole gang got to come with me if we go do this. I'm not doing it remote.
Well,
everybody, we're all going. Well, you don't have to get.
Well, maybe we could get 2 for 1 because if they
but
can get this stuff popping, I'll do it too.
You know, the other killer is, I think, like to get that done though, you got to grow out your hair a little bit, and
that's not a problem for me.
I'm just like, I don't know if we can do that. I don't know if I can take that 6 weeks that I have to have the hair because they got to get the follicles. So, I don't know,
well, my hair's already grown. You go ahead, pick a follicle. Pick a follicle and just put it right up here in the corners. Maybe make my forehead a little bit smaller, man. We'll be cooking. We'll try out the procedure. If everybody's good with it, we'll take Devin with us next time.
Hey, let's go, Dev.
Devin, you could probably take hairs. Devin wouldn't even miss.
No, he wouldn't.
And just put him,
he would not
at the top.
Because it's just one little area that just is thinning. Like the rest of he's got a lot of hair everywhere else.
Thinning is very generous.
Well, I'm trying to be generous.
No. It's very generous.
Trying to be generous.
It's like saying the Warriors aren't very good. It's very, very generous right now. Very generous. Saying Jim Park is a little upset is very generous.
Jim Park, what do you
call Steve Kerr a scumbag?
Come on, man.
Imagine calling a basketball coach a scumbag because he's not playing Trace Jackson Davis.
That is so uncalled for.
I know people were mad at Mike. No one ever called the man a scumbag.
That was so uncalled for.
What a scumbag. Keon Ellis got a DMP last night.
Scumbag is crazy too.
It is, but it's just that's aggressive. That is aggressive. But you mentioned that he had some things that in his argument and a lot of Warrior fans' argument that we saw with Mike Brown, with Keon and stuff like that. And there's one guy on that roster that I just don't understand what's going on. And that's Moses Moody. If I was a Warriors fan, I don't want to say I'd be livid, but I'd be upset with that. Moses Moody clearly can play.
Yeah.
He clearly is a player that I think can be really productive. You just signed him to an extension, and this guy's getting spot duty. Like I don't even know if he's that good or not because he doesn't get an opportunity. I don't know.
Yeah.
And Uncle Looney in here, he says Moody he's a Warriors fan, so he would know. Moody is the definition of mid. He's as average as average. I mean, at this point, like he should be taking the majority of Buddy's minutes. Kyle Anderson, I know he's done some good things, but like, should he be playing a whole lot more than Moses Moody at the very least, so you can see what you got? See if you can if you want to. Then they don't. That's the other thing. Then they don't ever want to trade him. They don't want to put him in no trade packages. They don't. They just signed him to an extension. So he can't be. I don't believe he can't be this super average player and untouchable. Right. And you want to sign him to an extension and stuff.
Right.
Like if he's that average, just move on from him. I don't get it.
I'm not exactly sure what they're holding on to out there. Like what I mean, is this is it feels like the Warriors right now are the poster child. And again, the turnaround is bizarre. The 12-3 or whatever it was to now 18-18. And again, you say you don't think they're good enough. I'm going to hold off again, and for one reason and one reason only. Stephen Curry, and that's it.
Well, he's playing well.
Well, I know. I know.
Steph Curry, he's got 20 and a half. Lee cuts a 14.
Yeah. They're 18-18. But this feels like this is a in the moment reaction, the inability to pick a direction. Like they weren't invested in keeping Clay, and that was probably the right decision, but you made the decision to keep Draymond Green, which I don't think was, and that's not a distaste for Draymond Green, the man that he is on the floor. He's not going to help you win basketball games anymore. So did you pay $100 million to keep him close to Steph? Because I don't know, but you just kind of like sat the fence. You kind of like sat on the fence. And now this has you in this position to where your fans are calling your coach scumbag, which is wild. What a scumbag. He didn't play Trace Jackson Davis.
So like, here's the thing. We're just talking through it. We're just thinking through it. I tried to formulate like a thought about Steve Kerr. Cause I really want to say, I don't know how good of a coach he is, but the resume is the resume, and it just can't be denied. And he has 2022 as well. That's the one where it kind of feels like maybe he's Teflon, because you can mark off all the other ones as, he had this great talent and anybody would have won with him. Luke Walton went 24-0 to start the season. Like that would be the argument against Steve Kerr.
Mm-hmm.
But 2022 is the one that you can't get around.
Mm-hmm.
But I do look at him, and if things aren't right, it's just sometimes he's a little all over the place. It feels like sometimes he's a little all over the place, and if Steph wasn't there, it'd be really bad. Really, really bad. Steph bails him out a lot, I feel.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. But it's going to be highlighted right now, dropping a game by 30 on your home floor, then losing to a team that played in a brutal double overtime game the night before. And now, and to make matters worse, this all brought you back to 500, the 10th spot after the start that you had.
Yeah. That's tough.
And I know, obviously they're without Kuminga now and will be for, I think, 3 weeks or so. But the only real loss was, I'm not trying to minimize him, but it was D'Anthony Melton, right?
Mm-hmm. And then I'm trying to figure out, Uncle Lone, Drew Down, if you're in here, help me out. Like, is Pods hurt? Because I was watching the game last night. I felt like I didn't see him. And maybe he's hurt, but he wasn't that good to begin with this year. So, but we're talking about rotational guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Kyle Madsen said he's hurt right now.
He's
Pods,
hurt?
yeah.
Yes.
He's got like hit in the face a
Yeah.
couple
Uncle
times
Loon
this
said
year.
it's an oblique.
So I don't. Sometimes I kind of feel like they should be better than what they are, and then I just kind of watch the game, and you got a Steph Curry who is still really good, but he's not. You know, he's a human being. He's getting older, so he can't exactly do the same things he did. And Draymond is doing what he does. I like Kuminga when he's in there, but it feels like it's kind of hit or miss with how Kerr feels about him and his playing time and opportunities. And then you got like Waters, and they had the one guy Spencer. They had him playing minutes, and it's like, man, they just might not have enough.
Mm-hmm.
They just the roster may not be good enough. And then, like I said, I like Moody, but he doesn't seem to play him often. So they might not have enough. And then, like you talked about, are you going to make a decision about where you're going to go? Are you going to trade Pods, Kuminga, whatever, to get Giannis or somebody like that to help Steph Curry? Or I kind of half joking tweeted it last night, but are you going to maybe move on from Steph Curry if he says he wants to compete? I don't think that's something that you do unless he says,
yeah,
I want to do it.
And I don't think he will.
I don't think he will either.
I think he'll.
There's no need to.
I think he'll sink with the Titanic.
Yeah, there's no need to. There's no need for Steph Curry to do that. I know these guys want to win their competitors, but he's certified and verified. He doesn't need to win another title.
Mm-hmm.
He can ride off into the sunset.
And you know,
with Golden State.
And I don't remember if it was your boy Bob or if it was Dunleavy. I don't remember which one it was, to be honest with you. But someone, maybe it wasn't either one of them. Maybe it was just like, you know, Anthony Slater or Marcus Thompson or someone. But I remember there was something about getting Steph one more than LeBron. That was like, and I don't know if that was a direct. I can't imagine. Actually, now that I say, I can't imagine one of those guys.
Talk.
Yeah, it was like, no, the Warriors internally, they really want to get Steph that fifth ring because it's
want that
for sure is one more than LeBron James, and it's like you might have cost yourself any semblance of a future by doing that, because a couple of years ago, all of us believed that the Golden State Warriors had a bright future.
Mm-hmm.
We were all miserable because it felt like the Golden State Warriors had a bright future, but they fell into that championship. Salute. It's a championship. You won it. You absolutely won it. But that fooled you into thinking you were something that you're not. And now now you did 2 timelines. They've got no timeline except the grave.
Yeah, they're stuck right now. Then I didn't even mention this guy, and he had some personal things going on in his life, so maybe stunted where he might go. But Andrew Wiggins, they win that championship, and Andrew Wiggins looks like he's going to be Scottie Pippen, you know, for the next X amount of years.
Mm-hmm.
And he just hasn't been consistent. You know, like I said, he's had personal tragedies go on, and that has taken a toll on him. And that's tough. That's nothing that you can plan for that you want. But that was a setback. You know, Wiseman, you know, didn't work out. Kuminga's good. I don't know if Kuminga's franchise. You know, I don't know. Kuminga's a good ball player. But in that draft, you had, or the one before, I don't think you had 3 picks, but in succession, you had Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. All, you know, Wiseman was the 2nd pick. Kuminga, I think, was 6. Moody might have been 11 or something like that. And none of them are franchise. And you wouldn't trade him for nobody.
Kuminga's the only one rotational. I'm talking about franchise. He's the only one rotational.
Yeah.
I mean, different draft posits too, but listening to
the word was they wasn't trying to trade pods.
Right.
And they missed on that if like that was a marketing situation.
Listening to Anthony yesterday was certainly enlightening that I didn't know. Like part of Pods' kind of fallback has been he's trying to do too much. He's instead of being the player that he was, he's trying to become like a brand new player. It's not. It's not. But it sure reminds me of the Jason Jones JJ conversation. Where it's like he wants to shoot threes, he wants to do all this other stuff instead of doing what he's good at. And it's like, man, I didn't know we had gotten to that point with my man Pods already.
Do you think maybe he might be a little bit of a victim of, I don't know who said it, and obviously it was like sources say and sources within the, but that we look at Pods as an all-star level player. Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Like let's crawl before we walk. Maybe he gets there. We don't know, but like right now we look at him as a good ball player. And I say that to say he hears that, he sees that, he reads that, or people are telling him that. Maybe he's trying to live up to that instead of just doing what he was doing.
Yeah, just be a ball player, man. Just hope it's one of those things like they already like you. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
Keep playing. They fell in love with the player that you were.
Yeah. Don't
change yourself. Like you can get better, and right. I think everyone believes that you will or would get better. But man, don't have to change nothing. They already love you for who you are. We'll come back, man. There's a lot more NBA related stuff to talk about outside of the Golden State Warriors, but the Golden State Warriors are kind of the latest example of teams going up and down. We've talked about that a lot. Maybe the Sacramento Kings are experiencing their first true up of the season. The Lakers had a bad loss last night. They're eyeballing a few things. Zion Williamson returned last night. What does that mean for New Orleans? And we were marveling coming back from commercial break at that incredible ending in Atlanta. So we'll talk about all of this. We'll talk some football stuff as well. Our man Mark Haynes from Sacramento Observer going to be with us about an hour from now. And then, of course, James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. We're thrilled that you're here with us right now. It's Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Did you check that box already? No, don't check it. I've already I've already told traffic we've got to fix that, and I've been emailing with her right now. We have a whole source of issues going on right now. We She already got it corrected, so it shouldn't be an issue moving forward. Sorry, Scooter. I muted. I didn't even need to mute that last conversation. Just KSFM stuff going on.
TJD he's cool. He's a little overrated if you ask me. He's a cool player. He's a little undersized for like they're trying to play him at the 5. And that's probably where he needs to play because he doesn't have a lot of perimeter skills. And nowadays at the 4, you gotta be able to shoot. You gotta be able to create a little bit. So he's a little bit of a tweener because of that.
Can you tell me something when they come back? Is Darius Garland does he have a hood on?
I don't think so.
I think he's just got one of those weird backdrops in it, and it looks
it's cutting him off. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he got the dreads.
Okay, yeah, the hood's down. I see it. Yeah, the hood's down. I like Darius Garland a lot. I wish
I do.
I wish I could watch this game live. We can't watch this one live tonight, but
might stay away from everybody, man.
Yeah. I might. Yeah, I don't do that very often, but I'm with you.
My girl, I always forget her name. Her shirt is fire. She got the
You really
MCM
cannot
shirt.
remember that bald girl's name.
I can't. Well, because on Instagram, that's her name.
The bald girl.
Yeah. So that's what I always think about. But her shirt is fire. She got this MCM shirt on.
Is that one of those Caraway tax bracket shirts? Probably.
It's a Barling tax bracket shirt for sure. For sure. But that's going to be a good game, though.
Yeah, Donovan is so good, man. I love the game Donovan's have. And I swear Donovan looks like he's in the best shape of his career right now. He looks terrific.
He's playing great. He's kind of, I would say Donovan Mitchell's a little underrated. Like he's been doing, he's been doing this. We pushing 6-7 straight years. I mean, remember how he had Utah. He had Utah as the #1 team in the Western Conference.
He's never been able to capitalize on anything in the playoffs, though. I feel like he's never really had a run.
He's had to play with Rudy Gobert. That's part of the problem.
I mean, his biggest moment was the 50-50 with Jamal. Yeah,
he did that, but he had some games last year in the playoffs. He had some games last year. I think
they won in the first.
They won in the first round. Yeah, and I think they were down 3-2. I want to say I want to say he went crazy in Game 6 in Orlando to get it to Game 7. I want to say he might have had like mid 40s. I'm about to check right now. So he hadn't had like the moment, but I feel like Donovan may be a little underrated.
I feel like Donovan.
He only had 23 in that Game 6.
Well, you know what was funny is we remember.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. They lost the Game 6. He had 50 in Game 6.
Oh man!
So they were up 3. They were up 3-2. Orlando forced the Game 7. He had 50 in that Game 6, followed by 39 in Game 7.
This is Game 6 loss.
Game 6 loss.
Wow. Yeah, you got a great memory for that stuff because when you did the Willie Cauley-Stein numbers yesterday, you couldn't have told me Willie didn't score like 36
I
in
thought
that
he
game.
did too.
I swear, if you had told me Willie had 50 in that game after DeMarcus was traded, I would have been like, yeah, man, that was crazy. Golden One Center was nuts that night. Or Arco or whatever venue it was. Yeah, crazy.
It's Golden One. Because DeMarcus played in Golden One.
Yeah, it was Golden One. That's right. The Golden One was Golden One the is getting ridiculous, or was that Arco?
No, that was Golden One. And then also what kind of led to Boogie getting traded was he was in the tunnel in Golden One when he flicked off the kid with the Warriors jersey.
Oh man. Yeah.
You can't do that to Marcus. As much as I chuckle, you can't do that.
Rumor says he pissed off Vivek with that one. And
yeah, you can't do that, man. Over. I'm not the kid. If it was adult, all right, man. You can't do that to the kid. You can't do that to little Johnny, man.
Why not?
It was little Timmy. Come on.
You just playing a heel?
Oh, DeMarcus was definitely a heel.
Oh man, don't get DeMarcus. Don't get confused with me laughing and thinking it's funny. Would say you can't do that.
Brian brings up. Katie asked Willie Cauley-Stein if he felt free. I remember that. Willie was free the next game too. Willie was free the next game.
Willie said the one time, man, and shout out to the confidence and the ambition, but he is like, I see myself like Porzingis if they just let me do my thing. And they just let me. I could be like Porzingis. All right, man.
All right, man. Oh no, they photoshopped Kenny with hair. Oh no. Why did low key look kind of like Rick James? I ain't gonna lie.
Oh yeah, no, there. That's Devin Carter's hair.
It sure looked like it. We're headed to Mexico. And shout out
I'm
to
gonna name that today's show.
Shout out to at I Judge Wrestling. He said, I don't know why, but when you say we're thrilled you're here with us, it kind of makes my day. It's nice to be appreciated, even for the tiniest of things. So thank you.
Well,
all right,
we
well,
appreciate you.
Man,
Absolutely.
it's a shoot. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Like this, I'm unemployed, I'm living on one of Kenny's properties if this show doesn't exist, if y'all ain't out here.
I don't have a property if the show doesn't exist.
Well, we appreciate you guys, man. That's a true story.
Absolutely.
Let's stay in the NBA. I know there's some football stuff to talk about. I'll hit you with a little tease. I might do a 180 on Mike McCarthy.
About what could happen or if he's a good coach or not?
All of the above.
Ooh.
Go ahead. I know you want to say something. Just
I'm a little speechless. I don't have anything to say, right? I'm a little speechless. I was not expecting that.
I think Dame is right.
Okay, what's going on here?
No,
I never subscribe to the fact that Mike McCarthy was
Mike McCarthy has done some questionable things. There's no doubt about that. You don't like Dak Prescott, the quarterback. You don't hate him.
Dak is a top 10 quarterback on his best day.
That's a lie.
That's where I disagree.
On his best day, he's like 10th, 9th, 11th, 12th, maybe 8 to 12.
He's top 15. He's top 15.
This year he was not great, but on his best day, like he hovers around 10.
I think it's fair to say Mike McCarthy gets the best out of Dak.
Yes.
Again, he's done some questionable things. I don't think he's had a perfect roster to work with. We look at the flaws on the defense sometimes and, kind of point to that. We say, Dak's numbers are inflated. Like that's their offense though. Like that's Mike McCarthy's offense. Mm-hmm. And as I was just like thinking about the Dallas Cowboys, like who are you going to get that's better than Mike McCarthy?
Someone who's not scared going into their matchup with the 49ers in the playoffs.
But is that Mike McCarthy or is that those players?
I feel like that was Mike McCarthy too.
You know what though? You know what?
I feel like
the first time they played, maybe
the original bump box game.
Yeah, maybe in Dallas.
That was in Dallas.
Maybe they
were
maybe
scared.
He's part of it. I still put it on the players first and foremost. Maybe he's part of it. The second time at Levi's, he had them boys ready to play, and Dak couldn't produce. That was like a 13-10 game the entire time. They were ready to play, and they competed.
That's not on Mike McCarthy. Like I was thinking about the Steelers-Ravens game, and the Steelers offense. Did you hear what Peter King said?
No.
Oh,
I didn't know
Peter King.
Making quotes.
I thought he retired.
Yeah,
didn't
he?
He did. But you know what retirement is for people. He's still out there talking football.
Gotta get paid.
And the belief is the bloom is off the rose with Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
He had a suggestion for the Steelers quarterback next year. Would any of the 1,200 people watching like to guess? Would any of you two like to guess?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just lost too.
I thought we were retiring this.
Aaron Rodgers.
we
It's
were
like
retiring
Peter
him.
retired and didn't watch football this year. Now, I dislike the Jets as much as anyone else. But you're telling me the Jets were the problem? Y'all told me the Jets were good for 2 years and that Aaron Rodgers was going to be the difference maker. And he stinks. And you're telling me you can put Aaron Rodgers in a locker room with Mike Tomlin? Peter.
Come on, man.
Yeah, at that point, just run it back with Russell Wilson.
Peter, like, no. But I'm getting sidetracked.
He's the answer for nobody.
Absolutely. He's to take your little drug and go away. Go into darkness.
Please.
Maybe forever.
Please.
Just go to darkness. But I was thinking about Mike Tomlin specifically and how bad the Steelers offense really has been the last couple of years, but how great he has been and they have been on the defensive end. Now that Tomlin is a defensive coach, right? That's where he excelled. Mm-hmm. The offense was always a bit of a struggle. The offense last year was god awful. How is that too much different than what Mike McCarthy has dealt with in Dallas, where he is an offensive-minded coach? And you've seen this offense, prior to all the injuries this year. We talk about 12-4 seasons, put up massive numbers, but not get the job done in other parts of the field. Yeah. Now, I can't account for being scared going into playoff games and all that because I'm not going to refute any of that. I'm going to put a lot more of that on the players than I am Mike McCarthy, though. I think, again, I'm not saying Mike McCarthy is a flawless coach, but the Dallas Cowboys aren't going to find a flawless coach. If I'm Ben Johnson, I'm like, hey, Detroit, I'm good. I don't need to take that interview. And I don't even know that they're interviewing people because I didn't know. We never see this. We never see contracts expire. So maybe this is totally normal. I have never seen anything like this before. And from a contract standpoint, I don't understand how this is even possible. Mike McCarthy right now is no longer under contract for the Dallas Cowboys.
They have exclusive negotiating rights till the 14th.
Which makes no effing sense. Mike McCarthy can't go get a job despite the fact he's not under contract because his agent allowed some week-long negotiation rights to be exclusive to the Dallas Cowboys. Now, if you looked at your contract right now, your contract ends in August. Your exclusive negotiating rights begin in May. Right. Not September. Right. Your contract with Odyssey runs out in August. You can go work wherever you want to. It's not, you don't have to wait till September when the negotiation rights period is over. The negotiation rights period starts before. Right. How did this happen?
Right. To further your example, that's like how we talked about the NBA ad nauseum for their media rights deal. That's like not having any deal in place. And then after the last game of the season, there's no deal in place. And TNT can talk to them for the next month. Like, that's not how that works.
Right.
The exclusive negotiating window was what, last year or something like that?
Yeah.
That's when we could start.
That's when it started. Yeah.
It starts during the time, not when it's over.
Yeah. And so now, and I think part of it, I just learned that. And so I think I feel bad for Mike McCarthy. And I don't know. I truly, when we saw the report yesterday, I thought the Bears thing might have been a favor. Like, hey, Mike, we'll interview you. We'll throw this out there just to see what Jerry does. And they said no. And so if I'm Mike's, I would hope Jerry's not a big enough of a jackass to not allow this man to interview for other jobs and not keep him.
Right.
Legitimately, that news story turned Mike McCarthy babyface. Because I'm thinking like, okay, I hope they're near a deal.
Right.
So like I don't not want the man to work, whether I think he's a good coach or not.
Right. Why would you do that if you didn't want to bring him back?
Right. So that they did a whole just a whole babyface turn for Mike McCarthy, where the numbers show like he's not a bad coach. And then it gave me pause. Well, the numbers show Mike Brown's not a bad coach either. Like, is there some sort of disconnect? It's like, well, they're 12-4. They get to the playoffs. I don't know why they can't get the job done in the playoffs. Maybe they just run into better teams in the playoffs. Their last two playoff appearances, they lost to the 49ers both times, right?
Yeah.
Did the 49ers go to the Super Bowl both times, or did they go to the NFC Championship the first time?
They went to the NFC Championship game.
Lost to the Rams?
Times.
Oh.
So they lost to the Rams, and then Brock Purdy ripped his elbow up the next time.
Got it. Okay. All right.
So, but they were, they didn't make it, so you can't. But that was a championship caliber team. Those teams that he lost.
Absolutely.
To. You know what I mean?
I think there are championship caliber teams that lose every year. Mm-hmm. The 49ers are a championship caliber team. They don't have a Super Bowl to show for it. Right. Some would argue the Buffalo Bills have been a championship caliber team. They don't have the Ravens. They don't have a Super Bowl to show for it. It's not uncommon. It's highlighted because one of the biggest because one, the Cowboys are probably the biggest franchise in sports.
Yeah, they're number one.
And so you have, guys like Stephen A. Smith. It's Stephen A. Smith's bit with the Dallas Cowboys isn't really that different than Skip Bayless's bit with LeBron James. Skip attached himself to the best basketball player on the planet. Stephen A. attached himself to the biggest franchise on the planet, or the biggest franchise in the United States for sure. And look, it's funny. It works. Mm-hmm. It gets eyeballs. Like they keep doing it because it works. Mm-hmm. And that's why Mike McCarthy's missteps are highlighted the way that they are. But I'm not sure that he deserves to not be their coach.
I don't think he does. I've always said that the Mike McCarthy's a good coach. He's a good coach. Now
you have, and it took me a minute to get there.
Because now there's overwhelming evidence of success. Like, how many years was he with Green Bay? And they were in contention like every year.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes over to Dallas, and immediately they're in contention for 3 of his 4 years or 3 of his 5 years, whatever. He's a good coach. He's a good coach. And to your point, who are you going to get that's better than him? Sometimes that's not a good enough reason to hold on to somebody. You know what I mean? Because who are you going to get that's better than him? Well, that's a separate conversation. I just know that this isn't working. That's why we got to move on from him.
Mike McCarthy took the Green Bay Packers to the playoffs 8 straight years. Went 13
Super Bowl, huh?
Went 13-3 his second year. Went to the playoffs. That's 9 years. 9 out of his first 11 seasons. Finished 7-9. After that run, 4-7, ultimately cost his job. Joined the Dallas Cowboys 2 years later. Finished 6-10 in 2020. Then 3 consecutive 12-5 seasons, followed by the 7-10 season this year.
Yeah, he's. I think Dallas. And I'm not even saying this like as a 49ers fan, like, oh, you'll never win with Mike McCarthy. I don't feel that way about him. I think Dallas should hold on to him. Or not. I don't care. But like I think he's a good coach. And when you talk about the way they've built that team now with Dak Prescott, with CeeDee Lamb, and giving them that money, they've built it for offense. So you probably want an offensive coach there that could get the most out of them. I can't imagine somebody getting more out of CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. Maybe somebody can get more out of the running game, but now you're starting to talk about who's in control of the personnel.
Yeah.
Who's making those decisions, and that may have more of a be more of a problem to what's going on with the Cowboys than Mike McCarthy's coaching.
Really, man.
Get on board with us, Jesse. Oh, Jesse walked out.
Jesse quit. Yeah, he's like this. This conversation has gotten so out of hand. Jesse left. It's like I can't. These two idiots.
Think we're like, no. Jesse left. He said,
no. Yeah, that's the shoot. He's gone. I'm gone. He's gone. Oh well. Complete. Hold on. We got Kyle Madsen. Kyle Madsen. We got to run in
with that stupid hat he's got on.
What's wrong with his hat?
Big Buckeyes guy. Everybody knows it. If you know me, you know OHIO for life. I'm talking Terrell Pryor. I'm talking Kirk Herbstreit. Maurice Clarett was robbed.
Sweater vest.
Yeah. Sweater vest. Jim Tressel didn't do anything wrong.
You see, I got this burn.
Everybody knows it.
Come on,
everybody knows it.
Come on, come on, Sark. Come on, Sark.
Hook him right here.
Yeah, it's horns down. Am I right? No. Mike McCarthy stinks. What are we doing here?
Oh no!
Really?
He sucks, bro. No. What are we doing?
He sucks.
He sucks.
Why does he suck? Pause.
Because
tell me why he's a bad coach.
Because have you ever in any spot been like, you know what this team needs? Mike McCarthy. Like, I've never trusted a Mike McCarthy team in the playoffs.
How many coaches
ever.
do you do that with?
Like several. The good ones.
No, the great ones. I don't think the good ones. I think it's the great ones. Like, I'll do that with Andy.
Outside of count them on one hand.
Are the Cowboys, let's say they run it back with Mike McCarthy, Cowboys Super Bowl contenders next year?
No, because of the quarterback.
No, the roster's not good enough.
Really?
No, it's not.
Okay.
They have no run game whatsoever.
They've got no linebackers ever. They're soft in the middle. They can be run on. And I don't trust the quarterback. I think the quarterback was 2 years ago when they went into Levi's, he was the only one that wasn't ready to play. Everybody on that coaching staff and on that team was ready to play. Our defense, Kyle, you watched every second of that game. It was a game. They were competing. Around. The only person that wasn't ready to play was the quarterback.
They're also old or getting old. Like not obviously Micah's not. You know, they have those three players that I think we fixate on and don't look around. Like DeMarcus Lawrence is aged like 5 years per year for the last 5 years. He's a 25-year vet at this point.
His prime was like 12 games.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. But I just don't believe.
I don't think the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys roster is better than
they finished 7-10 without their starting quarterback.
Okay.
I guess
I think they missed their window with this group.
And maybe that's true. Maybe
I just don't. So okay, to that point, I don't think they maximize their window because I think Mike McCarthy isn't good enough. I think Dak Prescott is a good player. I don't think the head coach maximizes.
When's the last time Dak played good in the playoffs? When it really counted? He
played good. It was a while ago.
He played good against the Bucks 2 years ago. That sorry Bucks team.
No, it was a playoff team, man.
Weren't they 9-8 in the South?
It was a playoff team, Kenneth.
They were sorry. I think Tom Brady was.
Yeah, they're not going to win anything.
He underperforms every time.
What coaches do you go? This is what the team needs. You get what Andy, maybe Mike Tomlin. Who else?
Are we sure with Mike Tomlin? Do you know the New York Giants have won a playoff game more recently than Mike Tomlin?
And they're probably going to lose again.
Okay,
that's crazy.
Okay. So okay. Mike Tomlin hasn't.
Here's what I'll tell you.
Hasn't had a bad season in his career.
But if you flip Mike McCarthy and Mike Tomlin, the Steelers get dramatically worse and the Cowboys get dramatically better. Same rosters. Facts.
I don't know that.
Yes. I don't know
that that's true.
Year.
I don't know that that's true because I think Mike McCarthy is a good offensive coach, and I don't think he even he could have coached.
You think he's a good offensive coach? That's fine. That's fine.
I think Mike Tomlin is a good defensive coach too. I think he's a great head coach. So again, let me go back to the original question. Who do you point to? What coach do you point to? Go, this team needs this guy outside of Andy Reid.
I'm don't fix it on that. I misstated.
No,
that's fine. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. No, it's good.
Thank you.
No, it's. I've never gone into a playoff game and been like, I'm going to pick that team.
I know
that Green Bay game was embarrassing. That's at home. 47. Was it 47-7?
Who's the one that was throwing picks left and right? Throwing pick sixes. He was awful. He was awful. You never felt that way about Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy. You were a little worried.
What do you mean a little worried?
Like the Niners go into Green Bay with the snow. You think that? Oh, he wasn't the coach then. No. But the Niners go into Niners going to Green Bay with when the below 7 degrees game. Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers were there, you were like, oh man, I don't like this, huh? Were we confident they were going to beat that team? They were the better.
I don't
the Niners
remember.
were the
God,
better
that was
team.
so freaking long ago.
The Niners were the better team, but it was like, damn, we gotta go there, and it's freezing and all this other stuff.
Nah, I have never feared Mike McCarthy as a coach.
Let me ask you this: would the Dallas Cowboys be better with Dan Quinn?
Ooh,
That's a good question.
that's a really good question.
Thank you. I'm a broadcast journalist.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no.
Do I also get Cliff Kingsbury as my OC?
I'm gonna say no. Well, no to that, but
Fine.
Yes, the Cowboys are better this year.
no. But y'all know how I feel. The problem is the guy who,
I also
picks left and right when the games are on the line, like
Go-
left and right. Like there is no scheming for that, and he's just throwing it to the other team.
Going back to the 20, was that the 13 when the Niners went into Green Bay and won with Colin Kaepernick.
Mhm.
I think the Niners are going to lose every game, so that
Yes,
doesn't
yeah, that's a true story.
doesn't do anything for me. All right. Jesse's back now.
That's fine. That's fire.
Jesse said, "I'm not participating."
I love that
in
Kyle.
this Mike McCarthy stuff.
I love that Kyle just walked in and said, "No, you guys are idiots. This is stupid. Well, what are you guys doing? Expand the insiders to 4 hours and shut you guys down to 2 hours, idiots." I don't know. I don't know why that happened. I was getting my hair cut today, watching, this stuff on Mike McCarthy and that contract thing, and I just my barber's a Cowboys fan, and I was like, man, I don't know. I think I'm doing a 180 on him, a babyface turn on Mike McCarthy here.
Check this out real quick. I'm looking. Dak Prescott had the one game I'm talking about against Tampa Bay, where he had 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Cooking.
Mm-hmm.
For his playoff career, he's 14-7 as far as touchdowns to interceptions. Take away that Tampa game, we're looking at 10-7. Then he had a terrible game against Green Bay last year where he had 3 touchdowns. Like, we all watched the game and said he sucked. It was garbage time. This guy's been awful.
James Harden.
Yes.
Empty calories in the playoffs.
Perfect.
James Harden, Aaron Judge, and Dak Prescott.
Well, why did Aaron Judge get included in this?
It's just the three of each of their respective sports, who show up in the regular season but don't do a damn thing in the playoffs year
Leave
after
Aaron
year.
out of this. How many times has Aaron even been in the playoffs?
Enough.
All right. I said I was going to tease this conversation, and we just had the whole conversation. So we'll come back. We'll come back. I don't know what we'll do. Maybe we'll talk basketball. Maybe we'll talk football. Find out. D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Did anyone catch The Rock yesterday? Was that yesterday?
It was yesterday.
He was all over the place yesterday.
So I guess, was he a heel again?
I guess we're all just jackasses and let the man cook.
If he,
at least I didn't watch it, but that's the gist of what I got from the social media.
Here's
clips.
the thing: no one cares.
Yeah, bro.
Like, you blew it. Like, you had to get your shit off in front of the next Netflix people, and you pissed off a year worth of storylines. No one wants to hear this from you ever again. I can't believe The Rock sucks as much as he does now. He just absolutely sucks.
Let's go make Moana 3 and leave us alone. Playing with our emotions.
Jesse, you like Miami. Calm down. They're never done anything in the playoffs. Okay. If you say so, pal.
Good one?
Yeah. Damn.
Okay, Ricardo, we hear you. Ricardo, go home. It's okay. We hear you, man. It's okay. We hear you. You hate Mike McCarthy. I understand. Well, he might be. I don't know. He might be. If he's not, man, the Cowboys are assholes for the way that they're handling this. Of course, that's not a surprise to anyone at all. Not at all. Okay, Johnny. I saw you mention that a couple of times. I'll I'll try.
So I got a snowfall question.
Macy's. This was a Jerome Lamar. It's Icons of Style. It's probably
Rich.
2 years old or something. Stop it.
He did say Macy's.
Yeah, come on, man.
Shout out Macy's.
I got a Jesse, you might not be able to help me out on this one, but maybe the name can. It's really nondescript. I'm trying to figure out. Do you remember on Snowfall, there were two, I think they were Mexican guys. Maybe they were like Nicaraguan or something like that. They were two guys. They were like henchmen or something like that. And I think they were two of the guys that had the CIA's guy brother held captive and like made him do all the, basically messed them
I think
up.
those guys were Colombian. Yeah.
One of the guys was on was he on Insecure?
Oh, I don't know.
He was somebody's brother or some. Oh no, he was what's, I think it's the same guy. He was what's his name's husband. Amanda Seals' character.
Okay.
And he was on there as
Was he in
I thought he was a
Snowfall?
black guy, and then he goes on there as a Colombian guy speaking Spanish on Snowfall. I think it's the same guy.
Yeah, I'm looking up the cast and it's the same. Yeah. It's the
Well,
same
wait a
person.
second. He is a black dude, though, right?
I don't know though.
No, I think he is.
His name is Wade Elaine Marcus.
I don't know.
You said Wade?
Yeah. First name Wade.
Elaine.
Wait, no.
Marcus?
His name's Derek Dubois. Never mind. I was
God
looking at
damn it, Jesse.
Sorry, you get confused. You get confused looking at it. It's cast name and then the person's actual name.
I cannot spell Dubois.
Dubois.
There's no way that's what it is. How do you spell his last name?
Yeah, Dubois.
Oh, wow. Okay. My bad. Oh. No, wait a second.
What do you got?
No, now, wait a minute.
What happened here? What happened? That's
Derek-
him.
Derek-
What's his name?
Yeah, that's the guy, right?
I don't think so.
He
That's
looks-
him?
it's
Is
the
that
same-
that's the right
yeah,
guy?
Let me
They
see.
see? I don't think that's
I'm
him.
pulling him up. Let me get Dak Prescott's stats out of here. Let me pull him up.
Oh, no, maybe it is. Okay, now.
What's his name? Derek Boudoir?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think he's on Insecure.
Yeah, he was Amanda Seals' husband.
Really? Okay.
Let me see. Where is it?
I guess I'm.
Well, this.
So his name is actually the first one that I said.
Okay. Wait, what?
Yeah, his name is the first one that I said.
That ain't him.
His Derek Dubois is the character he plays on Insecure. He's Diego on Snowfall.
Okay, well the Google search works just fine. Okay. So he's not a black dude, huh?
And what's his name? What's his real name?
I don't know. I'm looking. I
Jesse
searched Derek
said it.
Dubois, and that got
wasn't
what I
it.
was
That
looking
wasn't
for.
Oh, it did?
Well, yeah,
I'm so
because it's his.
confused.
Well, because I searched Derek Dubois Insecure.
His real name is Wade Elaine Marcus.
Well, that's him. I don't know what's going on. I just know he came on Snowfall. I saw him on Snowfall, and I was like, "Oh, that's a dude from Insecure." And then it was just all Spanish speaking, and I was confused.
Okay. He does. Okay. Boy, Hollywood is crazy. Does this brother not have a Wikipedia page?
I don't know, but
I'm looking.
on
I
his
can't
Google.
find it either.
I'm on it.
Brody. How does Brody not have a Wikipedia page?
I'm on his Google.
His
It
IMDb
is-
page is just blank too.
Yeah, but it doesn't say. Yeah, Wade is a black guy. Like Wikipedia would say that. All right, there's his. Okay, I can look up his mom.
He does have an IM. Oh, it's blank. You said.
No, he does. He doesn't have a Wikipedia page.
Mm.
Dilo and Casey, you're home for searching obscure actors. All because Kenny asks a question during a commercial break that we can't figure out the answer to quick enough. Oh no, yeah. So his mom is black.
Well,
Yeah, his mom Stephanie, is a American film producer.
and he was a Colombian drug henchman on Snowfall.
Well, let's see
It's
what his
called
father
range.
does. His father's name is Jesse.
Shout out.
Still a possibility here.
He might not be. And see what. Oh, that cannot be this man's father. There's no way that's his father.
Maybe
I need
his
to
son.
read this again. No, brother. That's his brother. Okay. Son of Stephanie, brother of Jesse. Got it. All right. His brother has a degree in English literature with a concentration in race and ethnicity. What was the question again?
Well,
is it the same guy?
Yeah.
Okay, well, clearly it is. I got fixated on whether he's black or not.
There goes his Instagram with him and Amanda on set.
That was a great show. That's one of the.
I loved Insecure.
That's one of the great shows of our generation.
I agree, 100%. I loved that show. That show was fantastic.
Insecure was fantastic, and the last episode was pretty perfect.
He got a little dusty too. I ain't gonna lie to you. When
Did
her
it?
and Molly were, we've been on this journey with them for 5 years.
For sure.
I was like, oh damn, man, got a little dusty.
Okay, I know I can't say that happened with me, but I certainly enjoyed it.
Those are my friends. That's a good
definitely,
show. Those are my friends.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Let's get TC in here. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. I hope he's not paying attention again because that would make this so much better. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
TC, what's popping,
TC,
baby?
that energy level different today, TC.
I know. Hey, look. Hey, that was wild yesterday at that university, bro. That lady was talking greasy.
That's all right.
What'd she say?
She was trying to pack. So look, bro. So we unloading right off my truck, and she's like, "It's already tight. You know how it's super tight, Kenny, right? Or D'Lo, you know, too, at Stanford, right? University. It's super tight. Everybody running around. So she's trying to park in this tight spot where we already got it blocked off. And she's like yelling out the window, talking crazy. Y'all got to get out of here. Move. And I'm like, man, this lady is crazy. Then y'all put me on.
Hey, TC, the whole chatty house was riding with you, bro. It's all right. It's all right, man. We had your back.
Thank you. Hey, look, I
be
just wanted to tap on that.
university president.
Bro, I was up there, Kenny. Hey, so Kyle came in talking about McCarthy. What's different between McCarthy and Shanahan? McCarthy got a ring, no? So, like, if we talking about people suck, I mean, McCarthy got winning seasons, too. They've been in NFC championship games and all that. The only difference between him and Kyle is he got a ring, and Kyle don't. And everybody treat Kyle like he got a ring and talk about McCarthy like he ain't got a ring.
Well, one of the differences is Kyle beats his ass every time he plays him. That's a difference.
Kyle don't have a ring. Kyle don't have a ring.
Well, yeah, that's what the difference was. Don't dismiss the difference. He beats the hell out of him. His teams beat the hell out of him every time he sees him.
I get it, but what makes it different about Kyle doesn't suck and McCarthy sucks? Because what are we talking about? Wins and losses are like how they prepared it to, like, what are we talking about with that?
So
McCarthy still has a ring.
Let me ask you, TC. I know you're well, I think you're a 49ers fan.
I'm a hold on, D'Lo. I'm a diehard Niners fan, bro. But when I come with y'all, bro, I be honest, and that's my honest take. It ain't no shoot or nothing. I've been a Niners fan my whole life. I'm just over Kyle, bro.
Okay,
We're not
I understand.
with that guy.
All right. Let's woo-saw through this. I'm gonna ask you a question about the Dallas Cowboys. If you're the Cowboys, do you fire Mike McCarthy, or do you not renew his contract, or whatever?
You might have to ride with McCarthy again unless you got something lined up. I like that.
TC, do you hear yourself?
Yeah, and I'm about to, before he even said, I'm gonna ask the follow-up. Do you think McCarthy sucks?
McCarthy's a cool coach. I don't think I will move on from him unless he has Dan Quinn.
So hold on. What's the difference? Why does Kyle suck and McCarthy doesn't?
Kenny, we should have kept D'Amico Ryan or Robert Saleh.
That's not even answering the question. That's not answering the question. You said Mike McCarthy a cool coach. Kyle beats his ass every time he sees him. Why is he cool and Kyle sucks?
He has a ring, man.
That was 15 years ago, TC.
With a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Hey, it's still a ring, y'all.
Oh.
This guy,
So he eats
Never
free.
gonna win a-
Mike McCarthy eats free forever because he has a ring.
No, he doesn't. So Kyle gets to be free because we keep going to NFC Championship games.
No,
No one said he's free. He just shouldn't be fired right now.
I get it.
All right.
You know what? Hey, listen, I love y'all, bro. We just don't see eye to eye on that situation.
That's all right. That's all right, TC.
Love you too,
That's
TC.
what we do.
Love you
It's the game. It's the game. That's all right. Tap in whatever you want to and fire Kyle Shanahan. It's not a problem, but it was crazy to relate Mike McCarthy and Kyle Shanahan and talk about Kyle being fired and then say the Dallas Cowboys should keep Mike McCarthy.
Right. Whereas I think they're both good coaches. I think they're both should keep their job.
Oh, man. How could we ever forget when TC said Rex Ryan should be the coach?
Well,
Ryan, by the way, we haven't talked about this. Rex
saying,
Ryan is making an ass out of himself, right?
What do you do now?
He's telling it. I've got this Jets job locked up. Like he's doing media appearances talking about he believes he's going to be the next head coach of the New York Jets. That's incredible to me. He just interviewed yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know what's crazy, the fact that he's saying that or the fact that he was even interviewed.
I feel like Rex Ryan has some
talk about it.
Plan in the background or something. Maybe he's promoting something coming up because he was talking about, I'm so much better than these guys they're interviewing and blah blah blah. Like he's like it's almost like not how you go about a job.
I try not to say these things lightly because we really pride in ourselves in not taking shots at most people through the 4-year duration. There might be some exceptions. 23 in San Francisco, we might have taken a couple of shots at. But I don't think Rex Ryan is a very bright individual. When I hear him talk, I think like this is a person who has no people skills whatsoever. Like for the last, I don't know how many years it's been several that he's been on television, and everyone said Rex Ryan is going to be brilliant on television. And he wasn't. When he first started, he was terrible. He was uninsightful. He was just a babbling goof. Then he started insulting people. Not people. He started insulting players. He basically tried to take the Charles Barkley role. I don't like what Charles does at all. But he has the equity with most NBA players, and I guess fans too, to call out the Anthony Davis out his name, to make jokes about Zion Williamson's weight, to do all of this stuff, and kind of, I guess, get away with it. Rex doesn't. And Rex would have sit up here and talk about players like, oh, man, he's trash. And now you're going to go coach in the league again? I don't know about that.
And I think that's part of
that's a lack of awareness to me.
Yeah, lack of awareness and part of like why he's a problem or potentially is a problem as a coach, because he gets caught up in that. Because I watch Sunday Countdown. I think they do a really good job on ESPN Sunday Countdown. And when he's not doing that, he actually like says good things and says insightful things. Like he does do what we thought Rex Ryan would do. But I think he gets caught up in, like you said, trying to be Charles
Barkley on a character
or trying to be all this other stuff. And that's what people see. Like people who don't get to watch, that's what they see from Rex Ryan. And that's what carries around with him. And I think that's what happens as a coach. He gets caught up in this persona of Rex Ryan instead of just trying to be a good coach. And he ends up looking like a clown.
You know what I think Stephen A's worst influence has been on sports media is he has conditioned everybody to think they have to yell. And Rex yells a lot. And I think if you just turn the volume down on Rex Ryan, you'd be right. Like, that actually makes a lot of sense, especially coming from a coach. I wish he didn't scream it at me for the last 2.5 minutes, but I think I understand what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
And I've heard Rex say a lot that are like, oh, let's get it. I get that. That makes a lot of sense.
But then he got on the character.
But then he'd follow it up with, I can't. He's trash. How is he even in the league? And it's like, all right.
Like,
man.
why?
All right, man.
Yeah.
Did you see that clip of Myles Garrett in the I can't remember who the Browns played, but the brother says he's walking next to Myles. He goes, hey man, I know I'm a nobody, but can I get that jersey after the game? And Miles says, brother, you're in the league. Your team's playing great. You ain't never a nobody. He said, I got you. And got him his jersey after the game.
That's what's up.
I was like,
really
that's
cool.
That's pretty dope.
That's really cool. Absolutely. I hadn't seen that yet.
Meanwhile, Rex calling someone on TV trash. Like, this is just different ways to talk to people. And maybe I said that wrong. Rex is a really intelligent individual. I stand by the fact that he doesn't have people skills.
To be honest with you, I don't know if he is or not.
Well, I think you're right, though. I think he does offer, football-wise, he does offer good insight in between his nonsense. And when he hits the nonsense button, it's like, bro, you don't have skills with people. Right. And his most memorable, the line I think everyone remembers from Rex Ryan. If I said recite one line from Rex Ryan, what would you say? You know what it is.
I don't know, man. I was gonna say,
let's go get a goddamn snack.
I wasn't thinking.
Oh, which one was you thinking? Something to do with feet. It's okay.
That's where my mind went to.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what quote he has with feet.
I'm Rex Ryan and I like feet. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
These are my wife. Then he showed her feet on this.
Bro, yeah,
story.
ESPN did like a Sports Center segment on it, like a SC featured on his wife's feet.
SC featured on his wife's feet. SC featured on his wife's feet is hilarious. Damn. But to your point about Rex Ryan, I would look at Rex Ryan if I was a player and he came in as a coach and he said, guys, I'm your new coach. Like, this guy's a clown. There's nothing.
Imagine Charles Barkley trying to coach players after all of this.
I mean, like, all right, man. Like, I'm not listening to much of anything you say because there's no substance in what somebody like that says on a consistent basis. Like, how am I gonna trust you? How am I gonna follow you in tough times? Like, that would just be my mind. Because when it gets tough, you're just gonna either blame somebody or just come up with some. It's nothing solid. It's nothing solid. And
Rex Ryan, man, is this right? Rex Ryan hasn't coached since 2016.
Man, that's a little sooner than I thought. He was with the Jets in 2016.
No, he was with Buffalo.
Oh,
he coached Buffalo for 2 years.
Damn, I didn't remember that. How'd he do there?
8-8 and 7-8. Was fired in the 2016 season.
I forgot about Buffalo. He finished New York in probably like 2011. Because he got to 2 AFC championship games, huh?
He got to his first 2 seasons. He got to the AFC championship game. Then 8-8, 6-10, 8-8, 4-12. Finished New York 46-50 record. Went to Buffalo, went 8-8, 7-8. And that was it. 2016 was it.
I just wouldn't be looking to hire him. I just wouldn't.
Just saw the connection. Didn't know. It's my bad. Just seeing this for the first time. Didn't know.
What'd you say?
Who owns the Jets?
Oh, Woody.
Would you like to guess what presidential candidate Rex Ryan introduced at a rally in 2016?
No need.
Making a little bit more sense. Like, how's Rex even getting an interview? I know now.
That's his boy. I mean, and somebody like Woody Johnson, who is incompetent at running a franchise. I don't have a problem saying that.
No, you're right. Because there was all that stuff was coming on The Athletic, I think it was, and Woody Johnson was talking about, why is he this bad? His Madden rating is like this.
Yeah, come on, man. This guy's incompetent. You know what I mean? Like I'm always aware of that because of what we always talk about with people outside talking about like Vivek and the Kings and stuff like that. So I'm aware that I don't want to be one of those people talking about stuff that I don't know about. But I've seen enough to say Woody's incompetent. And he is the type of guy that would say, well, let's just go back to the last time we were good. We had Rex here. That's when things were working.
Yep.
All right.
Ignoring the fact that Rex was there 4 years after you weren't good anymore.
So I have no
Also, Rex Ryan is going to coach your next quarterback. Rex Ryan is going to coach. So the Jets are just planning to destroy another young quarterback's future. That's great. Shout out to fireman. What's his name?
Is it Ed?
I don't remember.
I think it's fireman Ed.
I think he's been.
It is Fireman Ed.
Okay.
Didn't he quit on the Jets?
Yeah. Did he quit on the Jets?
He tells it like the Jets quit on him.
Oh man.
It's been an ongoing saga. Like
Dang.
legit. Like he's like, yeah, they've been showing me on the video more like less and less now.
Oh, that's.
I'm not
right.
even joking. And Woody Johnson, the story was that Woody Johnson actually nixed a trade for Jerry Jeudy because his Madden rating was too low.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Fireman Ed has a Wikipedia page.
Well, why doesn't Wade Allen Marcus?
I don't know.
What
He's not Fireman Ed.
What's Fireman Ed talking about on his Wikipedia? He's from Queens? Is he from Queens?
Fireman Ed it says New York City. He's 65 years old. He's an actual New York City firefighter. He was injured on the job in 2017. Fireman Ed left the game of the famous butt fumble game before halftime, stating that he would no longer lead cheers at Jets games as Fireman Ed.
I don't blame him.
At the first game of the 2015 NFL season, Fireman Ed returned to lead cheers for the Jets.
I got an ESPN article on October 17th of 2024. Jets superfan Fireman Ed says team is phasing him out.
Oh man, that is terrific.
Oh man, poor Fireman Ed.
Jets also have the longest playoff drought in sports right now.
Oof.
Oh,
I believe they're the only double-digit team.
that feels good. Say it again.
Yeah, they're the longest playoff drought and the only double-digit team as far as years, I believe.
Oh, even the Raiders have made the playoffs before them.
That is terrific. Man, quiet
What's he
down.
talking about?
Goodness. I thought that was Kawhi Leonard. It was not. Wow. Mike McCarthy and Fireman Ed all here in the 1 o'clock hour.
And Wade Allen.
The guy from Insecure and apparently Snowfall as well.
Kings don't play till Friday either.
What season are you on, Snowfall?
Just finished 4.
And 5 is the last one? Or
6
is the last one?
Yeah, 6 is the last one.
Okay, so I think this is the weird
Yeah,
season.
all right. You're going to have to just push through it, okay?
5 is the weird one.
Yeah, just get through it. That's
Just
it.
get through
Every
it.
show has one weird season. This is it.
There's some like
There is light at the end of the tunnel.
there's the what is this moment like that happens a few times.
I don't
And
like
where
how-
are you?
I'm season 5 of Lost. We're starting to get answers, but I'm trying to figure out what the whole point of all this is. Like, oh yeah, okay.
Well, don't hurt yourself.
That's
pal.
what I figured. Yeah,
Don't hurt yourself.
like
pal.
there's it's starting to be like there's more transparency as far as like who's from where and everyone's backstory.
Yeah.
But it's like, all right, what are we trying to solve here?
Yeah.
We also got some other good news. I do have the Peacock account ready to go, so I'm gonna watch The Office tonight.
What do you mean ready to go?
It's up and ready to go. I
Like
guess-
you ordered it. You subscribed.
Well, come to find out, I was never unsubscribed because I went to go watch Michigan versus UCLA last night. I was like, damn, I'm gonna have to sign up because I got to watch this. And I was like, let me just open the app.
I'm
see
not
what
at that
happens.
tax bracket where I can just be charged for things and not even know.
Well, I don't know if that's even happening. I thought when I got rid of Xfinity TV, because that's where I have it. I'm like that's,
So
I got it through that.
this shows the level of your riches.
Well, no, I think I still have it because I have the internet.
No, what happens is when you get charged for that. So what it does is you get charged for it and then refunded for it.
On their like Xfinity bill or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
And then so you leave Xfinity, you just stop getting refunded for it.
Well,
That's what for people like Jesse and myself
Yes.
who watch like our dollars, we recognize that
Well,
stuff.
I have a
you don't
budget.
quite see that.
You know
stuff.
what that is?
well. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Do you have a budget?
Absolutely. That's
That's
why I
the-
got rid of the cable in the first place.
No, that's true. No, cable was ridiculous. There's no purpose in having
I gotta
cable
say,
anymore.
Chatty House is looking for a flag too, but we'll let it play out.
Wait, what happened?
Talking about how Peacock is up and ready to go.
Come on, man.
You were kind of towing the line there, but we'll let you play on.
Come on.
Nah.
I saw it too,
Nah.
but we'll play on.
If you're not gonna do it, I'm
Come
gonna do it.
on.
All right, the
I
sideline
missed
judge got
that.
it then.
We didn't already have 4 plays.
I tried to
Hey,
lay play on.
4 plays.
If Eric Spoelstra can get a review, then so can we.
Look at Mark Davis over here.
No. Yeah, I'm not the official. Jesse's the official.
He's Mark Davis. I want
I
to be
just-
Gucci 2.0.
I'm Eric Spoelstra in this situation. I just egged the official on a little bit.
Oh man, but yeah, so I'm watching Office tonight.
No,
No
you're
Kings-
not.
no Kings game
You and
going
I
on,
are
I'm watching.
together tonight. Then when we part and go home, we're going to watch Oklahoma City and Cleveland. You're not watching The Office tonight. Stop lying to the people who invest their time into the show. Do you ever feel bad about lying to the
I'm gonna
people
watch
who
at least
listen to
one
this?
episode.
No, you're
Episode
not.
2, or excuse me, season 2, episode 2.
No, you're not. You're not watching an episode tonight. Okay.
Now that I know that
On behalf
Peacock is back,
on
then
behalf
yeah.
of D-Lo and KC, I apologize for Kenny just
I didn't know-
blatantly lying to
I didn't
all of
know.
you
I didn't
all
know.
the time.
I didn't know Peacock was up and running. So now that I know this is popping off, yeah.
You have to stop doing that. It's been pointed out to you. You have to stop talking about the
No,
Peacock popping off. Stop it. You have to stop. It's already been. You're on the verge of getting thrown out.
Yeah, you're lucky my flag is on the other side over here of the
They
room.
can't call every holding. they can't call every pass interference.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
Well, this has
man.
been an eventful 1 o'clock hour. Is Mark
Look,
on the phone?
He is on the phone. He thought he might be able to get on the stream, but
Is he ever going to be able to get on the stream?
maybe.
Our man, Mark Haynes.
Maybe.
Mark Haynes, Sacramento Observer, is going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. I guess after felt like 5 straight days of talking about the Kings and Doug Christie and inadvertently crapping on Mike Brown's entire existence.
We've gone 2 hours today.
We've done
not talking
good.
about Mike Brown's firing.
And all we did was maybe correlate him to Mike McCarthy a little bit.
And
But
we said Mike McCarthy's a good coach.
I think that he is. And I'm actually curious to see how this thing with Mike McCarthy plays out. I think Mike should consider firing his agent. And again, maybe this is normal because we never see it get to this point.
Yeah.
Where a coach's contract expires. Maybe this is just completely normal where there's a 7-day window after the contract expires. But I don't think it's limited, but my experience with, I've never seen that. I've seen negotiating windows. I have never seen an exclusive negotiating window after a contract has ended, ever.
Right.
So good luck to Mike
Yeah,
McCarthy.
I don't know.
guess.
I don't know about that one. I don't know how that worked out. All I know is they better bring him back. That'd be kind of messed up at this point.
I think they're
I
going
think it kinda
to.
would.
I mean, if we go off of what Jerry Jones has said all year, like
Well, we
just
should
made
never
it.
do that.
Well, he doesn't make sense, but like it's just what he believes. It's just like, yeah, he hasn't been against bringing back Mike McCarthy.
All right, we'll come back before Kenny launches into a Jerry Jones impression here with D-Lo and Casey
Well.
on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I don't know about you, man, but sometimes I feel like these days where we hate out at 4 go by so much faster.
Oh yeah, man. It just you see the light at the end of the tunnel. Hell yeah.
No different than kids on a minimum day of school.
Yeah. Yeah. The Athletic Kings phasing out sign lady. Oh, man. That's funny somewhere. Jerry's 5-year plan is don't die. Well, not everything is in old Jerry's control. You know how people who have been like near death talk about like experiences of like light? I think even Jamie did that. Jamie Foxx did that in his and you know, talk about these. I imagine like Jerry negotiating with whoever he's meeting with. Like, no, I have too much money. I can't. I'll give you some. I'm not ready to go. I got to win a Super Bowl.
I'm sure Ric Flair daps his guy up
Well,
when he sees him.
if Ric Flair gets there and goes, "What took you so long?"
Yeah.
I've walked into these doors like 6 times. Norm, you're 100% right. I'm 100%. That's the truth. Sal, I did. I love the ending.
So I thought
it was
perfect, too,
terrific.
yeah. It was probably one of the best endings of a TV show I've
I
seen.
thought it was absolutely terrific. Is this like a dumbass thought like, yeah, duh. Baker doesn't throw an interception on, is it Saturday? Or Baker doesn't throw an interception against the Washington. They win. That's my take on the game. If Baker's clean, the Bucs are going to win.
I don't think it's duh, because I could see him not throwing a pick and the Commanders still winning.
I forgot they played week
Sure.
1. That was Jaden's first game. I forgot about that.
What was Jaden's first game?
The Bucs.
Oh.
Bucs to beat the hell out of him.
He's really good. This is on the stream. Okay. It's your show. If that's how you want to handle it, that's how you can handle it. Can you hear me? Okay, that's not how I want to handle it, but it's your show, and so you I'll shut the fuck up and stay out of the way. Okay. All right.
You guys know how you talked about these shows, and you say like every show has a bad season that you just like, this wasn't that good.
Mm-hmm.
The Wires is the last season. I don't think it's season 2. The last season was so nondescript.
Season 2 really isn't that bad. It's really not that bad.
I used to.
Okay, we got like a minute before Jesse calls Mark. What was the final season of The Wire?
It was just kind of random. Like, it was random. That was when Omar jumped off the 4-story building.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And like the ending was just kind of like the ending. Like, it was so nondescript.
Yeah.
It was really nondescript. Season 2, I used to think season 2 was terrible too. And then during COVID, I went back and watched. I was like,
it's not that bad. The story is actually really important.
Mm-hmm.
It just I think the problem was the season wasn't bad. It was just such a departure from what season 1 was.
We loved that. And they kind of went away from that.
And it was like, okay.
Season 5 was the worst. Season 5 was just like, what are we doing?
Steven brings up Ozark. Did you watch Ozark?
I didn't.
Ozark was good. Ozark was really good. Breaking Bad was good. I haven't rewatched Breaking Bad ever. I watched it once, and I remember liking it, but not as like I thought. It was good. It was really, really good. Thought the ending to that one was good as well.
Oh, that's what season 5 was for The Wire too. Was the newspaper? The newspaper started to get involved in like
right,
That's kind of it was. I mean, it's like LeBron right now. Like, putting up 22 is good, but it ain't what it was.
Oh, whenever you can dunk like LeBron did last night. Oh, I'll take it.
That was nasty.
Mark Haynes of the Sacramento Observer going to join us here in just a second. Jessica going to get him on the phone. We'll talk. Or is he on the phone? Oh, no, Jessica going to get him on the phone. We'll talk to him. And we'll talk Kings basketball. We'll see what Mark thinks about this turnaround ? And maybe what constitutes a turnaround for the Sacramento Kings. For me, it's kind of clawing your way back to 500. That's like, okay. And I said this 2 weeks ago because they had clawed themselves back to 500 before the 6-game losing streak. It was, all right, kind of wipe the slate clean here. What type of record can you put together for the rest of the season?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they thought otherwise and were like, let's lose 6 straight games first. Bring DC in here and see what he can do. And now we've got Doug Christie on a 5-game winning streak as we bring in our man, Mark Haynes of the Sacramento Observer. Mark, always great to talk to you. My man, first, let's just start with the easy question. Your thoughts on watching Doug Christie the last handful of games?
Man, I'm liking what I see. It seems like, but a lot of teams when they switch coaches or whatever, you always get that that burst of energy from everybody, and everybody want to, make the new coach look good. And the Sacramento Kings are doing a good job of that. But just the interaction with the players, the way he's talking about his players, I think this is an energy and a feel that he can sustain, over time. So I really like, everything that I'm seeing from Doug. And I think it could go, it could go for a while. Not saying the streak will go for a while, but this energy.
What's the one thing that you can put your finger on that is it simply the energy, or are there schematic things that you see? Is it, obviously we talk about Keon Ellis playing, everybody's noticing that, but is it just that these guys are playing with the things that are undefinable, like confidence and energy and all that other stuff, or do you see something basketball wise that looks different with Doug Christie out there?
Well, it's more so like, how they talk about the players coach. This is a guy that's played, basketball at the highest level, obviously. And I think, not to say that they didn't buy into what Mike Brown was doing the first, during his tenure here, but I just feel like it looks like there's a level of trust that Doug has with these guys, like straight from the back. Obviously, he's been an assistant coach for them or whatever, and now just having the full reins and being the head coach, I feel like they're just playing harder. I don't necessarily see like a difference in anybody in like schematically or anything like that. They're running basically the same stuff. It do look like Sabonis he's not orchestrating the offense as much, but he's still doing the normal thing. So I think obviously, like you said, bringing Keon and him playing more minutes, obviously that has something to do with Fox being out, but I imagine he's still going to play, more than he did under Mike Brown. But I really just think it's an energy thing, and they played bad for so long, and especially during that 6-game streak. A new face, a new voice, somebody else in charge, I think has just been good for the team. And I really I think it was smart of Doug to, when he took the team up there to look at the beam and talk to him up there, and I felt like he's doing a good job of leading this team back into the right direction.
What do you think it was about Keon? Because, we talked, and, not only has De'Aaron been out, Keegan was out one of those games. So 3 of the 6 games Doug has coached, someone has been out that Keon's been able to step in for, particularly the starting lineup, Mark. But as you noted, he played in the first 3 games as well. And I know a lot of people are curious as to what exactly Keon's role will be and how big it'll be when we hope De'Aaron returns on Friday against Boston. Again, I'm saying we hope. I certainly don't know if he will or he won't. But what do you think it was about Keon and Mike's relationship, or what Mike saw in Keon that kept him off the floor at times during chunks of this season?
Yeah, that was a strange situation. It seemed like, everybody who watches the Sacramento Kings play can kind of see that Keon, he's been one of the impact players, the last couple of seasons. And it didn't seem like he, took a step back or anything. So, but, I'm assuming, from what I'm hearing and things like that, I'm assuming it might have been more of a practice thing. And obviously, practice translates over to games. But I know I've coached basketball and football before, and sometimes you just find that one player that just, it ain't that you don't like him, but it's just that one guy you pick on. And, during Mike Brown's time, he's had one of those guys every year. When he first got here, it was the Rashawn Holmes time. Then last year was kind of Davion. And I think Keon was just on board to be that guy this year.
Yeah. Hold on. I got to put some note in my phone. Don't let Reese play for Mark Haynes. Yeah. Okay. Cool. There we go. But no, I mean, it does happen. There's a guy on a lot of these, a lot of teams that, people coach with, that they just, it's just not feeling the vibe. And sometimes it's justified and sometimes it's not. And then when the concern is when it's not justified and the others around you see like, hey, you're giving this guy a hard time or you're not giving him the opportunity, that's when it could spiral out of control. And that might have been what happened with this Kings team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so because, like, you know, us being from the outside looking in, that's kind of how most of I'm speaking for everybody, and I probably shouldn't, but I feel like most of the media, you know, felt that way. It felt like, you know, Keon was just not getting a fair shake, and you know, he was ending up the odd man out. DMPs for him on this team with, you know, having a bench that struggled all year. It just didn't make sense. And I imagine that had to do something with, you know, the departure of Mike Brown because you know, and now you got Doug Christie there. He's playing them. Obviously, we're still looking to figure out what his role is going to be. But I don't think we're going to see any, you know, DNPs in the near future. Keon is a guy that he's a coachable player. So he says, right, he's a coachable player, but he's one of those people that you just want to throw him out there and let him do his thing. He causes havoc. He's in the passing lane. He knocks down shots. You know, even some of them shots in the last game, some of the shots you're like, you know, you was kind of, especially in the clutch, you was kind of hesitant on seeing them, but he takes them with confidence and knocks them down. And, you know, sometimes he missed and you got to live with it. But his energy is needed for this team, especially. And it seemed like when they was in that 6-game losing streak, they could have used him a lot more.
So how do you feel about this team moving forward? We certainly know what we're seeing. There's obviously renewed energy. The guys seem to be feeling great. They seem to love to play for Doug. Doug, I know, love being a head coach. But from a basketball standpoint, we still have questions about the rosters. That double overtime game against Miami was certainly a good example. You saw those starters, including Keon, playing massive minutes. He didn't really get a performance that you'd hope from Trey Lyles, who has been, you know, really good in most recent days. You certainly didn't get a performance that you were hoping for from Kevin Huerter, who had been good the day before against the Golden State Warriors. So from a bigger picture perspective, do you feel good about the Sacramento Kings team, or are you still kind of on edge? Like there's some things to work out here.
No, there's definitely things to work out. But I will say this, and not even to just be living in the moment, this is the best I've felt about this team all season. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but but I feel good in the sense of, like I said, every game that Doug has been here has been, what is it, 6 now, whatever. Mm-hmm. The guys they seem to be playing harder, and not that they wasn't playing hard before or whatever, but it seems like they've, you know, found some type of their competitive nature is kicking in. And I felt like in the beginning of the season, they thought they would just, you know, we got DeMar DeRozan and Fox, but we're just going to be good. We just got to show up. Mm-hmm. And that's what it felt like. But now it feels like, you know, they're coming out and competing, but we still have to see how things are going to go when the star comes back, when De'Aaron Fox comes back, and they're, you know, because that's going to change things again. Yeah. And it's like, you know, Doug's going to have to start all over from scratch and figure out what works. But as long as they could keep this, you know, this competitive spirit up, and like Doug Christie been saying, you know, the last few games, you know, believe in each other, believing in themselves, I think we can get a better finish than we got a better start.
I hear you on that. One more thing. You've seen Devin Carter a few times when he was with Stockton, and now a couple of times here with the Kings. What you think of his game? What you think of what you've seen from Devin Carter so far?
You know what? I like him. I like him. He's so far, you know, it's been we only seen a short stint of him, but I like him. I like him more than I thought I would. Being a point guard, another, you know, a small undersized guard, not undersized guard, but undersized for this roster because you know they need some wins. Yeah. But he plays a lot bigger. You know, he uses his athleticism and he's not afraid to compete. You know, he got the assignment of guarding Steph Curry, you know, that in his second game, and he didn't seem intimidated, or he looked ready for the moment. And I like his attitude. I like his spirit. And I think he could be. At first, I was like, I don't know how he's gonna fit. It's gonna be a lot of pressure on him being a rookie, drafted to the Sacramento Kings when they could have got, a Jared McCain who's from Sacramento, and Jared was having a crazy year. So I felt like he would, and even Jalen Wells, who went in the second round, who gave us 30, in Devin's debut.
He was
I felt like that pressure was going to kind of, maybe make him start off shaky, but he looks good, man. I like him.
Appreciate you, Mark. Great stuff as always, my man. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, sir. Anytime. Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's our man Mark Haynes right there, Sacramento Observer. What's the turnaround mean to you? Like if you were to start a show saying, man, the Sacramento Kings have turned this thing around, what would have just happened? Or has it already happened?
They would have gone 2-1 on this upcoming road trip.
And that would put them at 500, I think.
Yeah, at 500, you've won 7 of the last 9. Or no, that's been.
Yeah, 3 games on 6. Yeah, you would have won. 7 of the last 9.
7 of the last 9.
Yeah, because you lost the Laker game.
Yeah.
You would have won 7 of 9 with Doug Christie as your head coach.
Is it unfair to say they haven't turned it around till they're consistently, I guess, just in that playoff slot where it's like they're not 11-12 anymore. They're 9-8, and frankly, you'd rather than be 6-7.
Yeah,
because that's where the expectation was before the season too.
For sure, the playoff, like long term.
Yeah, because the wins are nice, but it's like you still have to get back to where you were expected to be. Yeah,
no, for sure. But I feel like you're at least getting oxygen if you win, those the 2 or 3 on this road trip, right? Yeah. And to me, the sample size I was looking for was like 10 to 15 games with Doug. Like, could you win 5 in a row? Like, great, but what does it look like after 10? Because we were talking about the Kings need a run. What was Philly was like 9 of 12. I think that was the example I used. Philly was able to kind of get themselves back into the, in the mix of everything by winning 9 of 12. It wasn't this, ridiculously long win streak. It was nothing. 9 of 12, man, that's a good number.
Yep.
If the Kings can pull like 9 of 12, like, yeah, I'll feel like, hey, they've turned this thing around, not because they're in playoff standings, play-in standings, or anything like that, but because you just got 9 of 12. Give me 8 of 10 next. Give me 7 of 10 and now you're 10th,
right,
9th, 8th. Now you are starting to talk about the top 6, especially the way the West looks. And if you're winning games like that, you're probably beating some of those teams in front of you, a handful of times. So that to me would constitute the turnaround. We're not there yet.
Right.
It's fun to talk about right now. We're not there yet, but we're definitely approaching it.
And it's a great breakdown by you, because maybe it's a little bit of semantics when you talk about turning around. Like, you can win 9 of 12 and say, yes, you've turned it around. Are you where you want to be, where you plan to be? No, but this thing was all over the place. It was falling off the side of a cliff, and you got the season back on track. You turned it around, got the season back on track, and now you're moving forward in more of a positive way. So I like what you say when you say, try to get to that 9 and 12, after 12 Doug Christie games or something. See what you can do.
It's what Philly did. I don't think it's far off of what Milwaukee did. Milwaukee didn't have a 15-game win streak.
Right.
I feel like the insiders talked about, we've talked about a bit too. Say they win, they do take 2 out of 3, get Milwaukee and Boston, however you want to do it or whatever. Have they turned it around enough to where it's like, all right, this is the squad, or like Monty's got to capitalize on this now and build off of it?
No, I don't think there's a situation where, barring Kevin and Trey, because that's really what we're talking about. Keon continuing to do what he do. Kevin and Trey playing really well, and you look at the bench going, wow, something has really clicked with this bench. And that has to be for that starts Friday and runs till February 1st.
Yeah.
You give me Friday till February 1st, I'll just shut the hell up. All right, Monty, you got it. You were right. But outside of that, I'm going to keep looking at this roster like, now this is fun. This is great. You win 9 of 12. We even put together, you win 16 of 20. Yeah, I'm still. I mean, we good, or what are we doing? What's that look like? Are those guys playing massive minutes again? Is Kevin constantly in single digits? Does give me with Trey? Give me something near a double-digit number in either points or rebounds. He had one, I think it was Golden State, where 7 points, 9 rebounds.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Yeah,
give me that.
I don't want to say Trey's untouchable. I'm not saying that, but I'm not trying to move him. I laid the reasons out yesterday, roster construction and just the way he's playing. I think he's back to playing the way he's played consistently for his entire career. So I'm not necessarily trying to move him. If I get a great deal, and he has to be a part of it, understandable. But you're always looking to improve this roster. You win a couple of games, that doesn't change what's going on. It may change who you're willing to give up. Devin Carter, Trey Lyles may not be a part of that anymore. But I think Monty should be, at the very least, always looking to improve this roster, always looking to add to what they have and continue to try to elevate. 100%. They can win 15 in a row. I don't care.
Yeah.
What
you win 15. Well, and that's the other thing. You win 15 in a row. You put together one of these win streaks that we're talking about, or sample sizes of games. It's like, okay, great. Now we're back to where we originally hoped to be, or we're back to being in the vicinity of what we originally hoped to be. Can we be better?
Yeah.
If we can, what trade makes us better? Not what player acquisition makes us better. What trade makes us better? Because remember, it's a trade. Someone's coming in and someone's going out.
Yep.
So does that make us better? We could talk about, like Kyle Madsen was talking about earlier on the Insiders. You can add Brandon Ingram to the Sacramento Kings, and sure, it's beautiful. You can add Cam Johnson to the Sacramento Kings. Sure, it's great. But once you remove Trey and Kevin, or Kevin and Devin Carter, well, do you still feel the same way about Cam Johnson? Do you still feel the same way about whatever particular player that you just acquired in that trade? And does it actually make you better?
How would you guys feel about the Kings bench if they were rolling out Keon, Cam Johnson, and Trey Lyles as their just normal 3 rotational guys, then whoever else can fill in? But that's the 3 off the bench usually.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I love that.
I'm wondering if Kevin Huerter and Devin Carter gets it done for Cam Johnson or something, throwing picks or whatever. But
you definitely throwing picks the way Brooklyn's talking.
Devin Carter's
looked good for the first couple games, but also it's been a couple games.
Yeah.
So
don't fall in love too fast.
You sell high on what little value is built up.
Is it love at first sight?
I don't know if it's love, but he does provide what the team needs. Toughness on the perimeter.
Cam don't do that.
Cam's not the defender that Devin Carter is. We keep talking defense. Cam, he's a good matchup. Like, you, in theory, can match up with him, but he's not like this great defender.
So how many people have fallen, because this is first sight. Let's call it what it is. How many people have fallen in love with Devin Carter? Love at first sight with the rookie. And it doesn't even have to be a generic question. Y'all can answer. You're watching right now. Get in the chat and tell us.
I think a good amount of people have.
I feel like
I don't know if I'm necessarily.
I feel like they have too.
I don't know if I'm necessarily there, but the things that he provides.
JT Lowe says me. Marcus says me. Securing Monty. Securing. He says me. Tyler Jennings right here.
What was the question? I was taking a call right now.
Raise your hand if you've fallen in love, if it was love at first sight with Devin Carter.
I would try to.
Mrs. Mac 10.
I would try. I'd be more. I'll put it to you like this. I'd be more willing to move on from the 28 pick than Devin Carter. If I could get a deal with Huerter in the 28 pick, I'll put if they let me put a crazy, I'll say top 7 protected, because I don't want to give an unprotected if I could help it. But I'd be willing to do that because instead of Devin Carter, because like I said, Devin, he does provide what you need, and it adds another guy like that, right? Because Keon does that, but now you get in a situation where you got Devin Carter and Keon kind of patrolling the perimeter and being physical and having a defensive mindset and being able to knock down a catch and shoot open three. I think that's great coming off your bench. Great coming off your bench. So I like what I said. I don't know if I'm in love on first sight, but I guess it's pretty close now that I talk about it.
It's not love at first sight for me, but how comfortable are you moving off of Devin? Like, even though we don't know if Fox is going to be here beyond next season and all that. Like, that situation hasn't resolved
that's
itself.
definitely a sketchy part of the conversation.
How do you move?
Yeah, that's a
like
sketchy
you trade for Cam Johnson and all that, but like, say, I don't know, whatever happens, and Fox is like, yeah, I'm done.
But well, the way I go about that, like they're not related to me because whatever I can just get whatever I need with De'Aaron Fox trade. Like
but your needs could be different.
It's going to be a guard. Like if I move on from Devin Carter and De'Aaron says he wants to leave, all right, well, if you want to trade with me, you got to bring me a guard back.
Yeah, but you have Malik, Devin, and Keon.
But he just said if you traded Devin.
Like, okay.
Yeah,
no, I think, but okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm like that question is more so like, are you trading Devin not without knowing what's going on with Fox? Like, does that give you any hesitation in the deal to use him?
Yeah, that's where I say no because I just replenished that with a Fox trade.
I got you. But you could potentially get something else if you kept Devin, was my point. But maybe it doesn't matter if you have Keon, if you're confident enough in Keon and Malik, or to your point, you're getting Jalen Green back.
You can I guess my thought is like with a Fox trade, you can get whatever it is you need.
Yeah. That's right.
If you need a wing,
including
if you
draft
need a point
picks,
guard or whatever.
Which is why you could do the Cam Johnson deal. And if you replenish draft picks through a potential trade that hopefully isn't happening with De'Aaron Fox, then you could do it.
Yeah.
But if the deal's good enough.
Yeah. So I would, and because of that as well, that's also why I would be open to moving that 2028 pick.
We'll talk.
I think
we'll talk.
Okay.
On the other side.
Oh, look at this radio guy.
No. Awful. Don't ever do that, kids. We'll come back. You actually posed an interesting question since we're kind of talking about, what De'Aaron's summer might look like. Who would be more coveted around the league? De'Aaron or Zion? Zion returned last night, and it's like everyone forgot he was hurt. We'll come back. We'll talk about it. James Ham at the top of the hour. Dealing with KC, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Thirteenth round returns next week. Yo, Rob, I'm gonna hit you when I get out of here, man. Everything's moving the way it should, man. So I'm gonna hit you when we get out of here. Urban Nakuna. Whoa.
That song is like legit too. Like people actually like that.
It's a good song. It's a good song. You did a good job with it. Oh shit, my bad, Dale. Okay. What up, big dog?
I think it was releasing they're gonna have him at Rolling Loud.
Uh-huh.
Gonna have LeAngelo at Rolling Loud. Come on, Mr. Rancho. It's not awful.
That song ain't awful.
I'm not listening to it, but it's not awful.
Nah, that song not awful. It's a nice little.
I think Kyle's got it right here. It's catchy.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations, Dr. David. There we go. No way to start the season. this off real quick. I must work in that corner. Whoa, whoa.
Can you explain to me why everyone keeps talking about ratings all year and why it matters and why we need to care?
Like the NBA ratings?
Yeah.
People always want to.
Like the league is boring, blah, blah. Like, what are we trying to solve here? What's wrong? Like, who gives a damn that the ratings are like, what? Are they never going to reach the NFL?
No, nobody.
Like, what is the
care.
issue here?
Nobody should care, including the NFL, because they just sold the product.
Well, exactly. I don't get why fans care about the ratings.
The product just sold.
Yeah, they made money.
For record money. Like, they straight. You see my text? I was just adjusting. I was sending it to Dave, too. I was sending it to Dave. I think I've talked to you about it before, Dave. I think
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all love.
Tom, that's a good. Yeah, that's a good point, Tom. That's a good point. Casey, I think you missed the announcement yesterday. I have done another baby face turn on people who drink sports drinks in the middle of the day.
Oh, wow.
So
you have one right now?
Cheers.
Oh, snap. I'll be damned.
Baby face turns everywhere. I found during the show, I struggled to hydrate properly because I don't want to keep getting up over and over and over again. So when I get this nasty ass green juice, I drink every day. I started drinking these vitamin water zeros, and they kind of fend off, like, you know, one, they keep you hydrated, but they tend to fend off headaches for me. So I had to do a 180 on the sports drink in the middle of the day.
Welcome to the club.
It was bizarre.
Soon enough, you'll be leaving Gatorade bottles under your bed and all that.
No, I don't think that's ever. First of all, sir, you do not know me very well. That is not going to happen.
Dave gonna have the glass bottles. You gonna get the big?
Can you still buy those?
I'm sure you can get them somewhere.
Somewhere.
You can buy something anywhere.
That's true. They still got the glass Coke and Pepsi bottles out there. So
they do.
Maybe they do have the.
They do. You is that your favorite flavor?
Yeah,
the orange joint.
Yeah, but it has to be the zero.
Do you don't venture off into Gatorade or anything like that?
No, I do. I have the Gatorade lemon lime at the house. It's Gatorade Zero though. I don't need all that extra.
Yeah, I just can't do the zero. It's the aftertaste, man. It's the aftertaste. It just
Bro, I'm drinking cucumber, celery, spinach, lemon, ginger, and cayenne pepper. Ask me if I give a damn about the aftertaste.
That's dedication right there.
It is.
I would have said, give me some chocolate cake or something, please.
I'll eat a chocolate cake. Don't play with me.
I was at the gym last night, and I was just shooting around before it closed or whatever. And this these two guys, they were having a shootout, like a basketball shootout, where the guy they bet $500 on who could win a 3-point shooting competition. And the first guy shot and he made 5 of 15, right? Both of these guys were awful, but the first guy made 5 of 15, and then the second guy goes and he's just like more than awful with this shot. Like the shot is just nasty, just broke. And he started off 1 of 9 and then finished 5 of 6 to win.
Oh man.
And the other guy's, I can't believe I lost to him. I can't believe
that.
Like he was just throwing up trash for the first 9 shots and then caught fire and hit 5 of 6 to be.
That's amazing.
Quick question from the producer here. Damien, have you ever been to a pickup game or just a gym in general where they were throwing down $500 bets?
Nope.
Neither have I.
I mean, what are you talking about? It?
No, not me.
I was like, oh,
It was a regular gym.
You want a friendly 5 on this 3-point contest? Like, that's what we do, I guess.
Mhm.
Friendly 5, but 500, huh?
It's not Equinox. I mean, it was just a regular gym. Shout out to
You
my
go to-
people over at MFA.
You probably go to the Mark Jones gyms, huh?
It's a good call right there.
Mark Jones, no, it's out of my tax bracket.
It's a good call right there.
How was that in shape?
I gotta say, if you're throwing down $500 and you're only able to hit 5 out of 15
Well, what
threes,
I was
like,
gonna
what are
say,
you
if you're
doing?
throwing down $500 and you're trash.
Yeah, what are you doing?
That's pretty spectacular.
That's how I know it's a rich gym.
Just trash ass shooters
Yeah.
throwing down $500.
I can't hit a 3 to save my life. I probably knew this before I got to the gym, but hey, let's bet $500 on this.
Goodness gracious.
Well, I don't know if it gets paid up or not. It's not like they put the money on the court, so I don't know. But that was pretty funny because I saw the second guy shooting. I was like, oh my gosh. Well, your money's safe, pal.
You should have gone out there and taken their money.
Should have.
You probably have $500 in your sock.
I should have went out there. I was like, hey guys,
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Can I get in this? And then like take a warm-up shot like this.
Okay.
Be like,
Hold on.
A Cartwright.
Okay, wait a sec. Let me ask. I have to. What was the background of the gentleman shooting the threes?
Well, it wasn't mine.
Okay, I was gonna say, okay, then they'll never let you get in on the game. They just be like, nah, pal, we're just doing this for fun. It's cool. No, it's just a friendly game over here.
Here, let me get that warm-up shot there.
Oh, look like that old Damon Wayans character from In Living Color, man. Stop it.
Oh, no.
Stop it.
The classic.
Classic. Yep.
Oh,
Classic.
man. Yeah, that was funny. Those like I said, maybe they just put it on my tab. Maybe that's what they said to each other.
Zion Williamson returned last night.
Woo! Did he ever? Wow.
Yeah, and that was the collective. That was the collective NBA universe.
I didn't know he could do it
back
like that
from his
again.
latest injury.
I didn't know he could do it like that again, though. That 360 windmill he had. I didn't know he still had that in him.
He capped it, boy. He is just a phenomenal what if. And it feels like every time he comes back, he's a phenomenal, well, what could this be? And the Pelicans are in, for my $500, maybe the most unique spot in the league, maybe the most intriguing spot in the league from a fan, from a league-wide perspective. And it's like, what are you guys doing with him? Are you going to try to continue to build around to him? Are you going to move off of him? And we were talking to the insiders earlier, like there's a risk either way, right? Miraculously, the injuries are behind him, and you trade, a player who, turns into who he doesn't turn into. He's everything we thought he would be, just not very consistently because he's not on the floor a ton. But when he's on the floor, he's box office.
Right.
Or do you risk keeping him and you just deal what you deal with this year? And you deal with it again next year and the year after, and you just continue to deal with Zion kind of being in and out of your lineup. He's a captivating basketball player, and I don't think it's with just fans. I think it's with executives. I think it's with other players. I think it's league-wide. I think it's with coaches. Like he is a extremely compelling basketball player. But the Pelicans suck. So what are you guys going to do? And I think that's going to set in a frenzy this summer where I don't think the Pelicans are going to be able to say, guys, we're not trading Zion Williamson. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. They're going to have to sit down and shut up publicly. They have to sit down and shut up. And whatever calls they get, you just take them and you talk. And you determine what's best for your franchise. But I think they're in a really unique spot.
Would you even, like for me, for instance, I would trade him. I would trade him this summer. He'd be on the trading block.
Okay.
Would it behoove me to even say that publicly? Like, we're open for business.
Nope. Because you could say the same thing privately.
So, but that's what I'm saying. But you're getting the word out there that we want to trade.
Not on. You don't have to. You don't call Stephen A. and say,
right,
hey, it's Griff. Tell everyone we're cooking. Like, no, like if you, circles, the league will find out. Everybody talks. The league is incestuous. I mean, the first thing, hey man, just tell you something in confidence. Blah 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 blah. Oh, okay, cool, gotcha. Hey, y'all won't believe what these hoes is doing.
Man, don't tell nobody.
Yeah, they're gonna call someone and tell them right away. Like, that's not even basketball. That's damn near life.
Right.
Like, they're gonna tell someone right away. So, yeah, like the league will find out. The thing is, though, once you do that, you better be prepared to do it. You better be able to be prepared to see that thing all the way through. Because once it gets back to the star and the star's agent, they could just be, hey, whatever y'all want to do, we go along with it. Or they could be like, oh, okay. Oh, it's stalled? No, get us out of here. Like you obviously you want to handle this. You don't want this thing to turn, too far left.
Right.
But you've got to maybe you have conversations with Zion and his representatives. And it's like, hey, maybe New Orleans, maybe this marriage isn't the best for everybody. Like we don't know that we'll be able to trade you, but we're going to very quietly explore what the market might look like for you. And you guys work together on that. And maybe that's not something you tell Zion. Maybe that's something you talk to his agent about, and his agent talks to Zion about it. Or maybe depending on the relationship they all have, maybe it is something you do at the end of the season when you're all together.
I think you do it this offseason because you're probably going to fire Willie Green too. Like, you're blowing it up, I think, this offseason.
I'd move on from Zion.
Yeah, it's Zion. I think they're both, I don't want to say better off because, like, the Pelicans will be trading a top player and all that. But, like, I don't think Zion, whatever he needs to figure out, is figuring it out in New Orleans.
And maybe this is, like, different from, like, me talking about making a deal for the Kings or whatever, because, I emotionally I want to see the Kings succeed because I'm a Kings fan or whatever. But with no emotions, no skin in the game, talking about New Orleans, there's nothing Zion could do this season to make me change my mind. There's nothing.
Yeah,
I'm trading him. If anything, I want you to play good because now I can get more. And it's not even like it's his fault or he's no good, or like Jesse said, it's just not going to work here.
If you were going to have a year, it's like, all right, we'll just try it one more time and see if it works. That's this season, I think.
Yeah, that's what this season was supposed to be.
Yeah. Who commands a bigger market this offseason? Zion or De'Aaron Fox?
I think it should be De'Aaron Fox. I think if you asked around to, like, writers and even NBA executives, it'd be Zion.
It should be.
Like, why?
Because he's just the unknown, I guess. Because when he's able to play,
that boy nasty.
He is a game changer.
Nasty. Oh, that LeBron dunk is cold, though. They just showed Zion's dunk on the TV. Now they're showing LeBron.
The Cooper flag joint. Oh, no, Cooper flag went off on that boy.
Cooper
went off on that boy.
Yeah, Cooper can get up.
Ooh, that's a good question. What's still the question? Who did it best, Zion, LeBron, or Cooper?
LeBron. LeBron's dunk was cold. LeBron didn't look like he could make it all the way to the rim.
I'm saying Zion.
Zion was in the open court.
Zion
I think Zion's 3. I put Cooper 2.
Zion went crazy.
No, the Zion dunk was nasty.
That
I like dunks in traffic. Give me dunks in traffic.
Yeah, that Zion was crazy.
They got everybody excited. No, they definitely were. But that's what gets everybody excited. And then it's like it's like it's never happened to me, but I hear this is a thing when, like, you break up with someone, you see them after a while, you get back together, or you spend time together. Oh, man, she fine. Oh no, we good together. And then you forget, like, why you broke up, and it sucks. Like that I feel is like Zion Williamson.
Well,
like, oh, it's the best relationship ever. till you get in a fight and you're like, this is why we broke.
I feel
up.
like De'Aaron Fox is a player you go after if you're a contender. I don't think if I'm a contender like the Rockets or anything, I'm looking at Zion. Like De'Aaron, if I'm trading for De'Aaron, and I think the answer between De'Aaron and Zion should be De'Aaron pretty easily, just because I feel like De'Aaron could take you over the top. I feel like if you trade for Zion, maybe you're a team who's like still trying to figure it out. Like, all right, we could take a risk on Zion right here. Like, if you're a team trying to contend, why are you gonna trade for a guy who might not even be able to play for you most of the time? Like, I think, De'Aaron is the one who should be most sought after.
So I think the reason why it might be Zion, I would go with De'Aaron. But I think the reason why is kind of what Jesse laid out, is the only thing holding up Zion is health. Because when he plays, he is a force. He is a force. We talk about the dunk, but he still had 22 points last night, in his first game back. Just 22 out. He might have been on some type of minutes restriction or whatever, but he's a bucket. He's a walking bucket out there, an unstoppable force a lot of the times. And I think somebody could kind of trick themselves into saying, if he just stays healthy, they tongue in cheek a little bit, but just get him out of New Orleans where all that food is. Get him out of there. Get him with our guys, and we'll keep him healthy, because when he's healthy, he's good to go. And it's not really an argument against De'Aaron, because I don't know what they would say against De'Aaron. I think they would look at Zion and say, man, he is so dynamic when he is able to play.
Okay. I'll tap in with our man Tom, who said, man, why don't you throw Booker into that conversation? So I'll open it up. Zion, Foxy, or Book?
That's tough. I think Fox will be third in that.
I think he would too, because I think Book would be first. I don't think Fox should be behind Zion, but whatever.
Yeah.
I think Book would be first.
I think so. Devin Booker's a big Devin Booker fan.
And I don't know.
Even though he frustrates me sometimes.
Yeah, what'd you call him?
I said, come on, D-Book.
I don't think that's what you said. I called him what I called Tyler Hero the other day. Tyler Hero didn't do nothing but hit a shot, and I just got mad at him.
Who's the better player, Fox or Booker?
So
I think it is a lot closer than people want to admit.
It's close, and I feel like Fox plays a more important position, if that makes sense.
I'll tell you my probably goes into my preference. I like my guards that can shoot the rock, and that's probably why I lean a little bit more towards Book. Fox has gotten better, and he's pretty automatic in that mid range. Like when you talk about 15 feet or so away, but I think about Devin Booker right now, and I think about him in that triple threat position, just really being a triple threat. Like, I can pull up on you right now with no dribbles. I can do that from three. I could do it from mid range. I can get to the cup. He's that dude. But that's one aspect. He's a good defender. We saw it in the Olympics. I think Fox is a better defender.
The Olympics, I think, was one of the most impressive things Devin Booker's done. I think Book and Fox are far, far closer than national writers are willing to admit.
I agree.
Because sometimes I feel like Book lacks something. I don't know what it is. I don't even know if it's his game. I feel like Book is missing something. You disagree? I don't think his game is flawed. He's not a great defender, but Book is a hell of a Book is consistently a top 10 at worst 15 basketball player in the league. But I just feel like he is missing something when it comes to maybe cracking into that top 5 category or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got it all. I was gonna say, could it be one of those things where that's what we and others say about Fox sometimes?
Well, and that's kind of what I'm alluding to. Does he have the, I don't know if mental approach is the right, is Book, let me ask you this, is Book an assassin?
So I think he does, and that's why that's part of the reason why he got called what he called sometimes. Because every time I see him, it's like, why are you so angry? The game just started. Like, why are you tripping?
What was it that you called him?
Just D-Book.
That's not what it was. It was a different B word. For those that are not familiar.
But it's like, what's wrong? What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah.
And that's like, but I've also said at the same time, which when I did my face turn, I said, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. But like, he's pissed off. Why are you pissed off? I don't know, but I like it. And I think he does have that a little bit more than Fox does on a consistent basis.
Mm-hmm.
They're really close, though. They're really, really close
Mm-hmm.
as far as players. Both players that I really, really like. And I lean a little bit more towards, like the guy that can shoot consistently in Devin Booker. But, I mean, De'Aaron's creation is something that I love as well. So that's a tough one. Around the league, though, I'm with you. I think they would look at Booker first. They might look at Booker and Zion and then Fox.
This is an interesting. I'm gonna take Mitch's question and try something different with it. He says, "Would you trade Fox for Book?" I'm gonna take that and say, would the Sacramento Kings be any different if it was Devin Booker and not De'Aaron Fox?
I don't know.
I don't think they would be. I don't think they'd be better. I don't think they'd be worse.
I think they'd be the same, if not a little bit worse.
I don't know.
I think you're lying. Why are you smiling?
No, you know the
why
answer.
you
Yeah,
smiling?
you say it. Say it. Say the answer.
Will you grow
that.
Say it.
So if they kept Malik, it was just a straight up trade.
Straight swap.
And you have Malik starting at the point and Booker at the 2.
He's gonna do the leg drop.
Go ahead. Do it.
I don't know.
Do it. Oh,
I don't know.
I really don't. Now you know.
But no.
Now you're being a little D-Book. Say it.
The reason why I'm smiling is because the fact that I'm even thinking about it is kind of crazy. I don't know.
I don't think it's crazy. It's the point of the question.
That's
Are
a
the
tough
Kings
one.
better if you swap Devin Booker and De'Aaron Fox? My thing is, I don't think they are. I think they're about the same. But clearly, someone in this room thinks differently.
you need to admit it.
You want some Uncle Near so you can start cussing at the camera like I did? Go ahead. Here.
But no. But this is what I say.
What are you doing with him?
The Jesse version is hilarious. What are you doing with him?
Jesse's is funny. In fact, everything that guy related, I'm getting off the board.
We're going to have you record that, and then we'll put that.
We'll get the studio.
But like I said, though, it is a little bit of like my preference from my guard, from my basketball player. Just Devin Booker's ability to shoot, 3-level shooting, is something that I'm attracted to. I love that. And Fox, he's got the speed. He's got mid-range off the bounce. But like you ask me right now, if I'm at the gym and De'Aaron Fox and Devin Booker are there and they're doing a $500 3-point shooting contest, who are you going with?
Book.
And that's just what I'm attracted to.
Book. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what gives me pause. That doesn't mean that De'Aaron can't find other ways to be just as, if not more than effective, but that more effective, excuse me. But that's what I'm blinded by.
All right, here.
The book can do that.
Okay.
That's what I'm blinded by.
If we take away Fox's speed and his high caliber defense, but we add Book shooting and what he brings to the table, are the Kings better?
Wait, what?
Like if you add their abilities, because Book's not a better defender or anything like that. I don't think he can handle the
No.
ball better. But like you want to add his shooting, you take away what Fox does well, but you add what Book can do to this team, like his abilities. Does adding that, what he brings to the table, does that make the Kings better?
I'm not trying to be on I really don't know because you're taking things away. Like if you bring Book in and the things that I like about Devin Booker that I think would improve the team, you have to also say that you're taking away the things that Fox brings, the defense, the speed, the tempo, and all this other stuff that I think helps the team as well. I'll get off the fence and I'll say, I think they might be a little better with Book. I think they might be a little better with Book. Well,
Yeah,
Monk and Book,
you act like you're dying when you say that out
because
loud.
Fox is my boy. I like Fox.
You act like you're Wesley Snipes in
That
the
sounded
meme.
like
on the
that
gun
sounded
crime.
like what he said in Juice
Well.
when he was like, why don't got a problem with Bishop?
Now,
He's like, oh, Bishop's your boy. I like Bishop.
Mhm. Now, Miss Fox ain't gonna talk to you either. Let's get Manny in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
What's up, y'all? Yeah, I love books. I think, and I don't know, Dilo, I know you said there's something that you can't put your finger on. For me, I think sometimes it's almost the same with Fox, where I just feel like there's times he just kind of like he just goes through the motions. Like he's so good at what he does. Sometimes it just looks like he's going through the motions. And I think there's another gear, the same way Fox has another gear. And like even sometimes when he's on the floor with Durant, and that's like, bro, this is your team. Like I know Durant came, Beal came, whatever, but this is your team. You've been here the longest. You're the longest tension. And I feel like sometimes he kind of sits back and waits, and it's like, bro, you got all facets on that end of the floor. Like there's nothing you need to wait for. So, I mean, that's my thought on that, right? And I get it, Casey. You don't want to say anything because maybe your chef will go talk to Fox, and then they won't talk to you either.
What?
So I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But
I don't have a personal chef.
No, it's okay. It's okay, man. Tonight, 8 p.m., we're going to talk about the week that just passed, man. We got a whole week of change. We're going to talk about leadership.
Yeah.
With the Dougie leadership, the players' leadership, everything all around, right? So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the D-Rose ceremony. And then I want to talk about the Tavarius Ward a little bit too, Tavarius Ward, because I think that human side of that story needs to be talked about a little. So
there we go.
8 p.m. tonight, man.
All right, Manny.
Keep going, Manny. Keep going. Don't stop this. Don't stop it. Keep going. Yeah, I don't know, man. That would be tough. You also got the
I think Manny had the second most listened to show on sports radio the night Mike was fired.
Numbers.
I'm gonna check those stats.
Yeah, go check them out.
It
certainly was that day.
Numbers was going crazy. Speaking of numbers, yeah, I'll tell you something in a second. But you also got the thing of Booker's there. You're going 6'3", 6'6" in the backcourt.
Yeah.
As opposed to 6'3", 6'3", 6'2", 6'3", something like that. So I don't know, man. That's a tough one. That is a tough one.
Yeah, it's tough. We'll ask James about it. James Ham joins us. James Ham and the Insiders. When Dilo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All this football stuff over. Oh, man, I got to check something on KSFM real quick, y'all. Give me a second. KSFM. Mm-mm. 3 o'clock. Where we at? 3 o'clock. I flipped over here, y'all, and forgot what I was looking for. Oh, I know what it was. Oh. I'm not even looking for Wednesday. I'm looking for my bad. Apologies. Tomorrow. There we go. Nice job, Ash. There we go. 3 o'clock. One day I got to show y'all how all this stuff works. How this KSFM stuff works. It's interesting. Y'all might not care. It's interesting, though. Let's go. Not like us. We got so many damn Kendrick Lamar songs playing right now. It is so hard, and I don't do it. Shout out to Complex. He does this. And Ashley, she does this. It is so hard to schedule music when you have 4 huge songs from one artist playing at the same time.
Outside of KSFM, are you still listening to that album?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I actually listened to it on the way in. I loved Luther. Excuse me. I loved Luther when I first heard it, but I love it even more now.
I feel like he's got like 4 or 5 different songs. That could be someone's favorite song on that album.
For sure. All right. The Way You Move, Akon. I don't know if that got anything right there. Let's go up. Go. All right. We good. We good. KIFM, KSFM, KIFM. Boom. All right. There we go. My bad, y'all. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
So I think it's the Hard Part 6. I've been listening to that one the most.
James Ham set to join us coming up here at the top of the hour. Talk more Kings basketball with him as the Kings take the floor in Boston against the Boston Celtics. Look to make it 6 straight as the Beam team is rolling right now. NBA on Prime announced their lead studio crew this morning. Taylor Rooks, as we heard, she's going to be the lead studio host. And then, as rumored, Dirk Nowitzki will make his television debut. And Blake Griffin will join the staff.
Shout out Dirk, man. Shout out.
Sounds
Dirk
like a
and
good
Blake.
little crew.
Yeah, I'm with that.
As long as there's no one in there lying to her, we'll be just fine.
Taylor, you know when I played for the Clippers and we
yeah.
There'll be a lot of that, but it's gonna be a good crew. I thought about the NBA and everything they got going on with the with NBC last night, because I mentioned Michigan and UCLA were playing, and it's what they've done this year has been a whole like broadcast, for big, they got Big Ten basketball and stuff like that. And it's like, all right, it had me thinking like, all right, this is what it's going to look like with the NBA. Like they got the studio show, all the layouts and the graphics, the way they do it. They have a post-game show every time that's, showing highlights for about 20, 30 minutes. And I was like, all right, this is getting me mentally prepared for what goes on. They have I think NBA, the NBA app has this too. And I don't know what kind of restrictions they may have, but on the Peacock app for Big Ten basketball, college basketball, they have a 30-minute running highlight of key plays from all the games in the Big Ten that day. And I wonder if they'll do that for the NBA, like just 30 minutes. If there's 7 games, you get to see all the highlights in a 30-minute span. No studio show, just clips for 30 straight minutes.
I like
wonder
that.
If they do something like that.
I like that a lot. Yeah. That's on Peacock?
Mm-hmm.
My Peacock's up and ready. So
whoa.
So
not here, it's not power.
No. So you hear how it sounds now. I just want to be clear. Just trying to make a point.
That's funny.
Yeah, okay. Okay, now it's funny. You was complaining about flags earlier. Now it's funny. That was a coach getting a tech to make a point.
Oh, that was definitely on purpose.
That was Mike Brown running up on that ref.
Who's laughing now, Mike? that referee, whoever it was, somewhere like this guy.
But yeah, I wonder if they do that.
I like that though. That's pretty dope.
They do that on MLB's app, or maybe it might be Apple. It's I think it's on Apple TV. They have, I think that one daily for baseball is like, I think it's like 30, 45 minutes of just nonstop highlights of every game to play. Pretty cool. Speaking of that Michigan UCLA game, did you see Mick Cronin after that game?
I don't think so.
Mick Cronin, head coach of UCLA, Michigan, took care of business like I told John Poles they would. You know what I mean? Go blue, handle business on them boys.
Okay,
it's nothing.
Relax.
It's nothing. This is what we do. You know what I mean? Mick Cronin, head coach of UCLA, and he was very he wasn't very nice about
Damn
his
near
team.
called him a bunch of casuals.
Yeah, he said.
Called who?
I'm trying to find the exact quote because there's two different parts to it. There he goes. He says on one of them, he says, "Yeah, it's just it's just tough. Like we're soft. It was a joke out there." He says it's really hard to coach people that are delusional.
Damn.
I said, "Wow."
Damn. Wow.
Wow, Mick Cronin. Yeah, Mick he's an interesting cat. Here, we're soft. It's a joke. But yet I come in and I have more passion and energy and pride than everybody. It's really hard to coach people that are delusional.
Goodness gracious.
I wonder what practice was looking like today. Damn.
I don't even know how I would react to that.
Would you rather be called delusional or a scumbag?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
Scumbag is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I got my questions about Steve Kerr, but he don't deserve that.
He's a scumbag because he's not playing Trace Jackson Davis enough.
Jim Park is wild. It's wild.
This scumbag is really throwing everyone under the bus.
The person who took money from you is a scumbag, not Steve Kerr because of his rotations.
It's wild for some of the things he be tweeting. Man.
Part of me wants to follow him and just watch this.
I hear the spaces after the Warriors losses, like with Jim Parker just lit.
Oh yeah, the clips.
That's
the clips,
Mrs. P's favorite show.
Yeah, the clips that get cut from that joint are spectacular.
The Darvin Ham ones used to be fire too, though. Those were my favorite. I tap into those.
Steve Kerr, the blood of the fan base boils because of him.
I might have to hit that follow button, man, for good old Jim Park.
Oh man, he retweeted a tweet that says, "Fire Steve Kerr, hire Mike Brown."
That's really bad over there.
Wait a minute.
Oh, it is bad.
Wait a minute. Now this is getting even better. Does Jim Park have a YouTube show? I get to watch this guy?
No way. Does he?
Let me see. We'll find out right now.
Maybe.
Oh, he does. There he is.
Buddy Hield destroyed the team's momentum with that stupid contested shot in the corner. Just replace him with Moody.
No, now Jim Park is kind of spitting right there. The heat check for somebody else's makes.
Buddy Hield is just a bad basketball player, man. It's really hard watching him play. Well, Jim, we can relate, buddy.
You know, back in the Jim Park lore, he was a Kings fan once upon a time.
I remember hearing about that. Let me subscribe to his YouTube channel. I'm subscribing.
Steve Kerr should be completely ashamed of himself. His team plays with no confidence as they continuously try to run his trash offense, he's lost the team.
Now, Steve Kerr.
By the way, this is all in the last 24 hours. This is all to be. This is all in the last 18 hours.
Now, to be fair, I was listening to our boy Guru earlier today, and he took umbrage with Steve Kerr saying that team didn't have any confidence. He's like, well, why are you saying that? Why are you telling people that? Well, you're the coach. Do you have a problem with that? Steve Kerr saying, we're just not playing. We don't have any confidence right now.
It sounds like something Mike would have said. Yeah, don't say that publicly. Like, you don't have to.
They still got games to
say
play.
Everything. Yeah, like relax. Like, you don't have to do that.
That was I didn't know he said that till this morning. I was like, don't do that. And the way he said it too, just, we just don't. These guys just don't have any confidence right now. All right, man.
Oh, look! Oh, here's one. Look at this. Look at the magic. Powerful on defense, simple on offense, and still competing despite being decimated by injuries. Listen to what Cole says is the message from their coach. It's attached to a clip of Cole Anthony talking. In comparison, Steve Kerr doesn't have a competitive bone in his body. It's so funny. I can't lie. This might be my new favorite page.
We might have to check Jim Park daily, man. We might have to check.
Oh, he's a Doug Christie fan because Doug Christie might have had favored odds in a fight against Steve Kerr, and it shows the video of Doug doing what he do.
Steve Kerr doesn't have a competitive opponent.
Nope, not one of them. Not one of them. I can't lie. I think I love this guy. This guy's funny.
Why is he like this?
I don't know, but he is funny.
That is crazy.
Oh, man. Somebody called him a pathetic devil, and he retweeted it. Steve Kerr, a pathetic devil. My God.
Come on.
I need one more.
Oh,
more.
Man. This dude.
I need one more good Steve Kerr tweet before I leave the page.
Oh.
I need one more good one. Come on, let me find a good one. He hates Draymond, too, so apparently Draymond's new favorite word is boom.
Boom. Here's a Steve
I don't think
Kerr
I'm going to
line.
find another good one.
Well, Steve Kerr's talking and he says, I can't sit here after that, be excited about anything. He scored 19 points. Great. He's having a good season. But who the hell cares if we're not competitive? Damn, who the hell is he talking about? TD? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Jim Park responds to that and said, this is how Kerr talks about his young players who needs an injection of confidence, even though he praised Curry all day. He disempowers everyone, and especially the younger players.
Mm-hmm.
He has no development capability. He clearly hates TJD. Maybe he didn't like Dale Davis.
That was one I was looking at earlier where I was like, if you just trade Trace Jackson Davis for Keon Ellis, you have people talking about it. Was funny. I was saying you have people talking about Mike with Keon Ellis. Then I realized, well, you have Mike talking about people like you have people talking about Mike with Kevin Huerter. Insert player here, Terrence Davis. Come to think about it, yeah, Mark Haynes brought this up. Mike did have a long list of people who seemed to get on his nerves.
There was somebody new every year.
Every single year.
Man. Well, Jim Park, you got a follower in your boy.
That's pretty funny. I'm not following, unless you work at 95.7. I'm not following too many people who are associated with the Warriors, but I'll peek in on his account.
Yeah,
only
when the Warriors lose. I mean, he might say something crazy when they win too, but it's a lot more funnier when they lose.
Way funnier. Shout out to we mentioned it earlier. Shout out to Trae Young for that shot last night. That was awesome.
Man,
that was incredible.
That was crazy. So I was watching the games, but I was like watching the kids too, and was getting Ryan's dinner ready or getting the food on the plate. And I turned over and I looked at the TV and I see Trae Young doing doing his little ice tray thing. and which is a great celebration.
That's a good one.
I'm a Trae Young fan though, but I see him doing that, and I was like, oh. And then people were jumping on it. I'm like, oh, did he just win the game? Am I watching this live? Like, and I was like, oh, it is live. He just hit a buzzer beater. Oh, let me see the running floater that he hit real quick to beat the Jazz. And then I see like they're going up, and he just launches it from beyond. I said, this isn't the game winner, is it? Launches it from beyond half court to win it. I said, oh,
and didn't even break
goodness.
stride when he hit he damn near hit the Miss America wave. That was great because the crowd erupted.
Yeah,
it was hot in there, and Trae cooled it down. That's good stuff. That's good NBA basketball.
That
right
was
there.
good NBA basketball, man. It was a good night last night in the association.
It was
Boston and Denver. Did you watch it?
Boston? I didn't.
Yes,
I got in too late.
It was
for that
just
one.
on the screens and stuff. But that's talking to Jesse earlier. Boston looking like they're ready for the big game on Friday. You know,
this is a big test.
Yeah, they've been circling this
those
game.
Kings won last 5. Boston not been looking great last few weeks or whatever. So
Porzingis back.
Celtics been playing boring ass basketball seasons, I guess.
My boy Tatum was doing work. What did he finish with? Did he finish with a big game? Because it just
felt he had 30 plus.
30. Yeah,
he was cooking every time I turned around.
Yeah, they should have everyone back for Friday too. Derek White was out with the illness.
Oh, great! That's fantastic.
Awesome.
Squad's at 100%. Hopefully, De'Aaron Fox can play.
No back to back for them.
I checked.
Give
too.
them a week off.
They play, I think, Memphis or the Pelicans on Sunday. So all good. 2 days rest before the game on Friday.
This is just perfect.
No, think about it. Didn't the Kings have practice today at like 10:30? Or no?
De'Aaron was in the practice facility. That's the video I did see. So I don't know
Yeah,
if it was
I
a
thought they
practice
had
or a shoot around or what.
Yeah, no, they did. They had practice today.
Yeah, because they're probably leaving.
Not
today,
really.
huh?
Yeah, not really getting. They are leaving today. I only remember because Mark said I'll see you on the charter on Wednesday at the end of the interview. Yeah, I don't see any clips from practice today except the one video of De'Aaron dribbling the ball.
The whole organization's not talking anymore.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Just never going to hold another press conference or media scrum.
Domas is the happiest person alive every postgame now.
Oh, he definitely is. We didn't even play the game after the
the 10 seconds.
The when he was out of gas and he was smiling from ear to ear. We didn't even check to see how long his answers were. We might have to do that.
Yeah, we could do it because I don't think we're gonna get one over 10 seconds. Although he's very happy right now.
He was happy, but he was exhausted. And that like he was in the I saw the Kings video. I didn't see Sean's video. It picked up right when Domas started talking. He was just like, I'm tired, but he's smiling ear to ear. Let's see. There's Dougie
played in that game.
There's a boy smiling. So let me add this to the screen.
So it's funny. I saw. I don't know if I can say, but I just saw somebody that we all know after the game, and we were talking about Keon. I was like, man, Keon, yeah, it's crazy. He wasn't playing. He played today. I was like, man, what did he play today? Probably like 33 minutes or something like that. We pulled it up on the phone. 48 minutes. Ooh.
Who was it?
Guy we know.
Oh.
He used to be in the chatty house a lot.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to our guy right there. Hey, we're going to play a game real quick, James. We're going to see if Domas gives an answer over 10 seconds in the post game following the Heat game. Here we go. Domantas Sabonis, courtesy of Sean Cunningham.
After, I don't know, 50-something minutes.
50? Where is this? Exhausted, but just proud of the guys, proud of everyone. You know, there were so many moments in that game that we could have break, and we just kept pushing ourselves. You know, we had a lot of chances to take the game, and at the end we did it in the second overtime.
Look at this guy!
Hold
on, I need another one. I need one more. I need to know if this is real. I know Tone's questions.
That part, protecting the home court, pulling out these wins.
You know, it's important. You know, we love our fans. We love the city. I mean, you guys heard how it was today. You know, it's so much fun to play here, and we're trying to bring that energy back, and like to be.
Oh,
How long was it?
11.6.
Oh, see,
this guy is he going to get one under 10 seconds?
This guy
point?
plays 58 minutes, can barely talk, and all of a sudden he's Mr. Chatty Cathy
We're
out
getting
here.
slogans. We're going to light the beam at the end of answers.
Domas's media strike is over.
Watch, next answer is like, yeah, shut up, Malik. He's a pizza guy.
Oh, Hammer.
I was waiting for him to pitch De'Aaron Fox's new shoe.
Well, there you
that
go.
Was next. Yeah.
Have you guys read DeMar DeRozan's new book? It's really good.
Let me read this chapter.
Above the Noise
Again,
by DeMar DeRozan.
The man just
I'm
played
exhausted.
50 minutes. He can't breathe, and he just out here talking it up. Just out here talking it up, man.
That's funny.
Hammer, we asked the question earlier. We talked a little bit about it on your show at the end of the Insiders. I'm going to add a little wrinkle to it. If the summer gets a little wild and the market is open, who's the most appealing player out there league-wide? Is it De'Aaron, Zion, or Devin Booker?
Ooh. I'm going to say, okay, so that's a tough one. Like my first instinct is to say De'Aaron Fox, right? But
because that's who it should be. But we all know that.
Well, yeah. I get that. But I would also say that Devin Booker is there's not that much difference in age, right? He's probably a year and a half older than De'Aaron. But the deal with Devin is that Devin, he's a player that you don't have to design anything for, that you basically, he can fit into any roster in the league. And that's not to say that Fox, you can't fit into any roster, but point guards are different. So if you already have a really, really good point guard, the guy that like runs everything for you, there's only so many of those jobs available in the league, where I think shooting guards, it's easier to plug and play with. Even if you've got players around him, it's easier to plug and play a guy who plays a 1-2 like Booker does. But I still think that Fox is probably the right answer.
You want to ask him the second question here? I'll ask him. So we got rid of Zion out there. Although, like I think league wide, it would be Booker, Zion, Fox is how they'd be viewed. I think Fox probably should be one in that respect, but I think people are captivated by Zion Williamson. Last night was a perfect example. But the question was asked to me, and I had a tough time answering this one. If you switched Devin Booker and De'Aaron Fox on this team, just a straight up trade, are the Kings better, worse, or the same?
I don't know if I can answer that. Honestly, because, like Kyle and I discussed this earlier. Like if you look at the Kings and like who is indispensable, right? And this is not to take anything away from how good De'Aaron Fox is. I think you're a better team with De'Aaron Fox. But Malik Monk is a player that can step in and play like De'Aaron Fox, right? And you can look around like every position on the court there. You can kind of get away with someone else, whether it's Keon or Malik or Kevin Huerter. Like you can get away with it. I think on the Kings specifically, like there's no way to replace all of what Domas does, and I think there's no way to replace Keegan because you don't have another Keegan at all. So like you know what I mean? Like it's sort of we were comparing him to 49ers, and we were looking at Domas as sort of Christian McCaffrey, the guy that, you can put another guy out there who runs, 22 times a game, but no one can really replace McCaffrey. And then Keegan for me was more like Trent Williams. Like he's just so valuable to this specific team because they don't have anyone else like him. They don't have a pipeline of players like him. They don't have a way to replace him at all. So, again, if De'Aaron Fox were to get hurt for 2 weeks, I think Malik Monk would step in and, not that the Kings would miss a beat. They'd miss a beat because they didn't have Malik starting as well, or Malik off the bench, whatever. But you would think they could survive. The same thing goes for Malik. Malik was out. You still have De'Aaron and you'd play major minutes. But I think there are certain things that the other two bring that are just so incredibly valuable to the roster that the Kings don't have any way to replace, and there aren't that many ways to replace them league wide.
It's a tough question, man. And James, I was kind of talking about it more. So like I really like both of their games, Fox and Booker. Man, I'm a big fan of what Booker brings to the table, and that's tough, man. That's a tough question.
I'm a bigger fan of Booker after like the Team USA showing than I was before. I wasn't much of a fan of Booker before. I didn't love all that he brought to the table. I think he learned a lot from that, but it's not translating at all this season. Not like I thought. I thought he would just be like a really good leader. But then again, I keep hearing that just maybe they don't like each other there. And I don't mean Devin and Bradley. I think there are other players on that roster that people around the room don't care for.
I think that team is struggling to figure out what everyone's supposed to do. Like I don't know that Budenholzer has a grip on that team, and I don't know that it was his call to bench Bradley Beal. Like maybe it was, but it sure reeks of something else. And I mean, they're a mess. Doesn't mean they can't turn it around, but they're a mess right now. They've had a couple of different moments. One of them was without Kevin Durant, of course, but they've had a couple of different moments where you look at them like, oh, this thing really is struggling bad. And they're living through one of those right now where they just can't get their feet underneath them.
It's usually when Kevin Durant's out, they can't win. But at this point, that doesn't seem like it's a case anymore. We just saw that Nurkic going to the bench and Bradley Beal going to the bench. Look, they're just searching. And the depth is always going to be the problem when you have like $3 $50 million players. It's always going to be a problem. It doesn't matter how much your ownership will pay or anything else. It's just really tough to find quality depth when all you have is, you don't even have mid-level exceptions. All you have is like league minimum contracts for the most part. And so it's a tough world to live in, but still, once you get into a situation like they're in where you're locked into a roster, if you're not winning, like where's your other pitch? And they don't have another pitch. That's what we're seeing. Like all they can do is change out the same 7 or 8 guys that they're playing and just try different combinations of them. And that's not a good place to be in, especially when that, they did a lot of what they did last year, relying so heavily on Kevin Durant. And it's really difficult to rely on a player his age to play 37, 38 minutes a night for, the entire season. There's just no way to keep up. And Booker's not a guy who stays healthy. Beal's not a guy who stays healthy. And Nurkic isn't a guy who stays healthy. So a tough look there.
We've got James Ham here, so we're definitely going to talk a lot of Kings and everything that's been going on since Doug Christie's been the new head coach. But before we get to that, I wanted to ask you, one of the things we spent a lot of time on earlier in the show is the Warriors and where they're at and how can they get out of this? Does it end in, if Steph Curry possibly getting frustrated at some point and asking out? But they don't look well, to say the least.
Yeah, to be honest, Kyle and I discussed them a lot today on the Insiders, and it's something we knew coming in we were going to discuss because Kyle had sat down and watched them play, during last night's game, and then ended up shutting the game off. Just like, oh, this isn't fun to watch at all. I mean, when you lose to a team that, in the Miami Heat that played a double overtime game the night before in Sacramento, and then you just get stomped by them, that's just a bad look. And look, not to say I was right, but
shut up, James.
I kept saying early in the season, man. I kept saying it, Drew Down. I kept saying it, bro. Let's be honest. Steve Kerr did a great job of smoke and mirrors early in the season. Great job of getting the most out of a roster, playing 12 guys, moving guys around. But there's just not a lot of talent on that team.
So was that just overachieving? Was that all they were doing at the beginning of the year?
No, it's just again, guys played really well. Steph was playing really, really well, and he was able to carry him. But at the same time, you have an entire roster filled with on a good team, 7th, 8th, and 9th players. You got a number one in Steph. You got probably a fifth best player in Draymond at this point in his career, a fifth option, but really like a fifth best player. I'd say Wiggins is probably more like a six man, a quality six man. You can say maybe the same with Kuminga, but then after that, like all of these players they brought in, if you're relying on them to be major rotational pieces, whether it's Kyle Anderson or Buddy Hield or, just name that free agent that they brought in, it's a bunch of guys who you can't consider like second or third options on a really good team. And when you pack an entire roster full of them, like this would have been fine if you would have had this offseason that they had when you were really good and you had Steph and Clay and Draymond at their peak. And even for that matter, like Looney's a shell of himself. If you would have had that, like this type of offseason where you brought in a Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson and Melton, DeAnthony Melton, I think you would have had something, but that's not what they were adding to, and those guys have to play so far out of position as far as like pecking order that like that team just isn't working at all. So we'll have to see how it all ends up. It's possible that they're able to go out and make another move and bring in, something different, but that you're kind of grasping at straws at this point, and you feel a little bit bad for Steph because this way he's going to go out. Like you're going to go out either asking for a trade or not even asking, just an organization saying, hey, do you want to go ahead and go? And he'll say yes or no, or just being on a bad team for a couple of years. And
if I'm the organization, I don't ask. Make him do it. I'm not asking, hey, we want to do right by you. Nope. We want that retirement tour. We want all of that. Kobe went down with the ship. Mm-hmm. That team stunk. Dirk went down with the ship. That team stunk. Steph can go down with the ship too.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. It's kind of like what Damian Lillard went through the last couple of years of his career, except for he didn't get 4 championship rings. Like that's where I get
Lillard's
people.
Career's not over.
Yeah.
You're talking about his career in Portland.
Yeah, his career in Portland. Yeah. But I get it. People are saying in the chat, like, you can't feel bad for Steph because he won all these things. But at the same time, like, this is a great player who's playing on.
Yeah,
like
but it
JV
happened
team.
to Dirk. It happened to Kobe.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
both, like the Mavericks stunk.
Mm-hmm.
They were terrible, and I can't remember Tim's last years. I don't imagine that they were bad, but I can't remember Tim Duncan's last few years. I don't remember when the Spurs streak when Pop's streak finally ended. I don't remember if that was before Tim Duncan or after.
Kawhi was kind of in and out of the lineup. Tony Parker, Tim was
Kawhi was gone because they didn't they?
Tim was around when Kawhi left,
wasn't he?
Maybe.
No, Kawhi had already left. I mean,
but the team's 500. The team's Popovich's streaked and with
because they went
Kawhi,
out and got LaMarcus. No, they went out and got LaMarcus Aldridge.
That's right. Yeah.
So he extended that run. Yeah, I know it's funny right
now. Maybe everything was fine for Tim Duncan, but for everyone else who was with their team for basically 2 decades, you didn't really go out on a high note.
Yeah, I think it. Go
ahead. No, you're.
Well, I think it's funny. Like the night meme is probably going to become something different. It's going to be Steph dreaming of what used to be.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, we ain't going to see that a whole lot of that anymore. It's going to be like, hey, you remember? Hey, like, yeah, you go ahead and go night because what you're living through right now is a nightmare.
Well, what'll be great is when he goes night and the Warriors are like 18-32.
Yeah.
And no one will care. It'll just be like, oh, Steph Curry, night, yeah, for their 19th win of the season.
Steph Curry, night. The Warriors, 17 games under now.
Yeah,
we should be so lucky.
It's tough though. Like, look again. He's a outstanding player. Like watching him in his prime is always like one of the biggest gifts that we've been given as basketball fans. Just like
watching him
so good.
2 nights ago was incredible. Yeah. Like even against the Kings, where in the first half he's dragging the lifeless carcass of the Golden State Warriors, trying to drag them to a competitive game before 2 4-point plays aren't enough. And he's just like, you guys suck. Like, what do you want me to do? And, the whole second half goes to hell. And I know he only played the third quarter because Steve quit, rightfully so, at the beginning of the fourth.
non-flops.
Yeah, flopping. That man was scared of Doug and was like, "Hey, just send the bench in. I want to get this game over with. Get me out of here."
Doug's gonna hit me. You go ahead. Let's get out of here.
Who's gonna be the first coach Doug actually punches?
JJ. Well, no, he's not gonna play JJ. Well, maybe next year.
Oh yeah, 4 games.
JJ, he's gonna sock JJ. Good JJ gonna have some little smug look or something to say.
Doug can just look at him, bro. I've punched prettier people than you. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Hammer, what constitutes a turnaround for you as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings? What if you were to write the article on the Kings beat and start the show on the Insiders with Kyle, and the Kings have turned this thing around, what would that mean? What would the Kings be at that point?
Yeah, I think that's a good question because they're so close to it right now. I mean, what are they? They're half game behind the 9-10. They're a game and a half behind like the 8 seed. And you can just keep going. They're 3 games out of 4th place.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's right there. They're like 3 games out of 4th place. And so like, look, I don't know what to expect in Boston. But I think we're going to learn a lot about sort of the resiliency and how Doug's message carries when they hit the road and they have a 6-game road trip and they have this 3 game. So 9 of the next 11 are on the road. I think that we'll learn so much about this team. But also, I think as of right now, I already feel like there's a turnaround. Okay. I think that I could say, I need this record or that record, but like the Western Conference kind of waited for him and said, you guys gonna catch up? Like, we're waiting for you. Come on, are you doing this or not? And all of a sudden you're looking at an opportunity here that you probably shouldn't deserve to get right back in it. And I think that they have every opportunity, whether it's Phoenix hitting the skids or Minnesota. Like, look at all the teams above them. Are there any of them that you're really scared of, except for when you get to the top and you got, that 2 or 3 teams at the top, and even one of those you just beat? So, like, yeah, I think this is a moment where, I kept telling you guys, I need this team to prove to me and show me that they deserve for Monty McNair to go out and spend a 1st-round pick to improve the roster. I think we already got there. And I didn't think we'd get there like this. I didn't think there would be a 5-game win streak and the Kings would, be within a game of 500, like within 2 weeks of Mike Brown being gone. So, yeah, it's kind of it's good to see. But at the same time, like, go out there and make your move now. They showed you that the season isn't over. The season's alive and well, and you have an opportunity, but go add what you need to add right now. And don't think that, it was just a coach that was a problem and you're going to be able to skate by, because the second, again, if you lose Keegan Murray for a week, you're in a whole bunch of trouble again. Just not being able to stop anybody who's 6'7", 6'8", and hoping that you can get through it. So,
James, I'll ask you a question I asked a couple other people. Do you see something schematically different with this team under Doug Christie, or is it just vibes? Like, is it just they feel better and somebody's believing in them, or they got more confidence, or stuff that you can't really see, you can't quantify, that's making them play better? Or, do you see a different type of way that they're playing basketball?
No, I think, like, I know it's weird to say that they are like playing on vibes right now, but I think it's a little bit of that, and it's a little bit of just the fact that, let's be honest, this team just underachieved. They underachieved under Mike Brown. They weren't good under Mike Brown because they couldn't hit shots. Like, we can talk all we want about, the fact that they're giving up 15 threes a night, 15 made threes a night. But if they were hitting 14, we wouldn't have had that as part of a narrative. It's just the fact this team, for whatever reason, got off to a weird start and then had this little gloomy cloud hanging over them and couldn't figure out how to get out from underneath the cloud. And, I talked about this with Kyle a little bit. Like, It's just like Doug popped up an umbrella and said, "All right, guys, everybody huddle together. I got you. We'll ride out this storm together." And here they are. Like the rain just isn't hitting them right now, and there's still dark times. Friday could be a really dark time. That's a great Boston Celtics team, but you feel a little more confident with the fact that Doug has their ear and that they're just, for whatever reason, they're playing hard. And when you play hard, and shots start to fall, all of a sudden you become a juggernaut. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing them figure out how to win close games where they couldn't before, and just realistically perform up to the level that we expected. This team is really talented. We can't keep saying that we all thought they'd be a 50-win team, and and then when they start playing up to that potential, we're like, "Hey, this is shocking." It's like, well, no, it was just shocking how bad they were. Like, I think we're all caught off by how bad they were. I know, Kenny, you asked a really good question about, like, if we all thought this was a 50-win team before, why is everybody making the excuse that they need to go out and add to this roster, And it was during the, I think the Monday show when they fired Mike Brown, after they fired Mike Brown. And it's like, look, this team always had 50-win potential, and that's who they should have been. They probably should have been like 51, 52-win team. I don't know if they can get there now. Like, that would be an extreme second half where you won like the majority of your games. I mean, consider like at this point what it would take for them to get to 50 wins. But if we're talking about a team that can get to the 6 seed or can get to the 5 seed, they're still going to need somebody at the wing if they're small, if they're going up against, like, name any of these teams. Look at all the teams that are above them, and they're still going to need more defensive players. They're still going to need more length and athleticism. So, but that doesn't excuse the fact that I thought this was a really good team already. It's just a really good team with a couple of holes, and holes that, if you're going to go up against the teams like Denver or OKC in the playoffs, you're going to run into trouble. So I think there's kind of like a happy medium here where, yeah, they're good and they're showing us how good they could have been. We're just getting a little bit late preview to it. And, I think they still have time to climb in and be a team that wins 48 games, 47 games. It's just going to be really tough to get that next couple of wins because of what you put yourself up against.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball with our insider from the Insiders, James Ham, here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Clear. Right back, guys.
Oh, I'm watching. Well, not watching. I have on this playlist on the NBA app of the top 100 plays since 2000. And there's been more. Like, I think about that Trae Young play last night. I'm like, man, I can't remember the last time I saw a half-court shot going as a buzzer beater. They're on 41 right now, and I've already seen like 6 of them. It happens a little bit more than I remember, I guess.
Yep.
You know who has one of them? Jesse, James, Jeremy Lamb.
Oh.
Hit one with the Hornets in Toronto. So win it.
I almost forgot that Jeremy Lamb existed until you said that. Except for he sits courtside every other night. Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up. Hey, NBA guru Zach, aren't you the dude who's traded at least like 22 of the Kings that they don't even have? I'm just saying, like you've traded everybody already. Like, what do you mean? Am I ready to trade for, like, I don't know. Kings legend Jeremy Lamb. Stockton Kings legend Jeremy.
Like number 40, Steph just dropped Chris Paul at the Staples Center. Play 40. That was an iconic moment.
Yeah, my first season was the Tyreek half-court shot against Memphis.
Yeah, I seen that. That was, I think, play 70 or something like that. That's still an all-timer.
It wasn't all. Yeah, there was so little time left on the clock too. Like,
wait a minute, what the hell is this? Play 38. The Ori shot. The hell is this?
Oh no.
James, you'll be happy to know these little bites are being handled. They are not going to waste.
Oh.
That's why you to go. That is
I almost went searching for him this morning.
Go get some. Go get some.
I was looking around like, oh man.
Go get you some.
Bronson, if there was one move you could force, what would it be? What do you mean by that, though? I don't know. Yeah, NBA Zach Guru, like NBA Guru Zach, like, why wait? Like, there's no reason to wait because you have the same deficiency now that you had 2 years ago. Like, I get it. Oh, let's ride the vibes. Vibes. You get into a 7-game series and all they have is 6'9", 6'10" small forwards and power forwards. You're going to run into some trouble.
Is this it? I don't know. You're clutching your chest. Is it? Hey, Zay, clip it. This might be what gets us viral. All right, we're coming back. I thought Kenny was about to go.
No. In the KC screen, I've got the top 100 plays since 2000 playing, and play 30. I don't know what it is, 34 or something. Was Gerald Green's alley-oop.
Oh,
that's still just amazing.
Oh yeah, that's incredible.
Oh,
that's incredible,
man.
He was clutching your chest. I was like, well, we promised each other. We promised each other it'd be on camera. Here it is. Here it is. Hammer, we learned during the commercial break for those on the radio. I'll fill you in. James hates vibes. James not. That's why he's paired with Kyle. The very opposite. Kyle, big vibes guy. James,
curator of vibes.
Don't talk to James about vibes. You don't want to hear it.
I'm a vibes guy too. Like around the office, like we're all vibes. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, vibes will take you to a certain place. And hey, look, you never know, like when you get into the playoffs and everything else, but I'd rather have vibes with a whole lot of talent than just vibes. And, like I'll tell you, we saw last year was the Memphis Grizzlies. They've always been vibes. They play, and it's that, like, it's not like a cool chill vibe. It's like we're not going to let you take a single play off for 48 minutes. And if you think you beat us, you haven't. Like we saw what that looked like last year with no talent. Like, because it was they still fought you, but it's like the Black Knight from Monty Python, like trying to bite your kneecaps. Like he doesn't have any arms or any legs left. He's just like, I'll bite your kneecaps. It's like, okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna walk around you now. Sorry, Memphis Grizzlies, you don't have the talent to keep up. And that's kind of like, again, like vibes matter, and vibes are what can win you a whole bunch of games here. But also, I would love to see vibes with a 6'8" forward that can jump out of the gym and has a long wingspan and can hit a 3-shot.
So you are still very much of the belief the roster needs to be upgraded.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't change because you won some games. Like the roster, like, let's not act like they tried to make moves before they did the DeMar DeRozan trade. They tried to do moves when they made the DeMar DeRozan trade. So, like, they know that their roster has some flaws. It's why you brought in Doug McDermott. It's why you brought in Jay Crowder, and hoping to like stem some of that until you can get the right move. And it hasn't worked out yet, but at a certain point, like, you need to go out and add something to this in order to put them over the hump.
So, discussion that we were having earlier and asking people, and I'll tell you right now, James, it seems to be unanimous. Yes, we were asking people because you want to trade, you want to make a move with somebody. Have you fallen in love with Devin Carter to the point where, I'm not trying to trade him? And a lot of people were like,
let's be real. It is love at first sight.
Love at first sight. That's right. Love at first sight with Devin Carter. And I'm not there yet. There's deals out there that I would move Devin Carter, but I like what he brings to the table. I think it's really, really needed for this Kings roster, and I'd be hesitant to move on from Devin Carter. I said I would be more willing to move on from the 2028 pick than I would Devin Carter.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. Like I do love the rebounding. The rebounding is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen a guard outside of like Josh Hart that just like he shows up in the screen all the time. You're like, hey, where did he just come from? How did he get to where he is on the court, and how did he grab that rebound? And I appreciate that, like having somebody who goes in there and like for a guard who rebounds like that. But I also look at him and I understand that like there's a lot of work to be done there. Like this is a 21-year-old dude, a third-year college player that came into the league, and man, he's got to speed up his release on his 3-point shot. He's got to bring that thing down about 8 feet. It's like what they did with Davion a couple of years ago, where all of a sudden he started shooting a balloon ball. Like I don't get that. Like I'm surprised that during this time they haven't worked with some of that. And I'm not somebody who believes in changing somebody's shot completely, but at the NBA level, people are going to adjust, and that 3-point shot is going to get swatted. And so there are problems that I still see. And like he's not a finished product, like any young player isn't a finished product, but that's where I'm looking at him and going, okay, like, yeah, I mean, he's nice, and you're probably better with him than you are without him. But at the same time, if he's got to be a piece to go out on a major trade, I also believe that Keon Ellis is giving me and a lot of other people some belief that he needs to play a whole bunch more minutes. And if you're going into playoff series and stuff with a 3-guard set of, Fox, Monk, and Ellis, I think you're pretty good.
What does love at first sight mean anyways? Is it literal? Like the first time you see someone you fall in love? Like the first time Devin Carter walked out, I'm in love. Or
That's
like
what I mean.
3 games later, can you go, no, it was love at first sight with Devin Carter?
Yes. So with basketball, first game would be love at first sight.
Okay.
I think some
Okay.
people are. I'm not, but I really like Devin Carter. Once again, I like what he brings, man. It's the level of toughness, physicality. Another guy that is just, Oh, well, thank you, Drew Down.
Drew Down says it was love at first sight with D'Lo and KC.
I can tell you.
I'm glad we kept Drew Down. Greatest thing to come out of the Warriors playoff series was D'Lo and KC getting Drew Down.
That's right. I can tell you there is one player in all of my time watching Kings basketball that I remember exactly what you're talking about, love at first sight. And that was Jason Williams playing his first game. I went to Fan Fest, and it was like, oh my goodness. He did like 3 of those passes that he was so known for. And it was like, what in the world is this kid? Because we had not seen a lot of him. And even when you did, like, he had been suspended and there was all kinds of questions about him. I think there was one point where didn't he get kicked off the Florida team? And he was the first moment he was on the court with Vlade and Peja, Vlade and Weber and whoever was on that first iteration. Peja had signed there as well, but it was like
Oliver St. Jean.
Olivier Sejois, excuse me.
Tariq
Abdul-Wahed. Olivier Sejois, yeah. But the first time you saw Jason Williams, you're like, oh, I'm over it. That's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I can't wait to watch every single game he ever plays. And so outside of that, I think most players, like, it takes a little while before they really show you who they are. You get to see some like fun things about them. But like the love at first sight thing, that's the only one where, like, I think Brian Grant had a little bit of that too. Like when the Kings first got Brian Grant, you're like, oh man, he looks like a little mini Karl Malone. But then it just kind of capped out as the same player, and he was good, but he never reached the heights that you thought he would.
I think Hubie said Jay Will was the smartest basketball player he'd ever been around. That's really high praise from Hubie. I know he said he had the best court vision he ever saw, which I think we all know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll never forget hearing
Jason Williams caused a lot of basketballs to go flying out of bounds in rec leagues.
I'll never forget hearing Jason Williams. He was in an interview or somebody telling the story about him. He said just growing up, he would go into the gym and he would, for at least an hour to 2 hours, just behind the back passes on the wall. Like that's all he would do, just on the wall. No shots, not just pop, 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 all that. And it shows. It shows with the way he handles that ball and the way he can pass.
There was a lot of love at first sight with Domas. That's a good call from Bryce right there. Remember the hug heard around the world? I think your son fell in love with Domas, if I remember correctly, right?
Oh, yeah. He turned around. He was sitting down below us. He turned around and he goes, "Oh, my gosh, he's so good." And I'm like, yeah. No, he is. I mean, that's like, I say that all the time. Like, you never want to lose appreciation for a player like Domas. And I've said that the same thing about DeMarcus Cousins. Like, DeMarcus on the court, there were things that DeMarcus did that nobody who's 6'11", 295 pounds ever did and may ever do. But he also was like the gateway to the big men that we see right now. People did not do 360 spin moves on the break at half court while a guard's diving at him and then go between his legs and then get to the basket. Plus, he contorted his body like a big man, like so crazy for a big man to be able to fight through traffic and twist and turn. DeMarcus was an absolutely incredible player to watch play on a nightly basis.
What's Devin's best attribute? What's the best thing that Devin Carter brings to the Sacramento Kings?
Oh, I don't think it's any questions rebounding. Yeah. And I mean, and that is a very, very important thing. Rebounding from a position that you don't typically see it. I don't have his numbers pulled up, but I'm going to guess his per 36 numbers are like so much higher than anyone thinks, like astronomically high as a rebounder. And like for me, I've seen a lot of guards that can rebound, but like what he's doing so far is really, really stunning. Yeah, let me see. Devin Carter per 36. He's averaging 13.1 rebounds per game per 36. I mean, the only one who's better is Domas at 13.8. So when you see a player who has like an elite, like almost uncanny skill, something that is, I know a lot of it is like effort based, but also just a natural instinct for going and getting the ball. And that's something that I think people are going to see. Like he's a ball hawk. Like the ball is always right near him. He always like he's one of those players that his energy finds the ball. And so I think he's going to be a really good player. But I also know you have other needs, and that's why I would still like listen on offers.
So he's not, I don't want to say untouchable. I don't think anybody is right now, but like he's not. You would move him for if it meant you could get a Cam Johnson or something like that. You still involve him in that type of trade?
I would, because I think a little bit like what you're saying earlier, I think there's always a possibility that 2027, 28, 29, 30, those first round picks are going to be more valuable to the Kings at that point than, and the player that they could get for him right now is just further along on his path. So it might be short-sighted for sure. But I also, I think what you'd be giving up is a really, really good future role player for a really good role player that's already there. And so like, I don't have the fear that, even when you saw Tyrese Halliburton, and maybe that's another guy that we just like glazed over when we're talking about like players that people instantly fell in love with. But Halliburton, like his feel for the game, like on the first moment you saw him, you're like, oh man, that guy's got it. He knows exactly what he's doing. But I don't think you're giving up. But my point is that you're not giving up another Tyrese Halliburton. You're giving up a really good role player. And like, I mean, even if that's a starter, like you're giving up a young Kentavious Caldwell Pope, or, again, a young Josh Hart. You're not giving up like a young Tyrese Halliburton or a young Anthony Edwards or something like that.
Okay. So what are your expectations now moving forward? Like after what we've seen hammer through the last 5 games, you know, they got this 3-game road trip coming up. You got Chicago in there. Of course, it starts with Boston, and you've got some really tough games when you come back. I think Houston is here when you get back.
Yep.
I think most people, and I guess I should ask this question rather than do you feel like schematically things are different, or is it really just Doug and, again, go back to that word, is it just Doug and vibes?
No, I get what your question is there. I'm going to say it's Doug and vibes, and it's a team that that underperformed and should have been a lot better than they were already. You know, and so, you know, like I've told you guys this, like when this job came free after Luke Walton was let go, like there was serious consideration for Doug to take the job then. And like my advice to him was, do not touch that job with the 10-foot pole. Like there's no way to keep that job. That team wasn't good enough. And you're going to get fired and rolled up like everybody else here in Sacramento. And I just don't feel that with this team. I feel like I was concerned that there wasn't going to be a way to unlock them and that this would be a short-term job for Doug. But at the same time, we all know how talented they are. And like if someone has the right ability to reach them and get them on the right path, that like this is still a team that should be a 4, 5, 6 seed in the Western Conference. Even today, the way that the West is weighted for you, that's still on the table. And so I'm excited for Doug specifically because his particular like brand of basketball, but also of like he just thinks about the game and about life differently than a lot of people. And you know, again, we talked about this a little bit, but you know, game 1 he quoted Bob Marley, and then like last game he quoted is it Deepak Chopra? Like the dude like reads interesting stuff. He has an interesting view on the world. I know years ago, like he gave DeMarcus Cousins The Art of War, trying to reach DeMarcus Cousins because DeMarcus Cousins was trying to win battles the wrong way and didn't understand that like he was just like fighting against himself more than he was anything else. And there are some powerful lessons that you can learn from a book like that about how to approach life or how to approach anything. And so Doug has like a very interesting approach to all of this. Like, and I think the biggest thing that early on that's really caught the players and that I think people just now are catching on in Sacramento is just Doug's deep love for the Sacramento Kings, for who they are, for the city, for what it provided him in life and what it did for him, the city, the fans, like being part of that franchise, being part of that team that felt like the most amazing family that Doug had ever had. And he wants that back. And there's no one that I've ever talked to who feels more that they have unfinished business in Sacramento than Doug Christie. Like his only goal is to win a title here. And so now he's getting his opportunity, albeit not as a basketball player, as something different, but he feels like this is his opportunity. And, you know, I don't think he doesn't take that lightly. And the players already feel that. They, you know, it's not, when he took everybody up to the roof and showed them the beam, that wasn't some gimmick. He literally meant that you are the light of this city. And if you're in Sacramento and you don't believe those words, well, you haven't noticed, you haven't been here, you know, or you haven't been here through the good times with the Kings. Like this is the light of the city. The Sacramento Kings are. And I just think Doug has a unique perspective on it, and his willingness to share that perspective and to do it in a very unique way. Like it's captured the imagination of those players, but also I think it's going to continue to capture the imagination of the people in Sacramento.
I always remember if you're having tough times this week, Doug Christie believes in you. He might not even know you. Just know that Doug Christie believes in you.
He's the guy who writes the captions on cat posters.
There you go.
Hang in there, little fella.
Get bracelets. Get bracelets
Little
made.
fella.
Yeah.
Doug Christie believes in me.
Put it on a shirt, bracelets, like you said.
Doug
That's right.
Christie believes in me.
All of it, man.
I'm gonna get into an argument with one of our bosses. Well, Doug Christie believes in me.
But you know what? That seems to work for a lot of the people in that locker room. You know what I mean? And it seems, regardless of how they got here, they needed a little TLC, tender loving care,
waterfalls,
and don't go chasing them though. Don't go chasing them. But Doug has provide that, and you combine, and it's not just that though. You combine that with his knowledge. You combine that with, giving opportunity to guys to play, and they've rewarded them for that. This team also, they probably were looking at themselves as like, hey, we've kicked and screamed about some of the things, or we've laid down, whatever you want to say. We got to answer here. We got a coach out of there. We got a new coach in. We have to answer, and they've responded well. And I think they get a lot of credit for the way that they've played the last week and a half or so as well.
Well, that, and I'm really glad that Doug's getting this opportunity now as opposed to 3.5 years ago, because he now has so much more experience. And that's just like, it's the reality. Like, there's one thing to want a job, and we saw it with the 49ers, all the talk coming out about Nick Sorensen, right? Like, he just wasn't ready for the job, and they still love him. They still want him there, but he wasn't ready for that. And whether that's him saying that or that's them saying it to him, it doesn't matter. It's the reality of the situation. We all watch it play out on the field. I think that at this point, you give a coach the opportunity to work under 3 head coaches, which is like not normal, but okay. He gets to work under Luke and Alvin and now Mike, but also coach Summer League, also build these relationships with some of the individual players like Domas, learn so much from a guy like Jay Toriano. And then you wrap that up into all the basketball knowledge he had before, all the one-on-one conversations he had with Coachy, with Pete Carrill and Rick Adelman, and, like all of this time that he spent around the game. Like, I think this is a perfect moment for him and a perfect team to take over. And again, I hope they give him this the support he needs, both the players, but also, the organization. Go out and get the pieces that he needs to be successful, and hopefully he's there a long time.
James, I tried to make an argument earlier this week. Maybe it was a bad one, but how they respond to their first loss, I think, is just as important how they responded over the course of the last couple of games, because it's you're riding high, right? And the high, it just keeps getting better, and you keep winning, and you're playing 50 minutes in a double overtime thriller. You come back from 17, crowd's going crazy. You're at home, thank God. Everyone's smiling. Domas is exhausted, but he's smiling ear to ear. And it's easy to like feel a certain way, and it's easy to talk glowingly about the team and all of these different things when that's happening. But in hypothetically, you go out, you get beat, whether it's beat up or just beat by the Boston Celtics. How are you responding to that? You got your first loss, against the Los Angeles Lakers. That was the first game Doug Christie coached. You're still, I don't mean this in any type of way, you're still wiping the Mike Brown dirt off, and Doug gets him back here. You get settled. All right, let's go get a basketball game. And then it's just been this continuous high, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think how they respond after that first loss is equally as big of a deal.
No, I think so too. And, I think Doug, like he said a couple of crazy sentences. Like, I don't want to, let's say, I want to teach them how to play. I don't want to make them run plays. There's all of these things that he keeps coming up with, but he's like, hey, the tough times will be there. We just have to be able to hold together and hug each other through it and make sure that we all get through it together, as opposed to splintering, as opposed to like all these little things happening around the team. And this is a moment, again, where you hope that you get 100% buy-in. And if you don't, it's probably time to jettison somebody. If somebody's not 100% in, then go ahead and get both feet out of the circle, and Monty, go ahead and take care of business, whatever you got to do. And that goes for anybody. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're not buying in right now, this is an all-in time where you got a lot of work to do and a difficult schedule to do it, and not a lot of time to fix the mistakes you've made. But I definitely like the path that they're on, and I like the vibe around the team.
Doug's a big hugger.
Oh, he's a hug. I've never gotten. I got to the dap.
Well, Doug is a big hugger, but think about the two iconic pictures from the last week.
That's true.
Keon, and then
That's true.
Was it Domas and
Domas and
Keon?
Yeah.
Doug
No,
does.
they feel that love. They do. Yeah.
What'd you say, James?
I said they feel that love, and
Yeah.
they all feel his passion for what's happening and for the city and for the franchise and what it means to wear a Kings jersey.
I can't believe I'm going to dig into this bag, but was it John Lennon that said all you need is love?
That's definitely the
Mary
Beatles.
J. Blige.
No, that's love is all we need.
No, you're right,
come on, man.
You're right.
Come on, man. This rookie over here. That's the John Lennon
definitely
song,
the
right?
Beatles.
It's the Beatles. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Great stuff, Ham, as always. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're on YouTube or one of the streaming platforms, hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button. And make sure you are locked in here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with James Ham, Kyle Madsen, the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Cavs.
All right. Almost Cavs.
Casey's Cavs.
Yeah. Getting big Cleveland guy.
There we go.
Look who's lurking here in the chat.
Hey.
We see you.
Hey, you.
We see you.
Yo.
All right, guys, we got to shut down because Casey and I got more work to do. So we will see y'all tomorrow.